Greetings, brothers and sisters. I am going to be putting some things in the Jumbotron. As always, you're welcome to speak in the space hosted by Afro. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much for coming. If you're going to be watching this on a playback, you might want to skip ahead about 5 minutes or so. I'm going to be putting things in the Jumbotron. I'm going to then a brief monologue and allow other people to speak because this is an open-ended space where we're allowing other people from the community to come in and answer the question as to what they think solutions to black crime can be. So let me go ahead and mute myself really fast. Okay, as we're coming in, we're coming in. Let me share this link out to certain people though. Hold on, let me share this link out to certain people. Uh, as you guys are coming in, if you guys could share this space, let me share this space one more time. Let people know we're live. Let me share that. How do you do that now? Okay, cool, cool. I guess that's how you do it. Wait, that's not how you do it. Oh, all right. I'm trying to because spaces have changed. I don't know how to share it anymore. Let me just. I guess you retweet it. I suppose. If everybody can share the space, I would greatly appreciate that. Much appreciated. But today, we will be discussing solutions to ending crime in the black community. We, oh, okay, let me see how I want to start this off. The crime that faces our community is disproportionate, yes. Is it exactly what people are saying it is? No, it's actually not. And as we continue, we're going to get into the myths of black on black crime, which is actually my very first video on YouTube, which I put in the Jumbotron because a lot of the things in that video I break down. So I break down a lot of those things in the video already. So that is not a thing. However, there is crime in the community, and it's up to us as B1 society, as certifieds, it's up to us to prevent the crime. It's up to us to get rid of the crime, to do things to reduce the crime level. So that's what I'm hosting this dialogue. It's not necessarily a speech. I'm not here to give a speech. I'm just here to have a open dialogue about things that people can do, we can do, the everyday man and everyday woman can do to reduce the crime in the black community. So let me send some of these links out because everybody wanted me to share the links. Okay, hold on. So let me start off. Let me start off with this because I know some people are gonna come up with the argument. There is no such thing as black on black crime. Okay, we do have crime. Every community, every society, everywhere you go around the world with every ethnicity, they all have crime. Crime is unfortunate, but crime is just a natural thing. It's something that humans do, unfortunately. Whether you're rich or poor, old or young, male or female, white or black, that it is crime. Crime will always happen. There can never be a point where we just completely stop crime in general, but there are things that we can do to prevent crime, to reduce the effects of crime, um, and to promote justice. Now, when they say black on black crime, they want to single out the crime that black people commit, and they want to make that seem like it's very egregious because it has the word black, or black people are doing it to other black people. And I broke this down on my very first video that I did over 2 years ago, or maybe about 2 years ago. It is coming up on 2 years, actually, almost 2 years ago. They're using the black on black crime narrative because with that narrative, you make the whatever crime that's been committed, whether it's a homicide or a sexual assault or anything, by saying it's a black on black crime, you're making that crime seem especially egregious in comparison. That crime seems like, oh, wow, black people are betraying other black people. Black people are doing this to other black people. When they say crime on other races of people, well, that's just a murder. That's just a rape. That's just a this. That's just a that. They never racialize crime when the crime is any other group. Black people, specifically Foundation Black Americans, not exclusively, but specifically, we are the only group of people that have the crime that we do racialized, despite the fact that the crime that we do commit is actually not racialized whatsoever. And it's due to the fact that the crime that happens, as unfortunate as it is as is going off of the reality that crime is based off of proximity. More than likely, the people that you're going to rob from, the people that you're going to beat up, the people that you're going to commit crimes to, they're going to be within an arm's reach of you. They're going to be within the your same neighborhood or your same city, your same state. That's most likely to be the case. That's just the case in general. A lot of these things that's been racialized against black people, oh, well, this is a black crime and black people do this. This happens everywhere. A person in Chicago is not going to commit a crime to somebody in Texas. Is not going to commit a crime to somebody in Florida or California. That's not going to happen. A person in Chicago is going to commit crime to somebody in Chicago. Now, this is not me justifying it. I want you guys to know that I'm not justifying it, but I am going to say that that's what it is. What the dominant society does is they twist it and they say, well, this is black crime. And then when they label crimes differently. So when a black person does a crime, if you use specific words differently, if you word that crime differently, you can make that crime seem more egregious, or you can generalize and demonize the entire group for a specific crime that's committed that you won't do for another group. This is why it's important to understand words in vernacular, because they use it in a very specific way. They're very tactful with the way they use it. This is why they use the term black on black crime. Well, what about black on black crime? Well, what about the crime in Chicago? They always bring that up, but they never racialize crime when it's some type of meth head trailer park shooting, when it's some type of white gang, when it's some type of Hispanic crime, when it's some type of Asian crime, despite the fact that a lot of these other ethnic groups, they have very high crime rates, and we will get into that in a minute because I posted that in the Jumbotron. They have very high crime rates. They never ever racialize that. They never do that. Okay. So let me just preface this by saying the there is no such thing as black on black crime. It is just crime that is committed that happens to be by a black person. It's not a racial motive behind the crime. There is no racial basis behind the crime. When a black person does something to another black person, that black person didn't was not motivated by the fact that that person was black. It was just from whatever issue that that person had. That's the thing. Okay. Now let me move on to the second thing in the Jumbotron. And I would really like to hear you guys' opinions on this too. So I'm not going to be too long. Now, in the second, I guess the second section of the Jumbotron, or the second the post in the Jumbotron, I posted an article where psychologists and criminologists agree that there is a direct link between poverty rates and crime. There is a direct link between that. So anybody, if you guys want to save that, if you guys want to review that, if you guys want to read that a little bit later, you can. There is a direct link. And because black people, specifically Foundation Black Americans, since we have faced economic deprivation due to the fact that we are black people, due to the fact that we live in a system of global white supremacy, we are the poorest people in the country. And because violent crime has a direct link to poverty, we do have disproportionate crime in comparison to the proportion that our numbers are in America. That doesn't mean we're 50% of the crime. That's a lie too that we will get into a little bit later. We're not 50% of the crime, or 50% of the violent crime. That's a lie that we're going to debunk a little bit later. But I said that to say that there is a direct link between poverty and violent crime. And this goes across the board. This does not go for just black people. This goes for the whitest of white people. When you go to some of these rural areas where they living in the trailer parks and these hick towns, they have an incredible amount of high murder rate, rape, incest, all these crime rates in comparison to the whiter, more richer parts of America where they don't have as much violent crime, because violent crime is tied to poverty. That's not even just in America, that's across the world. Where you see these third world countries and you see 7-year-olds running around with machetes, that's because these 7-year-olds have to wake up in the morning because their resources have been stripped and raped from their land. They have to walk miles to get some damn drinking water, and people are fighting over a bowl of rice every day. They're very desperate, they're in poverty, so that raises the rate of crime. That puts people in a desperate position, which raises the rate of crime. That goes across the board. That's everywhere in the world. Okay, any criminologist, any psychologist, anybody who knows anything about economics will tell you that. Okay, so that's just a plain fact right there. Moving on, okay, we have the scan from the 2019 FBI statistics based off of race. This debunks the theory where they say black people, specifically black men, commit 50% of the violent crime. This is the scan that they really use that statistic from. If you guys look closely, these statistics are based solely off of race. These statistics are not based off of conviction at all. You can be arrested for something that you didn't commit. Being arrested for something does not determine whether you're guilty or innocent. It does not determine that. The FBI statistics that a lot of these white supremacists use to back up their anti-black rhetoric, that black men commit 50% or over 50% of America's crime, that's based off of arrest statistics. And as we know too, black men, specifically foundational black American men, we are the number one most incarcerated, we are the number one most incarcerated group proportionally per capita, and we are the number one most exonerated group. We're the number one group that people tell when they do the evidence and do the research, okay, we locked you up and you actually didn't commit the crime. These arrest statistics is interesting too, because when you look it up, they'll say 50% of the violent crime. If you actually go into it, and you look at the crime that white people commit, and then you look at the crime that black people commit, as far as the violent crime is almost neck and neck in a lot of the situations. And like I said before, black people, specifically foundational black Americans, we're the most impoverished group. We're the group who faces the most poverty and economic deprivation. So it would make sense, and I'm not justifying it, but it would make sense that our crime rates are going to be a little bit higher because of the conditions. But when you actually look at the statistic and you count up all of the things, because what they like to do is they like to just say violent crime. Now, I did this in my YouTube video, but if you add all of these things up, when you add up the murder, when you add up the rape and the robbery and the aggravated assaults, white people, this is what the FBI says. White people commit far more crimes than black people do. If you add all of these things up, I'm going to just briefly go over it. The only thing that black people beat in arrests, now mind you, these are just arrests, is murder and robbery. And of course, you would have a higher robbery rate if your group is the most impoverished group in the country. The murder arrest rate, let me say, is 51.2, and theirs is 45.8, which is not that far off. It's almost neck and neck. The rape rate that white people have is 69.8. Almost 70% of the rape arrests in America is done by white people, specifically the white male. And the black male is 26.7. And then when you add the small little number differences between the robbery and the aggravated assaults, and white people beat black people um almost double in aggravated assault. White people's arrest record for aggravated assault is 61.8, and black people's arrest record for aggravated assault is 33.2. When you add all of these things up, according to the FBI, now I'm showing you the statistics right here. According to the FBI, white people, specifically white men, commit far more crimes, far more violent crimes than black men do. And then you can get into smaller crimes like fraud, identity theft and all that. And of course, we all know that white people beat black people by a long margin and all of those other things. Now, moving on to into this article by NPR, where it breaks down the fact that adding more police to major cities where high black populations actually do not reduce crime. That's something that we've been told, that's told to us all the time. Well, all we need is more police, and we need to give police more money for police. And that's, if we only had more police and back the blue, and that's why the crime is being committed, because there's not enough police. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of the times when you add police to major cities such as like Chicago, Dallas, major black populations, a lot of the police, what they do is they arrest black people off of petty little misdemeanor crimes, and that causes the black people, specifically foundational black Americans, not necessarily exclusively but specifically mainly, that increases the recidivism rate, which means the rate that a black person will commit the crime again, because that person has a record. So that person will lose out on opportunities, or have a harder time, I would say, to get the same opportunities that they would have had they not had a record on them. So this actually can contributes to the cycle of crime, especially in the South and the Midwest. Like they said, now this is an article by NPR, and I put the link in the description too, so you guys can check that out later. Let me get to the third point too. Every year, and trust me, this year you're gonna hear it too. Everybody's gonna be all like, Chicago. I hear this every single year. Chicago has had its most dangerous year yet. The crime rate, the murder rate is just through the roof. We need the National Guard to come out here and arrest black people, and the gangs are just running the city. But in actuality, and this is an article from the Atlantic stating that crime in general in America has been being reduced dramatically, despite spikes here and there due to certain instances, but dramatically crime has been being reduced for the last 25 years. Crime has been on a great and steady decline within the last 25 years. The reason why you have spikes like that is because certain things in the economy, let's for instance, what we're going through with the inflation, right? And I'm going to have to put something else up on the jumbotron. With the inflation, with gas prices going up like 30+% nationwide across the span of like a month or two, um with food, with grocery prices going up almost double, with all of these things going up like skyrocketing over the place, you're going to have a rise in crime, because people are going to be in a more desperate, impoverished position than they were before. And we can thank Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is out there sending billions of dollars to Ukraine after sending billions of dollars to Afghanistan, because he wants to go out there and save Nazis, because he feels like those are his kinfolk, and America is over here struggling. Now, because of the economic position, there's always going to be a crime rate, a crime spike. I mean, if we look back at the housing crisis of 2008, when they were giving people those bogus mortgages just so they can kind of finesse people, and that went belly up, and then the nation across America went through economic deprivation, and a lot of people started losing their houses, and a lot of people started losing their jobs. You saw shortly after that, in 2010 specifically, there was a big crime spike in 2010. and the housing crisis happened in 2008. These things have a chain reaction. It doesn't just initiate excuse me, it doesn't just initiate specifically when it happens. Just like with the pandemic, right? When the pandemic first started, there wasn't a huge crime spike, but when the pandemic first started and people started getting laid off, and that lasted way more than a couple weeks, because if you guys remember when it first happened, people were like, oh well, it's only gonna last like a week or two. Everybody just quarantined in their house for like a week or two, maybe a month at the longest. But then months on months on months, and you have people who have only a $1,200 stimulus check. People can't really go to the store. People are kind of losing their minds. The crime rate spiked after that, because in these situations, if you study crime, if you study psychology, the crime is going to be an after effect of the result of some type of economic crisis. Now, right here in America, we're kind of going through an economic crisis because the inflation is through the roof, gas prices are through the roof, groceries are through the roof. People are still trying to recover from the pandemic. So you have America is really, especially Black America, especially foundational Black Americans. We're going through crisis right now because America is going through crisis. And you know what they say: when America gets the cold, Black America gets the flu, or Black America gets pneumonia, I think the term is. So, of course, just naturally, and this is not me trying to justify it, there's going to be a bit of a crime spike. Now, what the dominant society is going to do is they're going to blow this thing up, and they're going to make it seem like this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the socioeconomic deprivation that a lot of these foundation Black Americans are suffering from. They're going to make it seem like this has to do with the crimes. They're going to bring up, well, look at the it's the baby mamas. It's the fact that the dads aren't in the home. It's the fact that hold on, I'm looking up stuff to put in the jumbotron. Actually, it's the fact that the dads aren't in the home, and what we need to do is we just need to lock everybody up. Everybody just needs to be locked up. We need to have a curfew. Let me put this in the jumbotron real quick. Now, the mayor of Chicago, JB Prisker, because there's been a lot of snatch and grabs, which is things that you see snatch and grabs go on, especially when certain people are going through an economic crisis. Anytime there's an economic crisis, you're going to see a spike in any type of robbery, any type of theft, and all that. So what JB Prisker did, which he is the governor of the state of Illinois, and I just put that in the jumbotron. So let me share this. What he did is he's going to, I guess, let me see exactly what it says. He's going to sign a theft bill into law to crack down on smash and grab burglaries, which isn't going to do anything, because the reason why there's smash and grab burglaries is because of the economic deprivation that people are going through. If you wanted to solve the crime, you would get to the root of the crime. You would get to the reason why there is a spike in crime in the first place. I just put that screenshot. I took it from Instagram. I just put that screenshot in the jumbotron. You just creating these laws to lock people up don't solve the crime. I'm going to have to look that up and put that in the jumbotron too, because creating what they call stricter laws, creating laws that just lock people up, oh, we need to be what they call tough on crime, which only means tough on Black people, specifically foundational Black American men. That doesn't reduce crime. That just increases the recidivism rate. So when criminals get out, when even if they're not criminals, when I will say Black men get out of prison, they have a record on them, which strips them from opportunities as far as getting different houses, as far as getting different business loans, as far as getting different jobs. So that increases the likelihood of them committing another crime again, because people aren't just going to starve to death if they have another option, even if that other option is to commit another crime. So this is the situation that we're dealing with. We didn't cause this situation. This situation has been put on us. We are facing this situation because we are under a system of global white supremacy. But I wanted to have an open dialogue to get people to, share their thoughts so we can convey our thoughts and strategize on ways that we can reduce some of the crime. In my personal opinion, and anybody can come up and speak if you want to say anything about this subject, but in my opinion, based off of the studying that I've done, based off of the knowledge that I've gained from this subject, in order to reduce the crime, to solve the crime in the black community, because black people are not inherently criminal. Black people, in fact, let me just say this before I say anything. Despite the economic deprivation that black people have been facing, if you actually go look at the poverty numbers, and then you go look at the numbers of crime, black people really, if you add all of these things up, foundational black Americans, we're actually very law abiding citizens. For the most part, majority of us are law abiding citizens. If you look at the because I said in the beginning that poverty has a direct link to crime, and we are the most impoverished. So naturally, you would assume that we would have the highest crime. But if you look at the actual numbers of the crime, which we just did according to the FBI arrest records, white people and white people commit far more crimes or have far more arrests. And you can always take the FBI statistics with a grain of salt, because the FBI has even stated that there's white supremacists who have infiltrated the FBI themselves. Um, the FBI, the notorious anti-black racist J. Edgar Hoover, he was the director of the FBI, and he set the COINTELPRO program up, which got Dr. King killed, Malcolm X killed, Fred Hampton killed, and other black activists killed. So anything that the government, the FBI tells you about statistics, you're always going to have to take that with a grain of salt. But even if we take these arrest records as absolute fact, considering the fact that white people have the most wealth in this country and black people are the most impoverished in this country, black people commit very little crimes in comparison, actually. We're very law abiding citizens in totality, actually. But we do still have crime, whether it's not 50% of the crime. We already broke down that lie. We already debunked the fact that that's a lie. We still do want to reduce the crime as we move forward in advancing our society. So I say that to say this: we have to get to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is that we are in an environment that breeds criminals. Or not, let me rephrase that. We are in an environment that puts people in a condition that increases the likelihood that they would be a criminal, that increases the likelihood that they would go out and commit a crime. So in order to fix that, we have to change the environment. We have to change the economic environment that these people are living in, and that will decrease the likelihood that these people will go out and commit a crime. And this has been many studies done on this, many facts done on this. This is a well-known fact. So that is my first solution. Now we can break that down as to how we can execute that, but based off of the studying that I've done, I believe that that is the most sound solution to changing the crime in the community. Not saying get rid of it, because in all communities and all races, all ethnic groups, there will always be an element of crime that has always existed in human race. So it's not like we're going to completely get rid of that. And I hate when people can focus on the black crime as if other groups of people don't have crime, other ethnic groups of people don't have crime. Crime is just something unfortunate, but it's something that happens, and that really can't get be gotten rid of in totality, but we can reduce it. So my solution to reducing the crime is to change the environment that our family, specifically foundational black Americans, are living in, and that will reduce the likelihood, that will start to break the cycle and reduce the likelihood of crime and the desperation that criminals face. So with that being said, Dylan, you were up, and then we'll go to Beatzilla. And shout out to everybody in the room, and I appreciate you all for sharing too. If anybody wants to come and speak on this subject, please feel free to do so. But Dylan, you got the mic.
All right, bet. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Yeah. I think this is a great topic matter to talk about because they love to talk about the what about the black on black crime? What about black on black crime? And they never want to talk about white on white crime or Hispanic on Hispanic crime or Asian on Asian crime or just crime in general. They love to bring just black on black crime. Like crime is just crime, okay? First of all, let's get that out the way. And secondly, I'm glad you brought up the FBI statistics because like you said, we already know the white supremacists infiltrate the FBI. We already know this. So what they putting up there could be a lie for all we know. And secondly, we already know those are not convicted like the murders, those are not convicted and actually put into prison. Those are just what's the word I'm looking for? Accusations.
Arrest. Yeah.
Yeah, accusations, arrests of the murder or such. That's why we're the most exonerated people in the country. So, we can't really go with what they say. And we already know. Jay, I think I showed you this before. I don't know if you remember, but I saw there was a poster and it was saying that black men commit the most rapes on white women
I
and white
remember.
men. Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, for y'all that don't understand, I was walking at a park one time and there was a poster that said black men commit like 33,000 rapes on white women and white men they commit zero rapes on black women, which we already know that's some bullshit. And yeah, we already know they lead the rapes like by a long shot. So, and I'm also glad you brought up the fact about the police because if we bringing in more police into these major cities, like you said, Chicago, Dallas, Houston, LA, whatever, how is there more crime if you bringing in more police? That don't make no sense to me.
That's a good
So
point.
exactly. So how? Okay. So if their idea, if their mindset is we need to bring more police into the neighborhood, well, how the hell is there more crime in the neighborhood when you brought more police in? Like Malcolm X said, obviously the police must be doing the crime
Yeah,
or a
how
good
many
chunk of
videos
the
have we
crime.
seen? How many videos have we seen where police are caught on their own body cam planting drugs and planting evidence on people?
Yeah,
They get flipped up on their own body cams planting stuff on people. And then that increases, like I said, this the recidivism rate of a black person going to jail, a black person not getting I'm going to be brief. A black person not getting a fair trial because that's something black people's foundational black Americans, we have a history of not getting a fair trial. Most of the cases, if and I might have to put this on a jumbotron too. Most of the court cases where people are actually convicted, they're not actually tried and convicted in a fair court. In a jury of their peers. What actually happens majority of the time is most of these people take plea deals.
yep,
And majority of the time, most of these people take plea deals. So you have a whole bunch of evidence that's been planted against them. And I've been talking about this for a long time. You have a whole bunch of evidence that's been planted against them. And then you have an attorney, a state attorney, who's also a suspected white supremacist. They'll be all like, well, Jamal, I'm sorry. But you can either take this 10 years or the prosecutor is going to give you 30 years. But either way, you're probably gonna lose. So I would just suggest you take the 10 years. And they'll be more willing to take the 10 years than the 30 years, even if they didn't commit the crime, because they feel like there's no way out. Most of the cases is a plea deal. That's why most of these um prosecutors have like a 99 point conviction rate, almost a 100% conviction rate, because they can convict anybody because majority of the time they don't have to. They take a plea deal.
yep, yep. That's exactly like if to take a great example of that. Just look at the Central Park Five. Just look at the
Exactly.
Central Park Five. So yeah,
Exactly.
nah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, they never give us a free. And like you said, matter of fact, let me tell y'all right now. So I had a good friend of mine who was on the north side of Dallas one time, and he got pulled over by the police, and the police ended up searching his car illegally because he told them, "Hey, I'm not consenting to any searches." Well, they still pulled his ass out the car, and they took his money, and then they finally let him go. Then once he got in the car, he drove off a little bit. He went to check his car to see if everything was okay. He realized his money was gone, and the police took his money. So, y'all got to be careful with these crooked ass pigs.
Great point. Let's let a brother Beatzilla go ahead. If anybody, like I said, if anybody wants to request to speak, you can feel free to do so. Salute to everybody in the chat. We got some great brothers and sisters up in here. I'm gonna give shout outs in a minute, but I don't want our brother Beatzilla to lose his train of thought.
Actually, I was going to ask you to reset the question real quick, my brother.
Okay, well, my question is, in your opinion, based off of like some of the evidence that we've seen in the jumbotron about the crime, in the reality of the crime, what do you think are solutions? Do you have any solutions, or do you have a comment on anything that you've heard in this space so far? Just a
Mm,
comment or a solution, any advice about anything. This is just an open dialogue, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like
okay.
looking for anything in particular. I just feel like as black society, we need to have open dialogues where people can converse and people can try to develop solutions, put their heads together.
hmm Okay. So with that being said, I guess, of course, short answer is reparations and get rid of white supremacy. But
Absolutely.
but looking at it, long term and attacking it realistically, um, one of the things is understanding the system and the people of the system that we're dealing with. We've had generations before us believe that this was a group of people that could possibly be reasoned with. They would have compassion. And truth be told, it was our ancestors that really dropped the ball on that, because at the end of the day, 400 years of exactly the same thing tells you that that leopard does not change its spots. So, one of the biggest things I think that black folks could do today is really look at the landscape realistically. And when I say landscape, look at the dominant society for what it is and ask yourself, if you knew you had these people under subjection and any ounce of power that they got means you could lose it all at any day, would you fight to the death to stay in that position? And so that's what I want our people to really adopt. That's what you're dealing with. That is what you're facing. So they might not be willing to go take on the biggest, baddest dude, but they definitely have enough in them to go gun down grandma and some kids in a park. So, with that being said, we just have to be mindful, first off, who we're dealing with and what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the most evil being ever on the planet Earth. And with that, I'll land my plane until until the next piece.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for speaking. Be phenomenal, sister. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Afro this is Shay. But
Yeah, I know.
okay. But yeah, any given space, solutions to crime in the black community, I think it starts with the foundation, the core. The foundation being the household, It's we have to understand we're only maybe two generations from slavery. Well, for me at least. My dad, his siblings probably picked cotton. So, um, since we're that far away from such a unruly place and such a place that didn't offer us any type of even being human at the very least, um, solutions to crime in the black community right now is a lot of emotional support. A lot of feelings being validated, a lot of more love. And how do you create that? You have to teach your kids manners, teach them respect, teach them basic decency. I'm sorry, I can't always point to the white man, because now I have to take accountability as a whole person. You have to look within. You have to. It starts with you. You can't just keep pointing, point. No, you, It's on you. So, solutions to that, I honestly, um, therapy, and then some more therapy, and then some love on top of that therapy. Um, that's really what's gonna help us as a whole. Period. What they're doing is just putting more laws on us to lock us away for a lifetime, but we need to look within, and that's just my 2 cents.
Okay. To piggyback off of what you just said, I was watching a documentary not too long ago. I was watching a documentary not too long ago about this gang member. He was a current gang member. He was like 17 when he joined the gang. And he sold drugs. He did what you would expect gang members to do, but he wound up getting his girlfriend pregnant, and he wanted to do better for himself. I don't know if he was like an actual gang member, but I know he sold drugs, and he said he sold drugs. He was a street dude, but he wanted to do better for himself. He dropped out of high school. Um, his dad was not in his life. He pretty much had to take care of his mother too and their siblings, so that's why he sold drugs to make ends meet. And he dealt with a lot of trauma. He dealt with a lot of his friends being shot and killed, and a lot of people being arrested, and he'd never see them again. And you had people come in. There was like a group of people who came in, and they were trying to reform street dudes. They got together. They had like group therapy. They went through like a training school core or something like that. They got their high school diplomas. They graduated. They went to, I think what he did, he went to like a culinary school because he wanted to be a chef. He wound up having an actual beautiful life afterwards. So a lot of these people who are on the street, might be selling drugs. I don't really judge a lot of them because I understand the situation that we've been put in to make people do that stuff. A lot of these people, like our sister Shay was saying, they're not like evil people. Sometimes that they've grown up in a house where the lights were always getting shut off, where there's barely any food in the refrigerator, where they are like, well, the second I can do anything for money, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do anything I can to get some money. The second I can. And that puts people in this situation where the second they can commit a crime, they're gonna commit a crime because that's fast money. And that's unfortunate. And what we need to do, we need to, as a community, come together. This is why I'm having this space right here. As a community, come together and say, okay, well, what can I do to make it easier on the next man or in the next woman, so they won't be in that situation where they're even tempted to sell drugs or tempted to do some other illegal acts to raise money. This is the point of a community. So we do have to get back to a community looking out for each other. Hey, if you're short on your rent this month, let me help you out so you won't get that eviction notice. And then when you get it, you help me out. And um, all of that. This is the community coming together to rebuild ourselves the way we've always really were.
Also, too, just one more comment though. I will say is when your basic needs, as even just a man, because I feel like men have more pressure, or they should have more pressure on them to provide and protect and lead. When you have those pressures on you, when rent due, I don't care if that's just me, and I don't even live that lifestyle. But when my rent will be due, I don't care what I have to do to get my shit. Now, of course, me personally, I'm not gonna harm a soul. Um, that I'm not built like that. But understanding the pressures that a person will be under, uh, pressure burst pipes. So you will compromise your integrity when you need to, and that's just that. But again, a lot of black men are emotionally damaged, and you're liable to do anything when you're in certain states, in certain state of minds. So we're looking at the crime. A big factor of the crime is, again, your basic needs, like, okay, food, water, shelter, even honestly, a car is a basic need for me. You're liable to do anything. So that's just that. I do not judge the people in the streets. I definitely understand them, but I'm gonna stay away from them because I won't be your victim, and that's it.
Yeah, definitely protect yourself. And thank you for that. Every brothers and sisters, yo, we got to take care of ourselves mentally and physically and economically and in all ways. Just Eve, if you want to speak, if everybody can raise their hand, because we got a few speakers up here, so if you want to speak, you can raise your hand. But just Eve, you can go ahead.
Be one to the group, and thank you for allowing me to offer my thoughts. I have one thought: solutions to crime in the Black community. Um, bring back nuclear families, or bring back, uh, you know, a mother and a father, and I think that that would probably solve most of the problems in our community. And the sister who was just speaking, she was talking about basic needs. And I think that having adequate sun and adequate water is what a plant needs to survive, like on a basic level. So, people being more than a plant, we would, on a basic level, need, the two things that helped us be here. So, we bring that back, or we put a focus there, then, the crime rate will probably go down. And if you look at the statistics of who's causing crime and what households they come from, it's not necessarily a household that's got both pieces or both components. And I'll land there.
Thank you very much for adding that point, because the nuclear family, and I will try to look this up real quick and put that in the jumbotron. The nuclear family has shown, and this goes across the board, like I said, a lot of these issues, they go across the board. They go with all races, all ethnicities. It's just the fact that everybody wants to make it seem like it's a black person problem. This is not black culture problem. This is just a problem that you guys have put us through. This is a result of the situation that we've been in. But the nuclear family, statistically, and just if you made a great point, statistically, people who grow up in a nuclear family are far less likely to commit crimes than people who grow up in a single parent household. And unfortunately, we have a lot of our young generation who grew up, like, I think like the last two generations grew up in single mother households. Now, all of that, like I said, stems back to the position that we've been facing, and it stems back to white supremacy. But it's our responsibility to fix that. Now, I made a post, I think it was earlier today, where I was talking about I'm glad that we have a critical mass of black people who are going above and beyond to fix a lot of the damages that's been done to us. These are not burns that we gave ourselves, but these are burns and scars that we are healing ourselves. And I'm glad that we're going above and beyond to do that. And to do that, we do need to start raising the children in a household with the mother and the father both living in the house. I understand some relationships don't work out. That's just a fact. Some relationships just don't work out. But the way it should be where a father and a mother are married, living in the house together, and they are raising their children, their child or their children. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way we've always done it, with the exception of like the last two or three generations. So thank you for that point. We'll go to Beatzilla, then La Late uh Lataja. Oh my God. I'm bad. Can you pronounce your name real fast? Because I don't want to butcher your name.
That's Latagia.
Latagia. I'm sorry.
Latagia.
Okay.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry. Latagia. Okay. We'll go Beatzilla, Latagia, Just Eve, Shay, or what? Dylan, then Shay. Okay, you can go ahead. Wait, hold on. Before we go, we have two speakers down here, Shorty and Kadive, you guys haven't raised your hand yet. Do you guys have something you want to add?
Yes, it's Shorty Duncan, if that's who you're speaking about.
Yeah, do you know how to raise your hand?
No, I thought I did.
No, no. At the bottom of your screen, there's a heart emoji with a plus sign. You click that, and then all the way to your left, to your right, I mean, there's a hand emoji. You hold that, and you can change the color of your hand, and you press it, and your hand is raised.
Oh, appreciate that. Learned something tonight.
Yep. Well, we'll go in that order, and then we'll get to you. But
Okay.
Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
All right. I was just going to say real quick on the topic of the nuclear family. Um, One of the things that, like for me, I'm a married man. Raised grown kids, and yeah, the idea of the nuclear family is absolutely perfect. But what it has to do is become a community mindset. So, for like instance, there's still the community, the independent class that says, hey, I don't need a man, and they beat a very, very loud drum. So although there's a lot of us black couples and black families around here, we will never ever be highlighted like they if me and my family are anywhere where there's a camera, trust me, they're going right past us straight to the single couple because that's what they try to promote. But nuclear families are in existence. There's quite a few black families that I'm aware of. Um, but yes, it just has to become a more communal mindset overall, and get some husband, man, wife, woman, lady training. Because that's one thing we missed. Our relationship's been toe up. So time to get it back. Now land my planes.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Let me see. Latagia, you can go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Shout out to Sister Just Eve, um, speaking truth as always, and obviously shout out to Afro Elite for hosting this space and allowing us to speak. I really appreciate you, brother. I am a
Thank you.
married. I'm in my 30s, but I'm married. I got married in my 20s. One thing I want to say, of course, I am for the nuclear family. My husband and I have two sons together. Um, but one thing I want to reiterate about that nuclear family thing, and then I have another point to make, is that it's we as Black people are under constant attack. Okay, our families are being targeted and attacked. We have the criminal injustice system, and then we have the child welfare system. Okay, I have, and unlike a lot of people, I've actually been out here doing the work for several years. I have my NAFTA association, the first of its kind in the country. I do all the work myself, and it's very tough, especially when you're doing it on your own. But I have been trying for years to get Black policies, Black legislation to protect the Black family, because we are under constant attack, even the married ones. My husband and I have been through and continue to go through the child, being targeted by the child welfare, having to fight to keep our family together for nothing because we are Black. You see? So it's, when you say it's the nuclear family, that is obviously what we want. But I don't want us to forget is that we are under constant attack, and we need to start doing something about it, policy wise, community wise, um, individual wise. And then my second point is that some of the people in our community are just trifling. I'm sorry. I've seen people, women that refuse to get married to their baby daddy. Baby daddies don't want to get married. They've been together for 10 years, don't want to get married. You got a lot of trifling and confused people raising children or not raising them. I love my people. I don't do the work for free for 8 years that I've done because I don't. Okay, I love my people. I love my people so much, but I've seen some stuff. Okay, and we are just, some of us are really trifling, and they should not be raising children. And I'll land my plane at that right there because I can go all night about that. But that's what I have to say right there.
Absolutely. And to touch on what our sister Shay was talking about, um, a lot of people in our community actually do need some counseling, do need some therapy. And this isn't a diss. This isn't me throwing any shade, but it's hurt people. And if you've been traumatized as a person growing up as a kid, if you lived through a traumatic childhood, I've listened to stories from my UPS days. I told you guys I used to work at UPS where I would just listen for hours, and I would listen to some of the stories that these people have gone through, and I'm like, damn, you can make a whole book about what you've been through, like just as a little kid. Like I'm listening to like straight up horror stories about these kids growing up. So of course these people aren't going to be the most stable parents because they're not the most stable people as an adult because they never healed from what happened to them as a child. But let's continue with the hands. Just Eve, you can go ahead. And then I want to
Thank
get you um Shay, and then we can go to the new speakers.
I'm glad you brought it back around to the therapy thing because really the therapy is needed because there's no masculine presence in the home. There wouldn't be a need for so much therapy if there was a balance. And just to put it out there, I have a degree in counseling and I'm a Black woman, and um, Black women therapists are not out to help people. Um, I guess that would be an oxymoron, but the majority of them are out there to uh, listen and be soundboards and not really hold anybody accountable. I've seen a lot of people, I've seen a lot of women get therapy from different, like men and women. And when the men are trying to hold them accountable, they'll leave. They'll go find another therapist. They'll go get drugs, for the problem. It's a lot of passing the buck and not a lot of addressing the problem. So I agree with you. Our community is in dire need of getting some help. However, when children are involved, like, I think that the biggest statement that we can make as parents is saying that it's not really about us anymore, it's about them. So when we do that, you make the best environment for them. You put them around the best people. It doesn't matter what you didn't have, or what you didn't have, and then you do more. Um, we have to be selfless after we have children. And I get it. Life happens, and then you have kids, and you didn't really expect it, but the maths, you have sex, and then the maths. So it can't just be something you didn't think about. Now that they're here, if you don't want the responsibility, you should probably give them up. But then that's what we have right now is a lot of Black women don't want to give up the responsibility because
I
it
don't want to
lives
cut you off,
control.
so please.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just want to say because I usually don't do that, so forgive me, y'all. I just want to put this little thing out. Personal responsibility is what I'm hearing. Just personal responsibility, and I totally agree. I'm done.
Oh, facts. And yeah, at personal responsibility for both parties, right? But with Black women, we get benefits. We can do the child support thing. We can claim WIC. I have never seen a man on WIC. I don't know that it's not possible or it's impossible or whatever, but the benefits, they help us, and it harms him. And then it's like you've got a system of generational poverty of, it just keeps happening because the children see that this is how they eat. They go to this place and this is where they get their food from, and that maths. So, um, yeah, I don't want to ramble, but solutions. We need some balance in our homes, and we have to probably remove our personal, wants, and put it on the children. It's about them after they're here. It should be
Ab-
about them before they're here. Right? So, okay.
Absolutely. Before we move on to Shay, I want to say one thing that turns my stomach when I hear it. It literally grinds my gears when I hear some irresponsible parent putting their child through something, and they say, well, I mean, it happened to me and I turned out okay. Well, it was fine. Well, my parents used to leave me in the house by myself and I'm okay, so I don't see the problem. No, that's a problem. That's a big problem. You're supposed to end the cycle of curses with your children. You're not supposed to continue it. Just because you survived doesn't mean that your kid is going to survive or that your kid is going to be okay. You have people who survive getting shot in the chest. You're gonna be, well, I mean, he survived getting shot in the chest, so anybody can survive getting shot in the chest. No, first off, you were never supposed to get shot in the chest. That wasn't supposed to happen to you. By you saying that shows that you have not healed from the fact that that has happened to you. You're trying to belittle what has happened to you, the trauma that has happened to you. So therefore, you're viewing it as justifiable for your child or children to go through that. That's wrong. I hate when I hear parents say that. But Shay, you can go ahead.
Okay, hey guys. So I was jotting down as you guys were going to piece together what exactly I wanted to say. So, I will piggyback off of what Eve spoke on. She was speaking on the nuclear family and just the black family in general. And what I will say about the black family is a lot of times, again, it's a toxic family. Um, you meet a guy and his trauma is beating on him and your trauma is beating on you. So now y'all are just trauma bonding. And now you done brought children into this. People say, oh, I done brought kids into this cold world. No, you done brought them into your cold world. Like your world is cold. Now your world is going to affect their world for the rest of their life. And you're highly unaware of that. And then that brings me to another point is self-awareness. Is another thing that black people in general do not do. Actually, nowadays, toxicity is worn like a badge of honor. People condone being toxic. Oh, I'm toxic, and no, that's terrible. You're toxic. I'm gonna stay my distance because your toxicness is not gonna rub off on me. And then not just toxic. You don't even know what you're doing. So the way you speak to a person, you're speaking condescending, you're speaking down, and then that just wears on a person over time. Just not even just being condescending, just all aspects of the things that a toxic person could do. Narcissists exist because again, they don't understand their toxic patterns. So now we're speaking on a nuclear family. Now you're toxic, and now I'm forced to stay with your toxic self, even though you're beating me down in many aspects emotionally. You don't have to beat a person down physically. You can beat them down in many other aspects. So, yeah. My parents was together for 30 years. So my dad, my mom probably split when I was maybe 17. So I come from a black family. Um, and I understand how toxic patterns over the years could damage the black family. Just in general, just dealing with a insecure person. If you're dealing with an insecure person, you're stepping over land bombs every day to appease their issues. Okay, you're insecure about me talking to people. You're insecure about this, that. Do you know how many a person cannot no longer be their self once you encounter an insecure person? Because a lot of men, they see black women and they speak on them saying, oh, they're independent. No, they're not independent. They just encounter a lot of men that, one, don't know how to be a man. What I have um should never be such a detrimental part of you. Just because I have something or I'm about something, in which way does it intimidate you? Because see, you being my man, I still need to come to you for many other aspects of my life, maybe not financially. And see, that's another thing. A lot of and when you're an insecure person, what you're going to do is pull down your partner. It's really a crab in a barrel type of mentality. Your partner, is shooting for success, and you see them, this is who they are, and what you do everything opposite of what they're trying to do and build. So it's many aspects to the black family that you have to dissect. And honestly, me personally, I'm still marrying black, but I will be marrying a healthy black person. Um, so yeah, um, yeah. But I want to just take a minute and actually really speak upon self awareness and emotional intelligence, because once you become self aware, you understand what you're doing and how it affects another person, and your emotional intelligence will tell you that. Your emotional intelligence will under you will see a person, and you will see the damage that you're doing to them and want to stop. But some people like that control, and that's a whole nother toxic trait. Some people like that control of a person that they can beat them down and bring them up. So again, you just got to understand who you're incorporating in your life. Um,
Hey, Shay, real quick, can you hold on to that thought, because I don't want the people who haven't spoken yet to
oh
forget
yeah,
their.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, but what you were speaking on is everybody here has we've been having some great speakers here tonight. If anybody wants to come in and add on to the subject at hand to talk about solutions, I mean, we got really quick to the black family. The black family is a big factor in the solution. I will say this one thing. What white people do, they'll say, "Oh, it's the family," and they will say that as a way to kind of cover the fact that it's about poverty too. It's those two things are both factors. Family is a factor, and so is poverty. It's not one or the other. White supremacists like Steven Crowder, I remember I did a debunk on him. He's all like, well, no, it's not about money. It's just a fact black people aren't responsible and they don't want to have families. No, no, no. Family is a factor. Okay. Let me not misspeak on that. It's a factor, but poverty is a factor too. And poverty oftentimes affects family. The number one cause of divorce is actually um, financial issues. Is not fidelity, is not cheating. It's actually financial issues. So all of these things go in a cycle. It goes hand in hand. But Shorty, you can go ahead. We'll go with Shorty, then K Dive or Kadive, and then Freeway. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, peace, family. All right. I am really surprised no one hit on this idea that I'm about to share, and it makes me wonder. Are we in denial of what's really going on in our community? Because it's real simple. It ain't complicated. There is a lot of truth in what's been shared tonight. However, we also have to be honest about just look at the facts. Not my opinion, not my belief, not how I feel about it. It's a fact. Look at the age group where the majority of the crime that's happening in our community is happening at. We know it's in the teens and the early 20s. Now, the teens in the early 20s, what are um, well, our music, their music has been hijacked. I watched it. I remember hip hop from its early conception. It started as social consciousness. It was a lot of even, songs like The Message, White Lines. It was about not doing drugs, about not doing hood stuff. Now, the music nowadays that these teens and 20-year-olds is listening to, you look at the imagery. They talking about guns. They holding guns. It's money. It's talking about, how they came out of the streets. And we act like, when I say we as a community, being in denial, acting like, well, if they made money from it, it's all good. But if you listen to them kind of lyrics all day, then it becomes like a mantra. If that's what's in your mind, because music is extremely powerful, so much so that lets you make a song about the police, negative that the police don't like. They'll We've seen evidence where they'll stop your show. You go into the city and they say, "Oh, you can't perform that. If you perform that, we're gonna arrest you." We've all seen examples of that throughout time, and that's not a new phenomenon because they know how powerful music is. So they took our music, hijacked it, criminalized it, and the the fly stuff, the positive stuff, don't get the airplay. I live in Atlanta, nothing but black radio stations galore. You can turn it on any time of day and you hear the bullshit all day, every day. Lyrics that is criminal culture, and for the from the with the men and from the females, it's 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 slutty. It's not it's a slutty culture of just well, but I remember from our culture in the 70s, 60s, even 80s, it was about love. It was love songs. It was pure. So you didn't have the same amount of crime in the same ways. And now when a brother get in an argument with a brother after listening to some song talking about how I keep my stick in the car and all this shit, a bullshit argument turns into a motherfucker bringing out a gun and shooting dudes down. And you see the prisons is the prison industrial complex ramped up, right, with the uh, the cocaine or crack when it came in. They knew that that would, but they didn't just put it out there in the street. Ain't gonna make us participate. They put music, they put movies behind it. That's why if you look at the movie Scarface, that got so big in our culture. It's like you go around and people was, when I was growing up, you go over a black person house, they might have a picture of Martin Luther King on the wall.
Hey,
JF, um,
if you could kind of wrap it up a little, let's, because what I'm gonna start doing, I'm gonna adapt the timer since we have a lot of speakers. So I'm gonna give you a chance to land, and then for now we'll give people 2 to 3 minutes because we don't want people to like lose their place in line. We don't want people to lose their thoughts. But I do agree with what you're saying. Our music has for the most part been colonized and weaponized against us. But I'll let you land.
well, I'm sure my points, everybody understand my point. It's been across. Thank you for the opportunity. Peace, y'all.
Okay, thank you. Brother Kadive, you can go ahead if that's how you pronounce your name. I hope it is.
Nah, you good. I lost my thoughts a million times. All right, so pretty much what I want to say is peace, y'all. Though, but what I wanted to really pretty much express, to a lot of people is I think see, I'm from New York. I'm back home now, just for a little bit, but I lived in Virginia for a couple of years, and I realized there's one thing that's a difference. When I had first moved out of here, I had that New York mentality. When I went down south and seen my family and seen other people, I started understanding like, damn, my family moved to up north in the early 1900s to a trap. And then I started seeing the differences when I go down south. I see more black families together. Up north is black families is all split apart. So I started thinking to myself, it's really your environment, is who you allowing to control your family or your kids. I mean, especially right now, we're going through with this whole school thing, with this whole LBGT. Not to put them out there, but it's a lot to do with what is we doing, what kind of environment that we live in. You know what I mean? And I feel like we left something good. Like, I mean, everybody could say, well, they had to leave the South back in them days because they was getting hanged and lynching and shit like that. But we kind of left something good and moving in a different environment that wasn't never designed for us. It was never particularly something that we would want our children to be raised underneath. And I was trying to realize that, like, is like even hearing the females speak about things and far as what the men should do or what the female should do, like the nuclear family and stuff like that. Like, it's really, that plays a part. But at the end of the day, it's really your environment is how you are brought up. And if you go back in the 80s, a lot of these counties that we was brought to or we was staying at, our moms and fathers got addicted with on drugs. So it's basically like my point. Like, far as what I'm trying to say is, we gotta go back to the principles. We gotta have less government involved into our decisions
on what we should do, and we should start to really understand and control what we want on our own terms, and not allow these other these other entities to determine or to dictate or which was best for us. And we should, and my thing is this, I'm gonna be honest, I think we all should move back down south, to be honest.
Well, I want to touch on what you said. I'm
Yeah.
definitely going to touch on what you said about us being influenced, us as black people being influenced by other people. Not very long ago, black people had a higher marriage rate, a lower
Right.
divorce rate, stronger communities than other ethnic groups of people in this country. We've always been, even during the times of slavery, we've always been a people of community, a people of, unity and togetherness and family. It's
Hmm.
only the last few generations where that's been mixed up, where we've been adopting to what other people believe marriage should be like. We've been adopting to what other people, and when I say other people, I mean the dominant society believes that parents should be raising their kids like, and all of these things. We need to go back to how we were as a people and adopt how we truly are as a people. Kind of keep the government out of our business. Family deals with things, and family can settle things by themselves. Everything doesn't need to go to court necessarily. Some things just need to be, you talk to your family members about it, you hash it out, and you move along.
Yeah, just like I
But yeah,
explained.
great points.
Yeah, just like I explained, I told her, I'm 42 years old. I got two grandkids, and do I want to get married? Yeah, but when I speak upon a female about getting there, what I would do is, instead of having a contract within the government, let's have our own trust contract. Let's deal with our own thing. So just in case if something happened between me and you, we're not together, we could deal with that on our own without even going to the government. So that's what I said. Taking responsibility on your own, doing things on your own. If you allowed to, like the female, if you allowed to homeschool your own child, like that's all good. But like you just said before, it is the environment. It's really the
You
environment.
absolutely. Let's
Yeah.
get to the next hand real quick. But I
All
fully
right.
agree with what you're saying, brother.
All
Freeway,
right,
you
man.
can go ahead. We'll go Freeway, um, Eve, Akari, and then Ramon.
All right, what's going on, Afro Elite?
How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. I hope everybody doing pretty good. I'm just gonna speak more so towards the topic, the solutions to crime in the black community. If everybody could go in Google and they could put no negative news November. It's basically a petition speaking about, well, basically going against the media platforms that exploit all of the crime and the violence that's going on in our community. So really, you could, it's a petition, so you can just go online and you can just go on Google and put in "No Negative News November." It's basically saying it's supporting going on a crime fast for our community. I'm not saying that our crime rates are through the roof. I'm not saying that. We already know that we're not doing the majority of these crimes. But if our community was on a crime fast, and I'm speaking more so towards the younger demographic, then we would know who's doing what exactly, and we would know who's doing what specifically. So if really, if you in agreement with that, then I would advocate for everybody to go and sign the petition. It's a guy named Ayo Kaseko, Ayo Nation. He's really pushing that right now, and that's more so along the, because I heard Shorty speaking on it. So it's about the music and about really turning down, well, changing it somewhat, making it less of the slut culture, making it less of the violence, making it less. So it's basically, I'm speaking more towards the music and the media platforms, because a lot of the media platforms uh, are not black. That's inside the hip hop community. They're not black, and they really only post and they get thousands of clicks once somebody go to jail, once somebody beefing, and once somebody dying. So it's basically trying to quell that, trying to turn that down a little bit. So if anybody and everybody, I would suggest that you just go and Google it. I said again, it's No Negative News November, and it's basically going against all of the violence was going on, and it's in support of a crime fast. I'll stop for now, and if, like I say, anybody and everybody, go look it up and sign the petition. Hope everybody do it. Thank you.
Okay. Before we go, let me say one thing. Do you guys notice? Do you guys have you guys noticed? I was just ask that when it comes to black crime, that's always being circulated on the media, whether that's mainstream media or whether that's social media. You don't really ever see white crime or white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime, Hispanic on Hispanic crime. You don't ever see that trending, but you'll always see like a black person shooting up a place or a black death and black crime and degeneracy. You'll see that trending on Twitter and that gets to circulate for a few days and everybody gets to save it and comment on it. You don't ever see like these trailer parks shooting at each other, shooting at their damn incest brothers. You don't see that because white society does not want you to see that. Optics are important. Optics are very important. They don't want you to see the image of, two white people killing each other like that. They don't want you to see that, but they'll have websites that leak footage of dead bodies and gang violence and all of these things. They don't do that when it comes to other groups of people. They barely even report it. They act as if honestly it doesn't happen. To be honest, you kind of have to do your own investigating to find out that it happens, because let them tell it that no other group of people commit any crimes. But with that being said, let's go to Just Eve.
Thank you. I guess 3 points because you just brought up a point, but I'll make them really quick. Um, the biggest solution to crime in the Black community would be reparations. I don't know if you had said that or not because I had kind of been in and out of the space. So that's one real quick point. Reparations now because they could
I'm
do it
sorry.
tomorrow.
I wanted to say that earlier. You're right. I definitely agree with that. Definitely right.
So that could happen tomorrow. They know who we are. Um, the second thing about the music, I don't know if you guys know, but the the music, foundational Black Americans really are the creators and the originators over here, and as such, all the different music comes from us, but then we kind of leave it alone and then other groups take over it. So the same way you've got like World Star and the Griot and the Root, those are all Black publications or seemingly Black, but then they're not us. So, they're showing the negative, whatever that would be, and then saying it's us. That's the same thing in music. If you look at I'm sorry, if you look at who started what and how the energy was and the beats that they were using and the drums and stuff, and then you look at where we are now, you can see who's making the music. But it's not just them because they're not in control of it. They're just tools of the system. And then I guess my last point was about the optics. You said they're not going to show white on white crime. The reason I've thought about this, the reason is because they're on the decline. Their birth rate is negative or in the red. So because it's more of us than them, it needs to look like, we're the ones doing all the bad stuff. And, so it kind of takes away the optics of how they're not going to be here very soon. So that was it. And be one to everybody.
Well, thank you, sister. That's definitely an important subject to bring up. Their birth rates are on the decline, which is why we just had Peyton Gendron shoot up in his manifesto. He was talking about the birth rates. He was talking about the fact that they're fading pretty much away from the world. They're going extinct. But I don't want to go on too long. I want to get to Akari. We'll go with you, Akari, and then we'll go with Ramon.
All right, much appreciated, Afro Elite. So I'm gonna touch on just a few points. The music first. So the music, we have a history of culture of our pain through our music, and it didn't just start getting violent. So I'm gonna touch on that. It didn't just start all of a sudden. It's been like that since the crack era. Anybody listen to NWA, Pac, Biggie, that it's been violent. Now it didn't just start one day. People just start talking about that, and we know how it got there. We already know that. the ones doing that music now are mostly immigrant tethers. A lot of cats are bleeding, just like in LA. Anybody that's from LA and know when that Blood and Crip War was going on, that was really between the Creoles and the Bleezens, and a lot of us got blamed for that. People like to talk about that. When you ask anybody from LA, they'll tell you. And no, I'm not from there. I'm originally from New York, but I was raised out there in Riverside, and I know the whole spiel. That's how we got caught up in that and the whole gang stuff. They was important people from Belize and all that, and we was getting caught up in their tribal beef. And then now you fast forward later, and you got people like OT Genesis and a few other cats. They're immigrants, and some of them are tethers, and they promote that stuff, and we get blamed for that, you know. And now we had to take control of the narrative, and that's why, for like I've watched for like 6 months straight, we had the whole old Jamaica started hip hop thing. No, they know that, and I don't even know why we entertain that tomfoolery. Feel me? That was irritating. And then I'm gonna touch on, everyone keeps talking about it. What we need to do, we already know what we need to do. Feel me? Just like the Haitian Revolution, you know what they did first? They got rid of all the sellouts, all the traitors. Then they dealt with the French. We already know that. It's do people want to have to do that? Because let's be honest with each other. We have to be honest. You can't reform everybody, man. We already know that. Some of these cats is not reformable, or they don't want to be reformed. They like being ratchet. They like being destructive. They thrive off negativity. You feel me? They thrive off that. And me being of a person of an admixture heritage of many Aboriginal cultures, trust me, some of them thrive off of that. And they feed in that. Or they be like, oh, I ain't like you, I don't look like you, or well, I might be this, but I'm also this and additional. And they use that tribalism to thrive off that negativity. We know what we gotta do. Feel me? It's just, are we gonna do what needs to be done later on? Let's just be honest. Everybody keep dancing around it, but we know. Malcolm X talked about that. A lot of other cats have talked about this. This ain't the first conversation. It's been going on for 30, 40 years. We know what needs to be done. And we also need our tangible resources. But I'm gonna land my plane right there. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for that. And that's something that we do have to acknowledge as well too. We have other groups of people who come over here and they commit the crimes and then we get blamed for it. That's something that we've been having for the longest time, and it's about damn time we start talking about that and we start acknowledging that. But I don't want to go on too long, because I want everybody to remember their points of view. I don't want people to forget exactly where they come from. So, Ramon, you can go ahead. We'll go Ramon, Beatzilla, and then Vovo.
Yeah, thank you, Afro. About the music, I grew up listening to rap, and I just graduated school, never been arrested. I taught a law class when I was still teaching, just graduated college. I think that we should stop looking into the music because I kind of think that's what they want us to do because they don't want I think they don't want us to have a platform for black music anyway. I think if you look back into the '90s and the '80s NWA with Congress, they blame gangster rap and all this all for a crime, but it's really institutionalized poverty. They have it set up for African Americans to be poor and not go to school, not be educated. And I think if we fix that or try to have a two-parent home or explain to children about the music and all this is not what the lifestyle should be, I think we have more of that instead of always praising and glorifying it. You need to like explain to your children this is not what to do, is not to be. But unfortunately, a lot of African Americans' homes are broken and only have one parent, and they have really no guidance about. And then like I think because of the kids are uneducated or don't perform well in school, they turn to the streets and their role models are just all rappers. Like all your role models should be like Gunner and Young Thug. You should have some intellectual role models. But a lot of African Americans they just make this music to get out the street, to get out the hood, and a lot of people in the hood look up to them because they made it out the struggle and gutter. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
And that's a good point that we should talk about. Are we doing enough to be good role models to this generation of our children, these young kids? Because we do have to admit there is a reason why these kids look up to these celebrities and these rappers and such. We have to admit that as much as we shouldn't be doing that, why is that? I mean, he Ramon brought up a good point. If shit, if a kid in the hood, he looks up to somebody who got out the hood. So you would naturally assume, like, I mean, that's a conversation that I feel like definitely needs um high beams. You're gonna have to mute yourself. This echo. Um, that's a good point you brought up. Everybody here is bringing up a lot of good points. With that being said, Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
All right.
And
I
shout out
guess
to Black Alpha and shout out to Torian.
yes,
You
indeed.
guys
Right
both
first.
need to be following them on their YouTube pages. Follow my
Hmm.
brother Beatzilla as well too. And
Yes.
you can check my brother Vovo as well too. And you can check my YouTube page out and the link is in the bio. But continue. You can
Okay.
continue, Beatzilla.
Okay. Right on. I was just gonna say one of the things is understand that we're not looking at one fix all thing. So all of these ideas are elements of the problem, and really just looking at how to attack all of them different elements going forward is something I see. So one big thing I would stress is patience, focus, and mostly dedication to the people, man. So your family first, and then that goes out. So just kind of just reestablishing good old fashioned family values, to be quite honest. And nah, that ain't gonna be no easy thing. And of course, when you are raising your own children, that will supersede what the music is doing, because you are the first one who's teaching your children the difference between value systems and whatnot. Now, that's not saying that anybody doesn't go through whatever they go through, but typically speaking, if that's the mindset that you could at least stay in when you interact with your children, I guess, and people in your community, I think that'd be a great start. And with that, I'm done. Peace, y'all.
Thank you very much. Vovo, you can go ahead. And you definitely right. As fathers, I'm not a father, but as fathers, you're supposed to be the first male role model to your sons and to your daughters. And as mothers, you're supposed to be the first female role model to your sons or your daughters. As parents, you're supposed to be their first role model. But Vovo, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on the music part real quick. Uh, our people, the music, our music always reflected our situation. Like back when our ancestors was in the cotton fields, they would sing about freedom. Back I grew up in a house where my mother, she was born in the 50s, my father in the 60s. And we used to always, it used to be always James Brown playing the house. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. They grew up in that era. So right now, the music is just reflecting our struggle. It's reflecting our curses that these people put on us. Um, as far as the solution for crime in the black community, I believe that is reparations and then separation. We need to govern ourselves. We not inherently criminals. I don't believe that we are inherently criminals. I believe that if you look all over the world, it's criminals all over the world. It's crime all over the world. It's usually poverty. Now, if you do shit to sabotage me, to put me on the bottom, and to make me become a criminal, then what I'm supposed to do? I gotta feed my family. If you burn down my businesses and redline me out of my communities and away from my home, and you deny me my generational wealth, and you give me crack, and that's all I got, I'm gonna sell it, and I'm gonna land there.
Like I said this in the beginning, right? I said this in the beginning. If you put people in a situation just like that brother who fortunately was able to get out of the street life, but if you put people in a situation where you're either going to sell these drugs or you're not going to eat, you're not going to be able to put food on the table, you're not going to be able to keep your lights on, you're going to get kicked out your house. Many of us haven't been in a situation where we're on the verge of being homeless, and like we're literally a day away from being homeless and the only option is to sell drugs. Do you know how many people would be reduced to look, I will sell drugs before I become homeless. I will go out and rob somebody. I will stick up a store before I become homeless. I will rob somebody at, and I'm not justifying that. I'm not justifying it, but I'm trying to say, if you put people in a situation where they feel like, look, it's either them or me, I'm going to pick me. And that's why I'm saying that we need to work as a community to change the situation so they aren't in that situation where it's me versus them. It's like, hey, you need help, come to this community event and we'll see if we can get you a job, or see if we can get you a place to stay, or you know um stuff like that. That's what we need to get back to. High beams, do you know how to raise your hand? Okay. We'll get to Kadive and then high beams, and then we'll get to I matter. You can raise your hand. Can you raise your hand? Kadive, you can go ahead.
I'm not. I just want to. I ain't gonna be on too long, but I wanted to just say I definitely the female that's saying reparation, just Eve. I was just saying I totally agree with her. Um, that's the best we could do. It's about resources that we need resources right now. Everything else is just it's like playing a game. You don't know where you're gonna end up at. You don't know if you're gonna lose or win. You just it's a risk. At the end of the day, I think when we will absolutely get these resources that we need, we could attend to making it better. And like you said earlier, go back into how it used to be. We could get there, but we just still out here. We just like we on survival mode. We the least respected group of race, and we have to gain to that point where we have more resources. We could do more for our family. We could take care of our family. We could educate our family better. That's what I could say, man. Pretty much right now, just a fucking war going. Excuse my on French, but it's gonna go back and forth. It's not gonna happen out of it. Like they control the media, how they want us, how we being looked at. We ain't getting nothing from this administrator, from this Biden administrator that we had pretty much got him in office. Like yeah, it's all about getting reparations, getting them resources, and do what we gotta do. I lay my plan there.
Absolutely. I'm definitely going to touch on reparations in a minute before after we get to our speakers, because I fully agree with that. But high beams, you can go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for being patient. This is my first time really participating in Twitter Spaces and Twitter etiquette. I, but I just want to touch on a few things real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, great. The music. Uh, Somebody, I just want to piggyback off of something someone else already said, which is we definitely have to make sure that the children understand the difference between entertainment and real life, and that goes not just with music, but as far as like things programming that we see on television, and 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 not only even if you don't have children, you live in a neighborhood when you see your fellow black and brown boy and girl might be doing something that's like something that's not conducive to our culture and togetherness, right? Don't hesitate to say, hey, nah, that's not cool. Don't do that. Like it takes a village. And I know a lot of times our people are a bit apprehensive about interjecting, and but let's shake the fear of that. You know what I'm saying? Like lead with, I'm black, we black. You know what I mean? And and let's start reshaping and changing the language, the dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Um, and then what else? I wanted to touch bases on. Oh, reparations. Reparations is definitely a thing that I think that could happen. Um, there are a lot of things. I look forward to hearing what you have to say on that as well. We need to first come together and to present the facts. We've been a people in this country. We've been marginalized through systemic racism. When it comes to housing, when it comes to financing, all of those things. Present the facts. They've assassinated black leaders, um, and 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 that's one way that we could begin to you know, obtain reparations. And that's about it. Those are the only things I want to touch on. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Um, can you mute yourself because there's an echo behind you?
Yeah, I will. Give me a second. I'm just learning how to work this thing.
I matter. Is that your background noise? Okay, no, it's not. I matter. You can go ahead, and then after that, I'm gonna give my opinions on the reparations sub because I have a lot I want to say about that.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Um, I've been around for a minute, been around for 2 minutes, and I'm going to tell you right now they are not going to give us reparations because reparations for us equals power. And if they wanted us to be empowered, they would not keep us impoverished. They are playing a game with us. They working a game. They always got a game, and they have long range games. Back in the '60s, I was told that there's going to be a browning of America, and I asked, why is it going to be a browning of America if we're black? So once I asked that question, they didn't bring it up ever again. Fast forward to today, when they lift that, what is it, item law 42 that they keep talking about, and all those Spanish people come through, that's the browning of America. They already outnumber us. A lot of them are angry with us because too many of us mocked them when they came here and lived nine in a house 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Come up to today, they got more income than we have. They got better everything than what we have. And any minute now, they will outpower us at the ballot box. So we have to crowdfund our way out of poverty because even if they start talking about giving us reparations, how long is that going to be? How many of us are going to starve and be have and will have passed on before we get reparations? What do we do in the meantime? So we need a hyper game plan, and it needs to go into effect immediately. That game plan is for us to crowdfund, and we need to network that that's what we're going to do, and we need to do it like James Brown would say, we need to get on a good foot, and we need to do it 5 years ago. Um, all of you are hitting on vital points. They control the media. They Spanish people, they got multiple channels via cable. We got maybe four. So we're going to have to, again, the only thing for us to do is for us to crowdfund and crowdfund our way out of poverty. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere. They are killing us every way they can, from no grocery stores in our community to the unhealthy food that's in our community. We go for medical treatment. There's medical apartheid. Uh, um, we getting locked up basically because we are broke. Um, 25, 30 years ago, we got 20 years in prison for having the
Okay,
amount.
ma'am, I'm gonna need you to because of the time, so I'm gonna need you to kind of land your plane.
I have already said what needs to happen. I was just expounding on all of the horrible things that they do to us. So I appreciate the platform. It's wonderful to hear brothers speaking and to be speaking with that head knowledge.
Okay, okay. Well, hold on. All right then. Let me let me take a breath because a lot of people have said a lot of things. Let me gather my thoughts. Let me speak on reparations because that's something. As soon as it was brought up, it's something I've wanted to speak on, and I've been patiently waiting. First thing to touch up on what our sister I Matter said, we cannot have a defeated mentality as far as reparations. We can't be having our head in the sand like, oh well, they're not gonna give us our reparations. Though that mentality, that was the same mentality people had during slavery. People, when people were talking about running away for their freedom, they was like, oh, we'll never be free, we might as well just pick this cotton for the rest of our lives because it'll never happen. You'll never get anywhere if you step up to the starting line and you already initiate in your head that you're gonna lose. The second you start playing the game like, oh, we're never gonna win, we're always gonna lose, we're never gonna get reparations, that's net then yeah, we won't get it. We can't have this naysaying mentality. Even if it is gonna take a long time, even if we won't live to see it, we still got to speak it into existence. We still got to speak truth to power, whether we will live to see it or not. Maybe our kids will live to see it. Maybe not our kids, maybe our grandkids will live to see it. It's still old to us. We still got to speak it into power. So all of this, the government's not going to want to do it. I fully agree. The government is not going to want to do it. The government has never wanted to do anything that benefits us. The government didn't want to let us off the plantations. The government didn't want to give us civil rights. The government still doesn't want to for us to have civil rights. The government doesn't want to give reparations. I absolutely agree, but it's not about what they want. When we look at the situation from the point of view of, well, we the only thing we can get is what they want to give, then we won't get anything. What we can get is what we take. That's what it is. That's the history of foundational Black Americans. We don't ask for anything. Nobody here is asking for reparations. We're saying, hey, we're taking reparations one way or another. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Unfortunately for them, they're picking the hard way, so that's the way we're going with it. Now, to touch up on reparations, all of our problems pretty much can be solved with reparations. When we get our reparations, that's going to be the biggest stepping stone to fixing all of the problems. We're talking about crime in the Black community. We've brought up the music. We brought up the family. All of those things can be fixed with reparations. Let me just touch up on the family. I said before, Black families, or not just Black families, families in general, marriages in general, the number one cause of divorce is financial hardships. And since Black people go through the most financial hardships, we deal with higher divorces. When we have reparations, that will fix that. That will fix that. I mean, that's just, you can ask any attorney. That's the number one cause. When we fix the problem to the number one cause, that will fix that. When we talk about the music, we understand that the dominant society runs the music, runs media in general. When we have our reparations, we can start creating our own record labels. Our artists will start having their own masters. They can start putting out the music that they want to put out and the lyrics that they want to put out. We don't have to keep listening to what the dominant society allows the artist to put out on the label. You have to understand a lot when it comes to these music labels. These artists are essentially just well-to-do slaves. They can't put anything they want to put out. They can have a million albums in their head. If it doesn't get the stamp of approval by their white record label, then they're not going to be able to put it out. When we get our reparations, we can have our own music label and we won't have to rely on that. So that will reduce that. We can fund our own TV shows. So the things that we see in the TVs and the movies and all that stuff, we can fix that. We can start directing our own things. We can start acting. We can start doing all of that. All of that will be fixed with reparations. The crime, when we were talking about the police aren't here to help crime. Well, number one, because the police stem from slave catchers. If we know the origin of the police department, they stem from slave catchers, and their job is actually not to reduce crime. Their job is just to police people. If you actually look at the law, the police don't actually get in trouble for not reducing crime. Their job is to police people. What we can do, we can create really our own policing force. Um, where the community, we have people in the community, they're out kind of, monitoring, protecting, and actually protecting and serving like the police are really supposed to do. We can pay security to host different events so we won't have crazy incidents where something happens. We can set up security cameras outside of people's house so people won't be breaking into their house. All of these, and this is all off the top of my head. All of these things can be fixed with reparations, and they can give us reparations if they wanted to. They don't want to, which I agree with. I matter. They don't want to. We have to put the pressure on them to make them do it, because they didn't even want to have the conversation about reparations. But 5, 10 years ago, they wouldn't even entertain the thought of reparations. Now you get them talking about, well, what about HR 40 and HR 40? Even though we know that's not really reparations. But the thing is that we're pushing them closer to the edge. Before, there was so much resistance about reparations, they could laugh us out of the room. Reparations, they would point at us and laugh. Now we're saying reparations and they're biting their fingernails. So we are making progress when it comes to reparations. We just got to really stay consistent, and we got to keep pushing. So that's my thought as far as that. Reparations is going to fix, if not everything immediately, reparations is definitely going to be the like the genesis of the cure to black problems. But with that being said, let me see who had their hand up. I think Lataja, and then Akari, you can go. And then we'll kind of go like that.
Good evening again. I had something I was going to say that the brother that spoke before I matter said. I agree with a lot of what he said, but something that triggered me completely got my mind just went completely like was when he said black and brown. I know I'm not the only one that noticed that. Am I the only one that noticed that, y'all? He said something about black and brown. Brown. He put brown in it. He only said it once, but
He might be new, but he might be new, and it might be how he's speaking, but I don't know.
I just don't. I don't. I can't. I wonder when you start talking about some black and brown stuff. This is a black space. We talking about black people. We're not talking about no damn Latinos, because that's what he was talking about when he said that. So that made me want to speak, but I don't think I couldn't find him to talk to him specifically. So whatever. The second thing was with Miss I Matter, who I have never. You basically already said everything, but this one thing I have to get out: crowdfunding. Like, we have no money. Like, we as a people are the poorest we have no money. Why? I've never heard of such nonsense. You're gonna crowdfund that? We would do better to go so on our own private island and then live communally. Like, what? Like, yeah, that's not that is nonsense. I've never heard anything like that. Crowdfunding, please don't. No, no. So I'll leave that. I'll leave. It's like borrowing from ourselves. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. But I'll land my plane there.
All right, thank you for that. I didn't notice the black and brown thing, because you guys already know I be on people's ass about saying black and brown. We can't have that, but I didn't notice that. I'm glad you caught that. But Akari, you can go ahead, brother.
All right, much appreciated. I'm gonna touch on a few things. As you said earlier, that defeated mindset. Yeah, we can have. Yeah, I understand the generation before us. I understand y'all, auntie. I'm not gonna disrespect you because you are elder, but I'm gonna just call it like it is. I understand a lot of y'all are mentally defeated. Y'all went through a lot, and it's just like y'all just accepted it. That era is done. We're not doing that again. We don't have another 50 years to play catch up again. We don't have time for that. We're not doing that. You feel me? We're gonna actually get it done. We don't have time to be like, oh, well, because if our ancestors, where they be Aborigines from Africa here, they saw Aboriginal people had that warrior spirit. If they thought like that, like it was mentioned earlier by Afro Elite, we would still be somewhere on the plantation or still in the Gullah Wars. We would still be going through that. And the only reason, truth be told, that ended up ending slavery was Justice Proclamation. You can look that up. And the Gullah Wars. That's what really ended all of that. Because we got tired of asking. Nobody's gonna keep asking for peace. Feel me? That whole kumbaya, we shall overcome. That shit is done. It's like Tupac said back in '95. We think we're gonna just keep asking? No, nobody's gonna keep asking and asking. It's gonna be, I bet. Just like when the riots happened, they didn't just keep asking. They said, I bet. Anything pale skin coming through this four-way getting tore up. And they went through the hills and made a point. If you don't know, ask somebody that lived in LA, they'll tell you. I'm not gonna say it on here for obvious reasons. But shit got done for a reason. Feel me? And the whole, the brown people, let's call it like it is. Most of us are really brown. Yeah, we black because we classified as that, but shit, we really the brown people, hell. But we black at the end of the day, because that's what they called us. Feel me? We run the shit. We have the economic power. We not poor. Get that out of your mindset. We not poor. We have the spending power. They don't outnumber us because they did. They won't be encouraged us every damn time it's time to vote. Oh, get out there and vote, black people. We are really the majority. We've never been the minority, because if we were, we wouldn't have a birth dearth of six. White Europeans or albino Europeans, because that's what they really are. They have a birth dearth of six. If you don't believe me, it's a book called The Birth Dearth by Ben James Wattenberg. He wrote it in 1987, and he was an advisor. So I want to say Kennedy or Nixon back in like the late 60s or whatever. He said that 40 years ago, they didn't listen. He said it 30 years ago, they didn't listen. Now they out here crying about birth rates, which they should have thought about that in 1480 when they first came over here, truth be told, in 1510, instead of mixing everybody. But I'm going to land my plane here and say this. We have the money. We just have to have the camaraderie. We have to get everybody on code and clean out those who are not going to be on code in the day. Point blank, period. And with that, I'll land my plane. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. If anybody who is not who's not speaking or don't have anything to say, if you guys can hop off. If you guys want to speak, you guys got to raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm gonna just drop people off because we got people requesting. And I appreciate everybody who came here to speak. You can definitely speak again. I just want to get as many voices in the subject as possible. But let's go to someone who hasn't spoke yet. Straven Sky, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening. I'm happy to be here with you guys. My name is Stravinsky, and I was born and raised in Haiti. Never been in America, and yes, I'm currently living in the Dominican Republic because it's the country next door. Things are kind of incredible in my country right now. Situations like you have gang fightings, and then a lot of things going on there, and it's not okay. Well, I would like to talk about the black community. Um, there are a few things that I'm gonna say, and let's hope that you try to understand me. Um, we've First of all, there's something that I think it's wrong calling the black community as a minority. In 2002, saying that is obsolete. Like we're not a minority anymore. Okay, maybe in the past when we were like you had 100 white people and then you only had 20 black people. No, we cannot call ourselves a minority anymore. All right, that's the first thing. And second thing, we need to start raising our kids differently because the way we raise our kids, like a lot of black people do not understand that we raise our kids like slaves. All right. What do we do? I would tell them that we feed you, we send you to school, and then what problems can you got? But we forgot that our kids they're human. They have a brain. They think. They have feelings. So we have to start from there, the way that we raise our kids, because these kids are gonna be adults, and then they're gonna transmit feelings to their children too. All right. So we have to break the cycle. We have to break the cycle. This is one thing, and then we are now in 2002. I mean, things are not. If we want to overcome this kind of problems, we need to think about education. All right, that's the way that we have to invest a lot in education. We have to teach our black people how to love themselves, how to embrace this black skin, to love their skin color, to love themselves, because a lot of people they try to bleach themselves. Like I see a lot of girls out there, they don't like the hair that they have. They try to use the hair like then the the lace front, like they use it like white people. They what This is the kind of hair that this is the problem is deep. Right, it's a very deep problem. So we need to go to the roots if we want to change this kind of thing, this kind of behavior. And the other thing I see a lot in black community, I can't even see that in my country. All right. There are a lot of people, they think that the materials they make them people. No, we have to start thinking differently, because you see some people, they prefer living in the car or under a bridge just to show that they have the last iPhone, that that they have the last car. No, we need to start thinking differently. I don't know if I'll be offending people here, but it's a fact. I don't know if you guys can see that. It happens in my country. Like in my country, you were talking about reparations. I love this you were talking about Afro, but okay, asking that, and then you're gonna be having a country like mine, Haiti, when a lot of people gave money to us, to my country, after the earthquake in 2010, and then what did we do? A lot of the politicians, they use this money, they use it themselves to put in their bank account to send it to the foreign banks. So this is putting country in worse conditions. So we cannot blame the white folks for that. We have to blame ourselves. Sometimes we need to blame ourselves for our, we need to recognize what we do wrong. All right.
Okay,
So
let
I'm
me
happy to be here with you.
let me speak on that. The reason why the situation in Haiti is different from the situation here in America, because first off, we are owed reparations, whether we use it for nefarious reasons or not. If anybody has seen the Dark Knight movie where the Joker piled up a bunch of money and lit it on fire, we can do that if we wanted to do that, because it's our money and it belongs to us. So what we do with the money is totally up to us. But the reason why the situation with Haiti didn't work is because they didn't give the money directly to the people and allow the people to use it how they wanted it to be used. They specifically gave fake donations to a corrupt government that was going to exploit the people. In our situation, we're going to be getting cash payments directly to foundational Black Americans. That's going to be the difference with us. And then foundational Black Americans, we're going to be utilizing our checks in our accounts the way we see fit. That's going to be the difference in Haiti and between Haiti and America. But you're definitely right. We do need to, start trying to do better as far as parenting goes. That's a good point you made. Let's get to we'll go with Vovo, then our brother Black Alpha, then Daniel and Ralph.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on a couple things. The crowdfunding thing. We not that poor. We can crowdfund anything that we want. The crowdfunding thing, that's really a good idea. We crowdfund everything else. We crowdfunding. Excuse me. We crowdfunding the Arabs in our community. We crowdfunding the Asian hair stores in our community. We crowdfunding the liquor stores in our community. So we can crowdfund anything we want. We just need somebody that's going to be honorable and manage the money. Now, as far as the reparation things go, I want to say reparations. Uh, we definitely need to get the Freedmen's Bureau going so we can identify who everybody is, and all the talking can stop. And then when we get the money, we should be putting the money right back. We should open up stuff that we need in our community, and we need land. We need everything that the Native Americans got. Everything that the Native Americans got. They get everything. They get to police themselves. They get to be self-determined and handle their own business and their own affairs. We are a nation within this nation. So we need everything that they got. We need to be repaired. We the only people in this country that never got the opportunity to be self-determined. Everything we ever did, we had these people on our back about it. These other people, all the Latinos, they had their own countries. They named after countries. All the Asians, they had their own countries. They named after countries. All the Arabs, they named after countries. Even the white people came from Europe. They just couldn't handle it. They wasn't tough enough to stick around, and they had to come around here. We the only people that never had the opportunity to govern ourselves and be self-determined and be the people that we want to be. We always had these people on our back. So that's what we need, man. We need to be prepared, and we need to have our own nation. It can be a nation within this nation. And I'm gonna land there.
To piggyback off of what you said, other groups of people have it. You got religious groups of people. They got their own stores. I mean, all the way down the block, all you see is stores that they own, businesses that they own. All of the houses, they own their houses and their communities. They own the politicians that represent them. They own the police departments or their own police force. You know, the Asians got that in Chinatown. They run everything in Chinatown. The Hispanics got that. Everybody runs everything except us. We're the only people who completely rely on other groups of people governing us. So we need to fix that, and reparations is going to be the biggest key. Is going to like put our movement, our momentum on rockets, and is going to propel it 100 times. So we definitely need to get reparations. But with that being said, Black Alpha, you can go ahead, brother.
Hey, peace, family. I hope everybody's having a good evening, a good, strong, B1 day. Hope everybody's sticking together, staying next to each other. We're all living in an anti-black race war. So stay laser focused, man, and take care of each other because we are all we got. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Let me say this as well. Salute to the host. Salute to the host. This is genuinely my B1 brother right here. This man's got integrity, dignity, heart. He's on the right side of every issue. And anytime something pops up, he's going to ride for everybody. So salute to you, brother Afro Lee. You're genuinely my B1 brother, man, all the way alive. I'm going to add to it to the subject tonight about solutions and things that we can do as well as reparations, because I've heard a lot of great points. And it all starts with these type of panels right here. And it starts with gentlemen like yourself, Afro, that put these things together. That's positive, and we can all build and we can all pull from. So everybody makes sure. Everybody make sure that you salute this man, and everybody who's on the same timeline, all of us together. But in terms of solutions, one of the things that we can do and start with is pride. We have to be prideful. The dominant society has spent, hundreds of years and millions of dollars to keep us, unprideful, to keep us docile. When you see people at a protest, or you see people talking about giving out hugs to the dominant society and they want to bow down and kiss ass, those are the type of people who, they put blockades in front of our progress. So we got to remove those people. And the best way to do it is pride. And you start young. Even if somebody's older, you got to love yourself, because if you don't love yourself, you can't step to the world as a weapon. Then that's the main issue that we face as a collective, is a lot of us are already defeated in the game before we showed up. Like Brother Afro was just saying, when you say we're not going to get something or ain't nothing going to come our way, then you might as well just give up and sit down. Go take a nap. You know what I'm saying? It's over, man. It's the 12th hour. We ain't got time for that type of stuff. We got to be prideful. When you see, the brothers and sisters from the past that, stood face to face with the dominant society, outnumbered, because remember, everything we do, we're doing outnumbered. We're not Africa. We don't have 7 billion people getting their asses whooped by 5 people. You know what I'm saying? We're 5 people fighting 7 billion. And be honest with you, for the most part, we own game and we own code. So we have to, have self-pride. Self-pride takes you everywhere. And even if your self-pride starts to tilt to, being a little arrogant and a little conceited, good. Because I tell people like this: if I'm going to be arrogant and I'm going to be conceited, it's going to be about B1s, because we deserve it. We done been through too much shit. We done came too far not to pop our own collar and celebrate our damn selves. So everything starts with self-pride at a young age as you grow older, and, just connecting with the family and having pride and telling your brother that you respect him. We got this thing in the community where there's unnatural tension, because we think a lot of, we got a lot of backstabbers and shit. So I understand it, but you got to understand and recognize who the real ones are. And if you got somebody who's down for you, man, tell them that you got their back. Tell them you wherever, they need you. You know what I'm saying? Hold them down and make sure that we're all on the same page and accord. That's the main thing that we have to do as a group. And it starts, like I said, with spaces like this. I will say this right now, this era that we're in, we're really setting the example, and we are really the vanguards of the Black community. We're the ones keeping the lights on. People like us, we're the ones keeping the lights on. We are the vanguards. We move, people follow. Without us, I ask this question. I'll ask it to everybody right now in the space. Where would Black people on this planet be if there was no foundation of Black Americans? Where would they be? And if you want to know the answer, just look around the world and see how Black folks are. Look at the condition of Black folks in South America. Look at the condition of Black folks in Africa. Look at the condition of Black folks in Europe, everywhere. The only place where people is putting it down is right here in foundational Black America. We are keeping the lights on. We are the vanguards. And like I said, have self-pride and represent that shit. That's why everybody's so mad and upset with us right now, is because we are being prideful. We saying, you know what? We deserve what the fuck we got. we done came this whole long way. We gonna represent this to the fullest, to the maximum. And if you got to be conceited, who gives a fuck? Because at the end of the day, when these race soldiers run up on us, they're operating with a lot of conceit. It may be conceit out of fear, but at the end of the day, these people want what we got. So therefore, only way you keep what you have is to have, self pride on the inside. And in terms of reparations, I don't think people understand. If we pass reparations, or if we just, take the baton and pass it to the next generation, because the last generation didn't do that. They held on to that baton and said, we ain't gonna give it to nobody. Pick up your pants, put your shirt down, make your hat straight. Then we might give y'all reparations. That old shit, man. We say you can't trust these old niggas. That was the first generation of the civil rights era. We got to understand, people who are in their, I would say 40s, 30s, and 20s, we're the first era ever where the previous generation did not give us the baton. Reconstruction, they passed that down to the civil rights era. You know what I'm saying? The people from slavery passed it to the people in Reconstruction. The civil rights Negroes, they stopped and they said, fuck that. We ain't giving it to y'all. As a matter of fact, we're going to go give it to the minorities and the POCs. So everybody who's, like I said, in their 40s and their 30s and their 20s, we got this shit literally out the mud on our own. No one did nothing for us. So goddamn right, we're going to be conceited, and goddamn right, we're going to represent B1s to the fullest. And you see it right now. Anybody who's old enough to remember, just 7, 8, 9 years ago, black folks was cooning. That was a yes we can era. We got rid of all of that shit. All of that. And it starts with loving yourself. So we get reparations passed, or like I said, we push reparations to the forefront. That, can go down as literally the biggest achievement in foundational Black American history. That's not a first Black, that's not a goddamn Juneteenth. That ain't no goddamn hip hop history month. That ain't no damn crack pipes. That's a legit, genuine solution that we can actually push forward. So I believe it is the duty of every living, breathing, certified foundational Black American to support and do everything in your power to push reparations. If anybody has any type of opposition towards reparations, either covert, overt, backdoor, backhand, undermine, if you sense that somebody is trying to knock us off our pivot or derail the reparations, regulate them. Get their ass up out of here, because we know what they're here for. And remember, they're not afraid of giving, everybody reparations. They're afraid of giving 10, say 10 million of us. There's 48 million Black Americans. Give us 10 million people with reparations, and we'll change everything. Like I said, we've done everything outnumbered anyway. The people in this panel right now, they don't want us to have reparations. Fuck Clyburn and all them suckers. They don't give a fuck about them. They just gonna take their money and go hand it back to Zaddy anyway. They're afraid of us getting reparations. And 10 million of us, we could change the whole game. That's really what they're afraid of. When they, have spite or detest for foundational Black Americans, it's the ones like us who are on code. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we're miraculous. We're a miracle, to be honest with you. We shouldn't even be here right now. We against all odds. They talk about the rose that grew from concrete. We the whole motherfucking rose garden that grew from concrete. Every last one of us, you know what I'm saying? So just stay on code, and we got all the solutions. And like I said, salute to the host, man, because that brother stays on code 24/7, 365. Integrity, dignity, and we all represent, man. So if we all do a little, then we all can do a lot. And there's nothing wrong with holding your brother or your sister down. All that shit where it's like me against you and you against me, that's dead. That's out with the old generation. We're not killing each other over East Coast, West Coast. Okay. We're not starting no battle because I rap faster than you and my hood is more gangster than yours. That shit went out back in the day, man. We got to hold each other down and represent each other because we stand together. I always say this, and the Black folks got to get this through their motherfucking head. They say a family that prays together stays together. I say a family that hangs together stays together. And we done hung together. Our ancestors hang from trees literally side by side. So if they can do that, then it's already in us to stand one up and make sure everybody's on the same page, man. So I'm just appreciating the space, man. I'm appreciating all y'all. Tonight, I'm on some real B1 FBA prideful shit. And I'm teaching young folks, man. And remember this, some young folks are always watching us. Let's not do them like we did the past generation. I ain't got no kids. But at the same time, I make sure that the young folks who are around me, they become my responsibility. Because, you're going to have coons out here trying to poison their mind every time you see them. So make sure that we undo any bullshit energy that they put on our kids and give them real certified energy. And, tomorrow's young folks can be us of today. And we can take this thing all the way to the top, man. And just, call our shot, man, off the glass, nothing but net. So I appreciate the space, Afro, all the way live, man. Be one brother, man.
Absolutely. Thank you. Man, what would a space be without Black Alpha? You guys definitely need to, if you guys have liked what you heard in this space, just from my brother in the few moments that he spoke, you definitely need to click his profile right now and go to his YouTube channel, and the link is going to be in his bio on Twitter. So just click his profile, then click the link, and then subscribe to his YouTube channel, and then put on post notifications too, because YouTube just be messing with all B1 channels. So you guys definitely want to make sure you guys do that, and then check out his past videos too. If you like the energy you just heard now, definitely go check out his YouTube channel. Definitely. Thank you very much for giving that. I mean, that I felt that motivated people, and you scared some people off too. You scared some of them off.
Hey, salute to you, family. Salute to the whole room, man. Peace, brother Afro.
Peace, brother. Let me see, brother Ralph. You can go ahead.
All right. I just want to appreciate everyone. And thanks for bringing me on. I just want to, firstly, I'm from Nigeria. I live in Florida, and this is a very, very interesting topic because I've the opportunity to be like travel to about 16 countries right now, and I can say confidently say that African Americans are like they are in the forefront of this whole struggle. I've lived in UK. I know their struggles, and currently I am here. Now, regarding the reparation stuff you're talking about, this is very, very important, and I think this should be discussed in every channel, and this should be taught to every kid, every black kid, so that it will continue because. This is needed for the black families to acquire farmland in America because based on I don't know most of the struggles, but I've been trying my best to read a lot of history in America so that I'll get to know more. But based on what I've understand and what I've seen, a lot of black families don't have farmlands. Most of black families don't have access to real insurance, which gives people the opportunity to transfer wealth. These guys transfer wealth. That is why the wealth is always in one side. So we don't have the opportunity to transfer this wealth, and they do this using insurance. So we need this. Definitely for we to be able to have access to really good insurance. Also, we talk about lands in general in America, black families don't have access to land like a lot based on what I've seen. I'm starting to be corrected if I'm wrong. Also, bank and money too. Money is not really circulative around black families in America. Now, one thing I've also noticed is I always tell my Nigeria friends because that's where I'm from. Slavery is still on and is still ongoing. Now, let's take for example, what's going on right now. They kind of build some kind of immigration system, right? Is to keep Africa poor. Okay. Now, people will say no, that does not exist anymore. It exists because they take all they build an immigration system where they select the brilliant ones from those countries and bring them over here. The doctors, the nurses, the engineers, they pick almost all the brilliant ones, give them visa. They selectively pick people randomly and give them visas, and they deny every other person. But if you look at other countries, they don't even need visas. They just allow them to come into the country. So they use excuses, a lot of excuses to do that. But trust me, it's still on because compare that to what they did in the ancient days is they go to Africa, take a lot of people, bring them here to work in their farmland. They are doing the same thing right now, but they just changed the system with immigration. So that's that. Also, in terms of reducing solution to crime in our society, I still stand by saying that reparation will actually help a lot because that will bring a lot of money to the black family, and this will help us educate our kids properly, which is very, very important because we need to write our history. Right now, we fight to understand our history because they write it for us, they interpret it for us, and they want us to believe whatever they say. When I first got here, I'm not
Hold
going.
on. Let me before you go. Let me just ask for a little bit of clarification. Now, you're Nigerian, and salute to the B1 family in Nigeria. But when you speak on reparations, you you're speaking on foundation. You when you say us, you mean
I mean
foundational Black
Africa
Americans.
American. I mean,
You said what?
Africa Americans.
Yeah, we prefer the term foundational Black Americans, but I understand what you mean.
Okay, yeah.
You know. Yeah,
I'm
okay.
still
So
learning.
that's
So
I just want you to think, because this isn't a all every black person reparations. This is a
I mean
FBA.
Americans. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right, all right.
Yeah,
You can all
because
right. I just wanted to.
I use the term us because I'm currently in US. I stay most of my time in UK, so just I like using the word us because we're one family and I'm currently in United States. So yeah.
All right, all right. Well, I'll let you land, and then we can get to I matter. I'm sure she wants to retort to some of the comments that's been made.
Yeah, I think I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
Are you welcome? And if anybody wants to come up, I know we've been a little long-winded in some of our speeches, but that's what happens when people are passionate. So if anybody wants to come up and give a thought or opinion um about what they'd like to say about how we reduce crime, and I feel like we've been having a very progressive space so far. How solutions, there's not really, in my opinion, there's not really a right or wrong answer. We're just having an open dialogue, and people are just sharing their thoughts and opinions. And I feel like for the most of us, we agree that I was about to say representation, uh, reparations is going to be, if not the cure, it's going to give us the key to the cure, to fixing the problem. If it doesn't 100% fix the problem completely, it's going to give us the pathway to fixing the problem. It's going to pretty much fix the problem itself. But I matter, you can go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
All right, thank you. Let's make one thing clear. When we are black, racists hate us, whether we are light black or dark black in between. And we need to understand that as a group, we are a kaleidoscope. So everybody got a different vision, etc. But the common threads we got, we are black and we are impoverished. And we need to focus on getting that money in our hands. And we don't have to crowd fund $50 a head. I don't have $50, not especially to crowd fund unsuccessfully. We can take $10 and crowd fund. I'm looking at some of my favorite jams and some nice jams that I don't even know on YouTube. They got hundreds of millions, tens of millions of views. Okay. So, okay. So if we can make the crowdfunding thing go viral, generate X number of bucks, we can be millionaires quicker than I can finish this conversation.
Wow. Thank you
Okay.
for teaching us that.
Okay, let's go to, all right. Let's go to Nikki. You've been in and out and you haven't spoken yet, so we'll go with Nikki, then with Vovo.
Okay, I guess I kind of just wanted to do a back and forth. Hello, everybody in the room. I kind of wanted to do a back and forth with you. I matter. When you say that we need to crowd fund, are you saying that crowd fund should be in place of reparations? What are you talking about when you're mentioning crowdfunding?
No, ma'am. But if we crowdfund successfully, that gives us instant power. They will have to notice us in a respectful way. And we still are owed reparations. But
Okay, what does crowdfunding look like for you in this situation? Because a lot of people are having a hard time understanding what you mean by that. What do you mean? How does it look to you? Crowdfunding.
um I'm not.
Okay, so you think that we should like use like a GoFundMe, and that would be our reparations, or what?
We could use GoFundMe. I keep talking, ain't nobody listening. I would prefer if we could get a black bank that would accept those donations, like a GoFundMe, and but the thing about GoFundMe is they are a secure account, meaning if the fundraising is not successful, people get their money returned to them. GoFundMe is legally saying, look, this is what you said you was going to do with that money. This is what you need to do with that money. And I'm 63. I ain't never, okay, I was in trouble once or twice, but I don't have no criminal record. I'm a follower of Christ. It don't make me perfect, but I'm either with Christ or I ain't. I'm not going around trying to do as much wrong as I can. I'm going around trying to do as much right as I can. So I wouldn't try to rip nobody off. And like I said, I've been here 2 minutes, okay? I see what these white folks doing. And that's what I'm saying. They not going to give us reparations no time soon. They're going to watch multitudes more of us die before they give us reparations.
I
And
got a question for you. I got a question. If you feel like they won't give us reparations, what makes you feel like they would allow a crowdfunding to work?
right now, it's still legal. Right
I
now, they don't
mean, I mean, but the law is what they say it is.
look,
So, if
listen,
I mean, I'm just saying, if reparations won't work, why is a GoFund? I mean, the law is literally slavery was legal. The law is whatever they say the law is. As long as people follow that law, then that's what the law is. So if if reparations won't work because they don't want us to have it, oh, and I acknowledge that they don't want us to have it, then why would they allow us to become wealthy off of crowdfunding? Why would they allow that?
because
I'm getting somewhere with this, by the way.
like I just said, right now it's legal. It is legal to crowdfund as much money as you can. If we do this, like if we make crowdfunding for a nominal amount of money go viral, we can be millionaires before the end of this month. If not, hey, if not before, if not at the end of the month, baby, at the first of the month, okay? Everybody gonna have a couple of dollars on the first of the month. A couple of dollars is about all it takes. And
Okay, okay. Now let me ask you. When we get the money, then what are we gonna do?
we gonna do just like we doing now. We gonna talk. We gonna talk about using that money and how to not use it foolishly, because we don't want to be paying $900,000 for a pair of socks.
But okay, so
We are
let me
going.
ask you this then. Let me ask you this, just to get some clarification. You said it's legal. Reparations is legal.
You
So why is one better than the other? They're both legal.
you got to ask the people in power to give you the reparations.
Well,
They
I
know
mean, if we're gonna if we're using that logic, we don't own crowdfunding. We go to another source, a third party source for crowdfunding that we don't own. What's to stop them from shutting that down before we make progress, just like they do with GoFundMe's?
that would back us into a corner. And the last thing you want to do is back anybody into a corner.
I mean, why would okay, so they're not going to give us reparations, but they're going to allow us to become millionaires through crowdfunding. Why do you think that they would allow us to become millionaires? Because they don't want to back us into a corner, but they don't want to give us reparations.
They right now they can't stop it. And if
Okay, okay. So let's say
they
we become millionaires. We become millionaires. What do we do if they don't allow us to do it? And I'm getting somewhere with this.
well, that's when we can take it to the streets and we can protest. We don't have to
So
go.
you're saying, so let me ask you respectfully, you're
Listen,
saying we forced them.
listen. You asked me a question, so please listen. If they say, okay, y'all raised all this money, but you can't have it, Then we start marching in the streets. And we not going to take no bus to DC. Everybody can't afford to do that. You march in your community and
Okay.
march downtown
They
to
don't want to give us the money back though.
it's the law. And
The law is what they make. They don't want to follow the law.
if we raise enough hell, they will do what they're supposed to do. And
And that is the point that I thank you. Thank you very much because that's the point that I was trying to make. If we raise enough hell, if we make them do it, they'll do whatever we make them do. You just said if they tell us we can't use the $1 million in our crowdfunding account, then we'll make them give us the money back. If we can make them give us millions of dollars from the GoFundMe or the crowdfunding, we can make them give us reparations. It's the same principle.
it is not.
Anything we do, they won't allow us to do it. We got to make them do it one way or the other, whether that's reparations or crowdfunding or GoFundMe. They won't allow, they don't want us to be successful in any way. There's no legal way we can do it. They
I,
burned down Black Wall Street. We got to make them do it regardless.
I'm thinking that maybe you just don't like the ideal, or maybe you just don't understand.
No, I'm saying why is there a pushback on reparations? Because you said they don't want us to do it, and then you said if they take the money and they don't want us to have it, we'll take it back. Why are we doing one thing by force and not
I
the other thing by force?
You said that they
Okay,
are
you
going
said,
to
ma'am, you said
give
that they don't want us to have reparations. They won't give it to us. They don't want us to have it. I agree. But they don't want all of us to become millionaires either. But you said, well, if we have the money and they don't want us to get the money, then we'll make them give it to us. So if we can make them
that,
give us the money from the crowdfunding, why can't we make them
well,
give us reparations?
that is not what I said, because if we crowdfund, then the money is in our hands. It's in our power.
The money, it doesn't matter if it's in your hands. If you can't spend it, you still have to spend it with them, right? What if they tell you your money just doesn't count?
Well, that once we generate money, then we will have to start our own. And it's not going to be just us, it's going to be black, white, and other. For the
Huh?
simple
What the hell?
listen, for the simple fact, the power structure, no matter what you look at, lumber, electronics, is all owned by whites, and they see us generating that money. You stuff is really going to go sky high. So then we will have to, certain of us, like those who are intellectual in technology, you're going to need to start those businesses, and we will have to find a way to undersell them. That's why we got brains. We have to think, and we the younger people need to listen to the older people who have
Okay, okay, Afro,
what,
Afro,
what,
Afro, Afro,
Hold on, hold on.
Afro.
I'm gonna let her. I'm gonna let her. Rich, I know. I
let,
know.
let
Let's let her get
Be
a point
nice,
across because I have
Rich.
something I want to say.
I'm
Shout
not
out to our brother Rich. He's
A-
very passionate.
Afro. I'm not gonna be here for long, so please, please, like, don't let her babble for 10
Yeah,
hours.
I won't. Yeah, we have new speakers on here. I
Hey,
matter.
I'm
hey,
not and,
pardon me. I
and this,
matter. Hey, Afro, can I interject with the elder for a minute, please? Sorry to interrupt.
Let's. You can. I matter. You get like 10 seconds, and then we'll let other people speak.
we have to respect each other. We cannot um, disrespect someone because we are in different generations. And we can't just listen to somebody because they're older. We have to have intellect, and we have to have knowledge, and we have to have strategy, and we have to embrace each other, just like grandma embraces the baby. Great grandma is embracing. There's no, so we, like I said, we are a kaleidoscope, and we need to focus on what our similarities are that's going to get us out of this situation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let me see who had their hand. I think DJ. I think DJ, you had your hand up, and then Rich. If you could actually Rich isn't gonna be here that much longer, so
Yeah, go ahead, Rich. Go ahead,
yeah,
homie.
Rich, you can go ahead.
Yeah, DJ, I'm not gonna be here for that long, so I'm gonna make it real quick because I gotta bounce out. But family, y'all know where I'm going. Y'all already know where I'm going. Y'all already know me. You got to watch these old niggas. 60. The
Come on,
lady
man.
said
We gotta be
she's.
respectful though, man. We gotta be respectful too, though, bro.
That's respect. I didn't call her out her name. I
But
didn't
I'm just
call her
saying,
out her
we gotta
name.
be respectful, bro. I'm uncomfortable with that. But go ahead.
I didn't call her out her name.
We were respectful to Clyburn for 30 years, and look where that got us.
Exactly.
Respectfully.
Exactly.
Well,
I
she
didn't.
ain't Clyborn. She ain't Clyborn.
Oh,
Let's let Rich just go ahead because I don't want to turn this into that. I still want us to relatively stay on topic, but Rich, you can go ahead.
You got these older folks who think because they up in age, they can make decisions for us. If you've been on this earth 20 times longer than me and moves have not been made in the black community, it's time for you to sit down. You had 20, you're 40 years, 50 years older than me, and nothing has changed. And now you're still trying to run things in the community. We got 20, 25-year olds, 26-year olds, 27-year olds, 30-year olds speaking at this point. And look how much moves we've been making in the last 2, 3 years. And then you got older folks walking in the building thinking because they're up in age, they can just sit here and make moves for us. And I'm not saying it's an issue if older folks decide that they want to come in and make moves, but you don't just get to jump the line because you're up in age. That's not how it works. We've been making the young folks have been making the moves out here the last 2, 3 years. We've been calling for reparations. We've been calling to get these race soldiers in jail. We've been doing that. The 60s, the 70s, what have they been doing in the 60s? They was asking to be closer to white folks. I'm checking I Matter's page and I'm looking through her likes. I mean, even her Twitter profile, it says advocate global human rights. So she's advocating for everyone. Over here, we don't advocate for everyone. We're advocating for black people, specifically foundational black Americans. We're not all lives matter. We're all in this together over here. And this is the issue I have. A lot of people say, okay, Rich, you always cut somebody off. The reason why I cut a lot of people off when they're speaking is because if you listen to someone long enough, you will be indoctrinated about you will be indoctrinated from the things that they say. This is the reason why when you listen to the radio and you hear a song and you don't like the song, but after a while you keep listening to it, you end up liking it. It's the same when someone speaks. Even if you disagree, if you keep listening to it over and over and over again, eventually you might start agreeing with what they're saying. And this is the issue I have with older folks who think just because they're up in age, they can just come in the community and make any decision they want. No, everyone's paperwork has to be checked. And I'm going to land there.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that. Now, I tried to, I tried to get you to see like if we're going to have to fight either way. What before I get to the speakers cuz I know we got some hands, I know we got some new speakers. Before I get to that, we're there is no loophole out of this fight. I need black people to understand that. We got black people who say, I don't really like to say white supremacy because I don't want to say that they're supreme over me. I got confidence. I feel like we should just call them white bad guys. There's white bad guys and there's black good guys. There are white supremacists. We got people who don't want to face the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is there is no loophole around this. There is no getting out of this without getting your hands dirty. There is no getting out of this without getting dirt on your clothes. You're going to have to fight regardless. There's no okay, well, they not gonna let us do this, but by the law that they not we're gonna get them through this little loophole and then we're gonna become millionaires and they'll never know a thing. This isn't no scam that we're trying to, and I'm not saying that I matter, I'm not saying that you would scam somebody, but I'm just saying That's not what this is. This is a fight. This is a war against black people, against the black race, for white supremacy. So you're gonna have to fight for anything and everything regardless. There is no well, they won't let us have it. Oh well, let's just try something else. No. And I tried to get you to see that by saying, well, what if they take the money away from you? Oh, well, we'll fight for the money then. If you're going to fight for the money then, why not fight for reparations now? What is the logic of not fighting for reparations, but fighting for a crowdfunding? There is no logic in that. The reparations is owed to us, whether they want to pay it back or not. We're going to have to get our hands dirty. We're going to have to make them give it to us. There's no other way around that. There's no code word. There is no loophole. There is no trick in the law or the book. And this is why I don't like black people to be like, well, you know what? Technically, in the law, black is dead. So we got to stop identifying as black, because what we can do is, if we identify as an indentured servant, when the police see, if George Floyd, if he identified as an indentured servant, then Derek Chauvin would have got up. But the thing is that he didn't know that black was dead in this one book in 1987. That shit don't work. Okay? These people make the laws. These people follow what they want to follow. I need black people to understand that there is no secret password. There is no secret loophole. There is no code. There is no nothing against this. It is a straight up good versus evil war that we have to fight and win. Okay. DJ, you can go ahead.
Yeah, peace, Afro Elite. Peace, everybody. B1. So to clarify, or I guess to try to clarify rather, but not to speak for the lady. You know what I mean about crowdfunding. The thing is, she didn't understand is she was saying that, obviously we caught it already, that we need to crowdfund our reparations. No, we need to legislate all reparations and get it through the legal channels. You feel what I'm saying? So that we already know that, so we can skip that part. But the argument she didn't understand about crowdfunding, and what she didn't explain to y'all is that you need a product to crowdfund. You see what I'm saying? What product are you selling to the people, any people, white, black, whatever, right? You know what I mean? Because we're in the land of consumerism. You know what I mean? People consume all over the world. You know what I mean? We make products everywhere, and people sell their products or whatever. So we could come with a product to crowdfund for reparations, because we are going to need that money down the line to pass off to these legislators, because this is how these corporations lock us out. And that's one thing I do know. You feel what I'm saying? So we are not saying that crowdfunding we could get our reparations, because the government would shut that shit down, saying that every black person just get a donation from everywhere. You know what I mean? And plus, at the end of the day, that shit wouldn't even work, because we barely see the donations coming through Buffalo, through our peoples that was murdered just up there. You feel what I'm saying? Dylan Roof would get $500,000 right off the break. All these white supremacists that go around, shooting up the club, they get all this money from the door. They people is crowdfunding them. And what's the other word? Not generational wealth, but they're coming together, as a community. You know what I mean? To fund whatever it is they got to fund for whatever the reason. You feel what I'm saying? So the old head, she wasn't right, but she wasn't off, because you could have a product to crowdfund something that will lead to having money, war chest with something else. You feel what I'm saying? So I'll land there though.
My thing about the crowdfunding is not that that's a bad idea just in and of itself, but to say the crowdfunding should replace reparations. We should take our focus off of our reparations, and we should put that energy into crowdfunding. No, reparations needs to happen. It will happen. We just gotta, like, I forgot who said it. We gotta vet the naysayers. Hold on. We got people who are leaving off. I was just about to get to that person. But before we go, because there's some people that I definitely want to address. I didn't even see you in the room. Shout out to our co-host. I didn't even see you in the room. Garfield, how are you doing, sir?
Hey, how we doing? Can I say something real quick? I think with reparations,
Get people elected. Get your people elected to change the whole thing. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm a brown man, and we follow in your footsteps. Okay, and we know we don't know. You guys went through harder shit than we did. Okay, but I think the only way is get your people elected and change the whole shit. Do you gotta stop asking the white man to do it? Elect your people, get them in there, and then they'll change the whole shit. Because you know what? You've been needing that forever. Native Americans have it. They have the land. They have the casinos. What can you guys have it? Right? Am I right or am I wrong?
You're absolutely right, and I'm so glad you said that about getting people elected. I am so glad that you said that, Garfield, because there's somebody that we are working on getting elected, and he needs your support. You said you're a brown man, so we need to see some of that black and brown energy that we've been fighting for. We need that energy coming back from our brown side. The brown side's been lacking a little bit. So, but you came here, you said we need to get people elected. There is a politician, or somebody who's running for Congress, that we're actually trying to get elected. So I just what I can do, your DMs aren't open. That's unfortunate. It's okay. That's fine. That's fine. What I'll do, I'll just tag you. I'll tag
Okay.
you in his website. Here
But
you
can I
go.
say something else?
No, no, hold on.
Okay.
So what you can do, because what you can do is you can represent the beauty of black and brown. So what you should do is you should go to his website, and then you should leave a donation. You should leave a donation to show how much the brown supports the black. Because you said we got to get our politicians elected, and that's how we do it. We got to show by tangible donations. And I'm glad you brought that up.
And
You
can I
know,
say something?
I
One more
feel
thing.
like,
That's it.
yeah, you can talk and donate at the same time. So,
Yeah.
but we don't have a lot of time, so we're
Just
waiting on your
one quick
donation.
second.
So when you're done with, hold on,
No,
sir.
give me a
I,
second.
I know you're excited, but when you're done donating, you
Who's the Bobo?
can you can just send me the screenshot. You can send me the screenshot after you've donated, and then we can go on from there. You know, I feel like that would be a great step. You just said elections, and that just gave me the perfect idea. You read my mind, literally. But I appreciate you speaking. Let's go to Vovo. Vovo, you can go ahead. Anybody who hasn't spoken yet, you guys got to raise your hand real quick so we can get to the order. Garfield, I'm really waiting on the. Are you gonna
Hey,
donate,
give me a
man? Are
second.
you gonna? You said what?
Give me a second. I will.
All right. Okay, and then just send me the link or send me the screenshot in my DMs, and I'll post it on the jumbotron for us to see. Volvo, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the I matter thing. What she was saying, I know that she's a little older and she's a bit out of touch, but the crowdfunding thing is a good idea. Not saying that that would be our reparations or anything, but that's a good idea and it's a good start to start getting us going the right way. Um, DJ said we need a product to sell. We got a product to sell. We can crowdfund the corner store in the neighborhood. We don't own that. We can crowdfund the gas station that all of us go and fill up at. We don't own these things. We can crowdfund a supermarket in the neighborhood, and we take the money from that and then build more corner stores, build more gas stations, build more grocery stores, and maybe we can open up a school like a training center where we can, instead of hey, I live in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm watching Cleveland get it rebuilt, but my people not building it because we don't got the machine, we don't got the equipment, we don't got the backhoes and the cranes and the we don't know how to brick mason and pour concrete and all that. We can open up training centers to where we can start doing that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? We can take the money from these businesses because we funding them. We funding the Arabs kids to go to college And the Asians going to go be doctors and all that type of stuff. We funding them already. Black Lives Matter. That was a everybody poured what millions and millions of dollars into that. Please, real fast, us. Millions and millions of dollars into that, and they stole the money. The problem is this: we ain't got nobody to be honorable with the money. That's the problem. And as far as the reparations thing go, it ain't just reparations. That's just the beginning. We also need separation. We need to separate from these other races, and we need to be self-determined. That's the way that we heal.
I will say I don't necessarily have an issue with the GoFundMe part of what she was talking about. I don't. I have an issue with the we're not getting reparations, so let's go for the GoFundMe. That's what I have a problem with.
Right. I had, but she a bit out of touch though, bro. You know, she a bit out of touch. It ain't. I don't really think she meant nothing, no harm by that. I had the same problem.
I mean, and I agree. I don't think she meant harm, but that's that's the naysaying mentality that plagues the community. That's the mentality that's kept us back from getting reparations. Well, to be honest, if the way we're pushing reparations now in this era of the critical mass of black first people who are pushing reparations right now, if we had that 2 generations ago, we would have been had reparations. We would have been had reparations. It's only now that we have a critical mass of people who are actually willing to push reparations. All of our ancestors, and I'm not saying like ancestors like 100 years ago, but the past few generations, they were the naysayers. They would have went like, "Hey, they ain't getting those no reparations." Well, we need to just give up on that. And if we pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, and if we just say yes sir, no ma'am, and that's them. That's what they've been doing. They've been to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps and act like you act behave around white folks and act good around white peoples and and welcome in there and with open arms and don't talk in that slang and talk proper and do this and do that. That was them. If they were more like us, we would be better off in the community. That was my pushback for her. As far as the crowdfunding, I'm not like expert at that. I will have to look into to that. I do think that can be beneficial. I really do, especially because we understand that economics and what's that thing called, poverty, is directly linked to crime, as we stated earlier. But we know no we gotta put our foots to asses to all of the naysayers of reparations. We can't it's too late in the game now. We at the fourth quarter. We cannot give nobody passes on, well, I mean, that's just your opinion. No, you got to be checked for your opinion. But let's see. Beatzilla, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on.
So,
Reparations now. Do you know how to raise your hand? Oh, reparations now. Just get off.
uh-oh.
If you guys want to get on and say something, you guys got to raise your hand. Otherwise, I don't know if you wanted to say anything. Go ahead, Beatzilla.
Okay. So something I peeped. A couple of things that the sister said. Number one, let me say, uh, as a middle-aged man, that sister is 63. She said 63 is not that damn old. So I understand y'all might look at that as being out of touch. No, it's just at a perfect age to dupe y'all to make y'all think that. One thing she said, not being out here doing wrong. That line right there caught my attention because I'm like, okay, so you mean to tell me calling out blatant white supremacy is being related to doing wrong? Then the other part to which she's saying is when you started pushing back on the crowdfunding thing, because truth be told, that whole crowdfunding line, how y'all got down that web of bull, is because it was really supposed to turn into a voting conversation. So, but here's the problem. They don't want us pushing the candidates we're voting for. So what they're trying to do is push this all lives matter conversation in our spaces because the grassroots got the loudest mic and the big megaphone. So now they need to come over here, kind of co-opt that all lives matter line in there. Because if you do go to her page, it is a ton of that. And she's one of those green Democrats. So at the end of the day, I would say if she's 63, ask her, did she vote for Joe Biden? Anybody over the age of 55, did you just vote for Joe Biden? And that right there needs to be the beginning of the conversation, because that woman played y'all, because she knew good and damn well that she wasn't trying to get no GoFundMe for no reparations. That's got to be no 63-year-old woman worth her salt would come in here before y'all saying that dumb shit. So yeah, she played y'all. So just be mindful of that later. That's all I wanted to tell y'all.
Yeah, we can't give the I'm stupid pass. I really hate giving people that. I really hate giving people the gullible pass. Rich, you can go ahead.
And this is the problem we have in the black community. We have black men who don't know how to recognize their enemies. This is the problem we have. As a man, you're supposed to know when someone is your enemy. You're supposed to know when someone is trying to play you. You're supposed to recognize that as soon as you walk in the room. All this playing games, this going tit for tat stuff, that's not how men move. As soon as you walk in the room, you're supposed to know, okay, this dude, he's funny money. He might not be my open enemy, but he's funny money. This is why people that still have ADOS in there, no disrespect. If you got ADOS in your bio, I don't mean no disrespect. But people like that, for example, who still have ADOS in their bio after everything that was revealed from that group, and you still have it in your bio, I can't be around you because you take too long to recognize when someone's your enemy. People need a few days to recognize. I just went on the lady profile while I'm on here speaking. I'm looking at her profile. I'm looking at all her like tweets, and it's a whole bunch of all lives matter. It's a whole bunch of trans lives matter. I already, while I'm speaking on here, I'm looking at her profile, and I'm already checking her paperwork. And you got other people in here that need days to recognize when someone's their enemy. This is the problem we have in the black community. Soon as you getting ready to check somebody, soon as you getting ready to put somebody in their place and not allowing them to come in here. This is what they do. They come in here, they babble, they bring their Democrat talking points, their liberal talking points, and they dilute the energy that's in here. They do it all the time. This is why I cut them off as soon as the nonsense come. I just get out of here. Just run. I just debunk you and run your ass off the block. This is the problem. Where, as black men, you supposed to know when someone is your enemy. Men go to war. I say this all the time. Women don't go to war. This is why women don't know when someone is an enemy. This is why women, a lot of our women are accepting LGBT. They're accepting feminism because they don't know when someone's their enemy. As men, you're supposed to know when someone is your enemy as soon as they walk in the door. All this letting people babble, letting people go on and on and on and on and on just to hear their side. A lot of times they already told you their side. They just here to dilute the energy. And I don't have no problem with older folks. I don't have no problem with older folks, but it's just that a lot of our elders are done off. They're just done. They're all over the place. They agree with everything. They're gonna come in here, they're gonna speak, and then they're gonna go to another conservative space and speak and agree with them. They're gonna go to the Democrat space, they're gonna agree with them. They're gonna agree with Joe. Over here, we don't agree with everybody. We only agree with if you be one and if you pushing that line. And this is to my black men, man. We gotta realize when someone's our enemy, man. And I don't mean in a bad way where you want to put hands on them. I just mean you got to stay away from that person because what they're saying is doesn't agree with what you believe in. But we have to learn to recognize that and move them out the paint as soon as possible. Let's not sit here and wait and lollygaggle and giggle with them. No, soon as I recognize your enemy, I give you a little bit of time to speak, say the dumb shit you got to say, and then you got to go because we have an agenda here. Go ahead, Afro.
Hold on, I'm in the DMs. Uh, yeah. See, and that's the thing. I had her on here because she made a
Oh, by the way, Afro,
she
this is not to you. This is just
no, I
generally
know, I
speaking.
know, I know, I
Yeah.
know, I know. Because I saw it. The thing is that and for those who don't know, the reason why I had her on here is because she made a point about, oh, they won't let us have it. And then when I explained that we're going to have to fight for something anyway, she was like, well, they won't give it to us. They won't give it to us. And that message goes out to everybody who says, well, they won't give it to us, so let's do something else. To every single person, especially the foundational Black Americans who say they won't give us reparations, so we have to do something else. There's another alternative. There is no alternative. And I actually got her in a loophole, and then she kind of got hostile, if you guys notice, when I said, well, if they won't give you the money, then what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to fight for it. So why not fight for reparations then? And then she kind of just started rambling after that, because you're going to fight for it regardless. There's nothing you can do without fighting for it. Power is not given, it's taken. You have to take it regardless. You have to make them give it to you. Nobody, the dominant society that has oppressed our people for half a millennium, damn near since their existence, they're not going to just give anything up. They never have and they never will. And that's fine because we can take it. But what we need to do is the naysayers who like, well, I just feel like we need to do this and that. Okay, well, why do we need to do this and that? Okay, well, we just showed that your idea is stupid and that we shouldn't be following you. And like you were saying, unfortunately, we got a lot of these older generation. I'm not gonna say old because she's not like older, but these old niggas who come up here with the defeated mentality of, well, we're not gonna get out of the plan. We're not gonna leave the plantation, so let's make the plantation more comfortable. That's her mentality. Anybody who speaks against reparations, that's somebody who doesn't want to leave the plantation. That's somebody who just wants to make the plantation more comfortable for them. Let's get to Muhammad. Did you have to put your hand up if you want to speak, brother? Let's see. DJ, you can go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate that again, Afro Lee. So you yeah, you saw what I posted to you or whatever the case be. That's just an idea for a product. And this is why I go hard in these black spaces as far as media goes. I'm talking to a sister right now in the Newark community group that I'm in. Newark is about to build its first real film hub, audio facility to shoot movies and all that. The last couple, like I think you mentioned Batman before or whatever. Last couple Batman's been shot down here downtown Newark or whatever the case be. I'm trying to explain to the sister. Hold on a minute. I'm getting phone calls. I'm trying to explain to the sister that our black people aren't going to get those jobs. You know what I mean? Yeah, you could say to me that you talk to a scout, but I'm an audio professional. I've been DJing and got a website and all this other stuff, and I do what I do. So at the end of the day, reparations can't be achieved by no crowdfunding anything. The sister was basically saying we could get money now. That's all she was saying. You know what I mean? But she also agree with you 100% too, Afro Elite, that she tried to flip it and say yada da 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 da. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, reparations is on the table, but a lot of our people don't know that it is on the table. So with that being said, we do need to pull our skills, resources together. Those that are in Pacific industries. If you're doing this, you're doing that. Apologies. I don't know. The phone be blowing up. So, whatever it is you're doing in your industry, take your skill, your craft, and take that and network it with your other peers and say, hey, look, reparations is on the table. Hopefully they'll tell their other counterpart peers and those peers will tell their family and friends. You got to spread the reparations debate by word of mouth. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of our people aren't online. A lot of our people are just in the street. Well, a lot of our people still don't got cell phones and pay for cable. So how they get in their entertainment? They still buy CDs, movies, VHS. Grandpa still got the VCR. Why you ain't selling them a VCR tape about reparations right now to make him change his mind? It's just an idea. You know what I mean? So the crowdfunding thing, it ain't a bad idea to get money, but that's not reparations though. But I yelled and I'm gonna get off the mic. But peace out, family. Phone calls is coming.
Handle your business, brother.
Later, bro.
They called twice. He needs to pick that phone up.
Yeah, that shit looks important.
He needs to pick that phone up. His,
It's probably
his
a nigger
lady is
call.
mad. She all like, you still on that Twitter space? You was supposed to be in bed. You downstairs in the living room.
Shut the
Still
fuck up,
talking on that
nigger.
space. You better get off that phone. I ain't trying to get him in
Ooh.
trouble. He in the
Hey,
doghouse.
hey,
My fault,
hey,
brother.
hey, no, you all Afro Lee, because I love the joke from my
Shut
black.
up, nigger.
It put a smile on my face.
Whoa,
You know
who
what
the
I'm
fuck?
saying?
Hold on,
That's
stop.
Jimmy.
Everybody
That's
stop. Hold
Jimmy.
on. Who just said that? Who just said that?
It was me, nigga. Fucking nigger.
Hey, I know
Oh,
this
okay.
your space, Afro Elite, and regardless if he talking to me or you, don't let that shit phase. Kick the nigga down the chat. You know how we roll. You know what I'm saying? But peace out though. But yeah, I'm in the studio. People, the artist is blowing my phone up. I'll see y'all later though. Have fun and be
Handle
safe
your
out there,
business,
family.
brother. Handle your
And
business.
no doubt, be safe out there, family. I love y'all. Rest in peace to the folk up in Buffalo, man. All day.
All right.
I had just let him up. My bad. He looked normal.
Yeah, well, I mean, by the look of his profile, it seemed like it, but anyway, let's continue. Latasia, you can go ahead. But I do want people to,
We
and
should
I
all
respect
just block
people
them at once. We
commenting.
should all block them at once.
He's all. I thought I did block him. What the hell? I don't understand. Hold on. So how is you still on the space?
Yeah, you can still be on the space if somebody blocked you. But
Okay.
everybody, just leave them up.
Well,
Everybody block them. We just ignore them. Yeah. You know, that's
and
attention seeking.
um, and this is what happened when you have progressive conversations. Now we can speak on the reparations. Why I'm letting the reparations conversation go on so long is because reparations is going to be the solution to ending crime in the black community. It's going to be the thing that puts the stop to it. I mean, of course, like I said, there's always going to be crime in any community, any society. We're never going to have a crime-free society like this is some type of sci-fi movie where everybody lives in a utopia of. We have to be realistic, but the crime that we have where certain people can't walk at nighttime, um there's certain, people getting shot in their cars, people getting shot through their houses. We're gonna get rid of that if we get reparations. And it's gonna be quick. It's gonna be like a night and day difference. We're gonna have a crime ridden community one day, Monday morning. Tuesday we get our Tuesday we get our reparations. Wednesday the crime is gone. When they say about gentrification, you got the white girls walking their dogs in the middle of the night. They're just out there jogging at 3 o'clock in the morning with their little puppy dogs because their neighborhood is just so safe. They don't have a fear in their mind. We will have communities like that. We will, the second we get our reparations, because that's going to put a stop to a whole lot of the the poverty that creates the violence, that creates the culture that people unfortunately fall victim to, and increase the likelihood of them becoming criminals. But with that being said, Latasia, you can go. Then we'll go to Clout Baby, and then Muhammad, and then B Man, then Muhammad.
Yes, if y'all didn't notice, I think I was the first female to call her out with this. I wasn't disrespectful to her. I understand that Mr. Volvo was, letting us know that we need to respect her because she's older. Now, mind you, my husband's middle aged. I'm 35. My husband is 54. Okay, so and he's B1 all the way. So I totally agree that it was some kind of weird con thing that she was running. And I called her out because I could tell it was like, it's complete nonsense. You can, just because you disagree with somebody over a certain age does not mean that you are disrespecting them. It does not mean that we are disrespecting that person by just being, honest and saying, hey, what you're talking about is nonsense. What I gathered was not that she was talking about, doing a crowdfund for fund political candidates that are really going to do their job to get reparations. What I gathered from it
Can I say
was
something
that,
real quick? Oh, go ahead. But I just want to say I ain't have a problem with correction. But like if you like when she in the room and you say something like that's why you gotta watch these old niggas. If my mother say something out the way, she my mama age, and she say something that's not right, and somebody say you gotta watch these old niggas, I'm gonna smack that man head off. Period.
Like period. You can't say that to my mama or in front of my mama. We ain't. I'm a black American. We wasn't raised to disrespect our elders. That's if somebody say something like that, you gotta watch these old niggas in front of my mama face. I'm gonna see red. That's all I was saying. You know what I mean? That's it.
Well, I didn't say that, but I see what I mean. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Like I said, to me, it was just complete utter nonsense to me. And anytime I see it, I'm gonna call it out. That's all I have to say about that.
I'm gonna say this one thing too. Yeah, I get the mom thing. Like I said, my grandma, and I'm not gonna lie, I've said this on public spaces. My grandma is a big damn blue Democrat supporter. And I've had to call that out. I've had to get on public platforms and be like, Grandma, you wrong for that. That's wrong. And me and her exchange words respectfully because that's my grandma and I still love her. I'm never gonna disrespect her or allow her to be disrespected. But I'm not going to defend. I can't lie and I say I will defend her because that's wrong. You know, we have to get past a point where, okay, well, I'm gonna call out people that's not my people. I'm gonna give my people a pass. I can't even give my grandma a pass. If my grandma was up there caping for Joe Biden and somebody said we gotta watch out for these old niggas, I'd be like, well, he ain't wrong. And grandma is kind of old, I might not, I might not co-sign it. They might not get a round of applause from me, but am I gonna jump to her defense? I can't say I will because I'm black. You got to be black first, and
All right, my brother.
unfortunately, that
All right, my
comes
brother. Let
before the
me, my
family.
brother. My brother, not to take it somewhere else, but if your grandma was speaking and she was wrong, and somebody came out of nowhere talking about you gotta watch these old niggas, this what I'm talking about. You would just back up and be like, oh, all right.
Well, first off, it's not like somebody interjected. I mean, she was done with her point, then somebody else moved on to the next point, and they said that we got to watch these old niggas. So he wasn't wrong for that. I'm not gonna be like, hey, don't say that about her. I would, I would be the one correcting my grandma. They wouldn't be saying it. I would be saying, I'd be like, hey, grandma, you got to get off the stage. You got to stop. And I can understand we have a self defense for our family members, but that's not our family. We can't extend grace to older people just because they're old. We've done that too long.
No, I'm not saying that, bro. What I'm saying is that like it's a certain way to do everything. Like I don't know if it was any old lady. It ain't it ain't just got to be my mama. You know what I'm saying? If she's saying something wrong, we could be like, all right, ma'am, you out of touch, you wrong. But when you see this, what I'm saying, you got to watch these old niggas. I don't know. I'm from a black community and we don't talk to our elders that way. We weren't never raised to talk. Somebody else will smack your head off. If you
Well,
get
Bovo,
caught
you
talking
remember? Did
to
you see that video where that guy recently confronted Clyburn, and Clyburn started cursing at him? Did you notice that
yeah.
that guy was trying to speak like really respectfully to him? Did you
Yeah,
notice that?
yeah, but Clyburn didn't cuss him out or nothing. He said, "Why y'all fucking with me with the about that?" That was nothing. He didn't disrespect Clyburn, and
He
Clyburn did
didn't,
Man,
not
and
I
he
hear a lot
disrespect
of
him.
excuse making for old niggas that ain't talking about nothing, bro. That's all you do.
Okay. Well, what we're gonna do is we're going to put a pin in that conversation because actually that is a future space that I wanted to talk about the way black people should be dealing with our elders. I feel like that needs to be a completely different space, but I want to move on with the subject. I don't want to get off rails entirely. So with that being said, we'll go to Clout Baby. What do you have to say as far as the subject goes? Solutions to black crime.
Well, I'm gonna say this. When you're in this type of environment, you want to listen to varying opinions because you don't want it to become an echo chamber. And I really didn't get up here to talk about the subject. I got up here to address this old nigga comment. So if you're going to have a space about that in the future, then make sure you tag me so I can get on, because and we all have discernment. We're all intelligent. And so for me, I found what she was saying was wrong, but it also made me look at the crowdfunding can be used for something else. And maybe when we wouldn't have even thought about that if it wasn't for the fact of her bringing that up. And so, you know, as somebody who would, who knows that their fight was the civil rights fight, our fight is the reparations fight. Each generation has their own specific fight in our plight towards moving towards a better society for our people. You don't have a right to tell that woman that she didn't do shit and they failed or whatever. Like, no, you don't have no right to say that. And so we got to be very careful on how we respect each other, because when other people see that, that gives them the notion that they can do us like that. That's all I'm saying. Don't disrespect our people, because a lot of us don't fucking play around like that at all. Period. We know that there was failures of that generation. I'm 25, so I could say that the 40-year-olds failed. Generation X failed. I could say they failed. The crackhead generation failed. But I don't. I don't say that because I know the circumstances behind what was going on during that time frame. And so that's all I'm saying is just everybody need to really, really like watch your fucking mouth, because we all have a fight and we ain't succeeded in that fight yet. We still fighting white supremacy 400 years later. So all of us are failures. So let's not do that old nigga shit. Cause if you 35 and up, I can say you failed. But we know the circumstances and we all collectively are trying to move past that. And so that's all I'm saying is just have some consideration. And all of y'all that's foundational Black Americans, you should not be letting nobody talk to nobody like that. And I land.
Okay, let me just say something real quick. We can do both. Like, we can agree with what Clout said, that we have to watch what we say to people and how we say it, but we have got to keep our eyes on the prize and understand that we are still actively at war. Everyone is against us because we are Black. Okay, so we have to fight against certain wordage, the way some people are speaking, because they're speaking a defeated mind into all of us. If they're getting on stage and saying, oh, we're not getting reparations, that's like war, active war against us, for somebody to get up and say something like that. I'm very offended that she said that.
But
Because
let me ask you
but
this, and I don't mean to cut you off, but let me ask you this. So, do you think that with the Congress that we have in office right now, that they're going to sign off on reparations? Because I don't think so. I think that we need to have our people get in office so that the bill can even be passed to the
okay,
president.
so we're doing everything that we can. We are working on it. A lot of us are working on that reparations. We all have different jobs that we're taking over right now to get reparations, but we don't need people with defeatist minds coming in here saying we're not getting reparations. And a lot of times it is the older people, and I'm getting older myself, and I still recognize that, and I try to make sure that I never turn into a quote unquote coon and start saying shit like that. That's unacceptable. We can't just let people sit up and say stuff like that, because then you breed a Congressman Clyburn who sits up there for 30 years talking about why y'all fucking with me on that. I'm the one who made the bill. You get something like that, and then we're sitting up here trying to be nice because we don't want to be disrespectful to somebody because they're older.
But in the
Enough is
civil,
enough.
we
But
know that.
we're going to get off of that subject with all due respect. We are going to have a room about that. And I feel like you are right. I feel like we're both right. And I feel like we can work on the way that we say things to people, but we still have to own our fight and what we're here to do. So
Why
who
this
is
not a good
next?
time to have it right now?
So who was next? Was it Ogun Spirit or someone else?
I believe it was B Man or Muhammad before me.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Yeah, no, that was the reason why I raised my hand. But I guess first to answer the question.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you speak. I had to step off. Anybody can come up and address the subject. I was listening. You can come up and address the subject as far as solutions to crime in the Black community. If we want to talk about solutions to crime, then you can come up and you can address that. From now on, I matter. She is not in the room anymore. We're not going to speak on somebody who's not in the room. That subject of what was said, we are moving straight past that. I do not want anybody to come up and give a comment on what she said. That's unless it has to do with the subject matter being reducing crime in the community. That's the topic of the space, and that's what we're going to continue with. So, with that being said, anybody who's speaking now, I assume that you have something to say about the topic at hand. We will have a completely different space, and now I see now. Sorry, I see now more than ever. I do need to have a space about elders in the community, but continuing with the topic at hand.
So I raised my hand actually in response to Rich and Vovo. I could go on and deflect that, but the answer to the solution to crime in the black community, yeah, that's 100%. It's the reparations that is owed. It's a socio-economic issue. If you look in any portions of Black America, whether it's Black middle class, upper class, or even an affluent area, it's almost little to no crime at all. So that is the number one issue that would eliminate that. I think you already said that. If we got it on a Monday, it'd be gone by a Wednesday. Literally, that's what would happen. So I'll leave that Rich Vovo thing. I'll leave that till you open up your space, I guess.
Can you DM me about what you was about to say? Because I really am interested in, because I see you in spaces a lot. I'm just curious on your thoughts.
Yeah. Ogun Spear, you can go ahead, and then we'll go with Muhammad and then the centrist.
Much respect, family. Respect to the room. Afro Elite. Never met you before. Been seeing you around, and I went back and listened to probably one of your spaces before. I like how you hold your spaces, and I like how you stand on the B1, on your B1 stuff. Originally, like I did, like most of us, we raised our hand because we wanted to interject with the older lady. But speaking, respecting the room, the solutions in the black community, of course, is reparations, cash reparations. That's what we're working on with Marcel. And if we want to help with that, we can help with our pockets, just like you had the Hispanic dude, or I'm not sure what he was, go over there and donate. We can all do the same things. There's different levels to it, of course. Me, myself, and Eve that was in the room earlier, we got together with a couple other people and we got a billboard for Marcel. So there's a number of different things if you're not in South Carolina that you can do to help push this. But again, just the message of reparations, cash reparations, and not anyone else trying to crowbar themselves as non-FBAs into the conversation like the Nigerian earlier was. Oh, what he said earlier too, by the way, I just want to touch on that. He mentioned, because you guys got him earlier, but y'all didn't touch on when he said that he said slavery is still happening. The only difference is done through immigration. And I was like, immigrant slaves where? So we have to make sure that we're clear like that. I didn't say too much about that. I didn't try to get up earlier then because you guys got them. But again, I wanted to say much respect to you. Ain't no black and brown. It's black one, black first. And I can't wait till you start that other space because I got a few words for that too.
I got to unmute myself. Yeah, that's you guys need to be following me so you guys don't miss out on that space. That space is definitely going to be a good space, a space that's been needing to be held for the longest time. But let's continue with the hands. Muhammad, you can go ahead, brother.
Hello to everyone. Afro Elite. I'm kind of new to spaces, so I just kind of figured I'd tune into you guys' conversation. In reference to your question about solutions that would help fix crime in the black community, I do agree that reparations would significantly decrease crime in the inner cities or in the majority of black people are at. But when I look at the United States as a whole, obviously you have to start somewhere, correct? But say reparations were made, correct? The system
I'm
is
sorry. I'm
still.
sorry. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said say the reparations are made, correct?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So say that's completed. I feel like the trouble in like focusing on just your reparations and not thinking about like how the whole system will interact with each other, because you got to think about the white people have built this system to disproportionately limit the black man, correct? So when you talk about a whole group of people who don't have financial capital who now have financial capital, the system wasn't made from the beginning for that to even like be uh to coincide with each other, you know? So you gotta think about like, okay, so the reparations happen. What is the schooling system is gonna look like? How are policies and like how society works gonna influence what the money does in people's hands, you know? Because you still gotta think about the police, you gotta think about the jobs available, resources that are they going to be based in those communities, or is it going to be kind of like more like into similar communities like Chinatown? You got I don't know, the other minorities and stuff. I just want to hear your insight on that.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna be brief with this because we do got some more speakers up in here. With reparations, we'll just make our own things. We'll be able to pay our own people to do services for us. We'll be able to pay like community watches. That way we can replace the police. We'll be able to train people properly to deal with certain situations, and we'll police ourselves just like other communities have done. I mean, the formula is really not complicated because other people have done the same thing. Other people are doing the same thing. Reparations will be the stepping stone to a lot of things, the same way other communities are doing it. It's not really difficult. They make it seem as if reparations is just it's so complicated because they don't let us. I really hate when they don't let us. They never let us. They never allowed us. They never permitted. Like, you know what? We beat you niggers up so long. Let me throw you this little bone. They've never did that. Everything we've ever done, we've done because we fought for it. With the reparations, of course, we know that cash payments isn't it. That's not going to fix everything. There's still a lot of work to do after the fact. But with that, we will have the resources that we need to start building ourselves. We will have the resources. Now, before we get reparations, we should be putting forth the stepping stones. So then the second we get reparations, it'll just be like rocket boots on top of anything that we've already established. You know, so it's not like cash is going to fix things. Just is cash is going to give us the opportunity that we've been needing to fix things. I want to go to the centrist, and then Charlie, you can yeah. If anybody wants to speak, you got to raise your hand. Centrist, you can go. The centrist, you can unmute yourself. Okay. Charlie, you can go. Can I not hear anything? Is it me or
No, something's wrong with the
Nah,
centrist
yeah, I
mic.
can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Well, if you need a minute, centrist, you can mute yourself and get yourself together. Charlie, you can go ahead.
Do you got your
Okay.
headphones on or something? Because
Yeah,
we
we
can
can't
barely
hear
hear
you.
you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hello.
Yeah,
Okay, that's is here. You can hear me now, right? Okay.
clearly. Yep.
Uh.
Loud and
Okay.
clear.
First thing I kind of heard what Muhammad, I think it was, who was stating, talking about different ways in which I'm not sure if the structure has been built in the regions in which you guys are thinking about accommodating to this, but you want to start off with either a task force or a committee that you can connect with your local or state. You can build a task force as far as your reparations go. You'll need to study it.
You need to study what type of financial sources are you willing to design and to provide yourself structure within your communities. This is about making sure that economic, but also health, also education types of reparations are implemented. And also, if there are past harms, you want to research the types of harms that have been implemented, so that you can look at the past treatment of African Americans, um, so that you can really begin to put a price point on what you're doing. So, this is about researching the types of harm over a period of time. This is about ensuring that if anybody was displaced, housing displacement, if we're talking about, gentrification, any kind of sort of discrimination in the workforce, different private entities. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of things that have to be researched so that you're able to articulate the types of financial structure that needs to be in place. Um, there are a lot of communities and people who have already begun starting on this research. There is information out there. Um, but I think it's important to talk about it in a way where you begin to have structure in the discussion, and really coming together and making sure people are building committees all over throughout the nation, so that they can begin to articulate what it is they would like to see. uh, Cash is great, but there's other forms of financial equity that you can uh, ask for. And a lot of times, depending on what social economic status you come from, there's different types of forms of hardship that you may be facing. And so, different financial uh, funding that might be appropriate to implement into your structure. And I think that that's important to talk about. The other thing is uh, looking at I don't want to hold up too much time, but I just wanted to make sure that that was kind of talked about. I know that there's a lot of folks that maybe have already had these conversations, and I know that somebody was talking about mobilizing and has already been possibly mobilizing, and doing a lot of outreach and community engagement. I think somebody mentioned crowdfunding in order to start getting their communities well invested, building maybe community centers and things of that nature, so that in training centers and vocational training centers, and it sounds like some workforce training centers that need to be invested inside different communities depending on where you're living at and what region you're dealing with. Um, so it's just really about making sure that the financial resources are there, and also about making sure that there are some structure to what you're talking about, so that you can achieve some of the goals that you're mentioning here. It all sounds great to me. I think you guys are all in a positive direction. Just to let you know, there are folks that are doing this in other regions, and it's a task. And there's a lot of research to be done. But we're headed in a direction in which we can get this done. This is not something no longer in the past where they say that you can't get it done. It is something that can happen. That's all.
Thank you for that. Um, that's one thing that you brought to the conversation, task force. As far as when, let's say, we get our reparations, right? Or I'm not gonna say let's say, when we get our reparations, we can put together a task force of people about, okay, well, do we need a school here? Do we need a bank there? Do we need a clinic there? We can start forming these things now. I want us to get in the mindset of what should we do tomorrow? Literally, what do we do the next day when I wake up tomorrow morning? What is my agenda for tomorrow morning? What is my agenda for next week? Um, we're gonna get our reparations. We will. Whether it, like I said, it's the easy way or the hard way. They're picking the hard way. That's unfortunate for them, but we'll get it. We'll get it one way or another. Okay, and if we don't get it, nobody's gonna get it. and I'm not gonna be radical with it, but as our brother, the Black Authority says, if we all can't be equally comfortable, then we'll all be equally uncomfortable. So if we're not going to get our reparations and we're not going to live comfortably, then nobody can live comfortably. And that's just the way we'll live. Okay. If we're going to be impoverished and if we're going to be poor, then okay, that's fine. So is everybody else. But no longer is it going to be where black people, we're just living as the cattle of society. We're just living as the damn slaves, the second and third class citizens of the world, and everybody leeches off of us. Everybody gets to exploit us and victimize us, and everybody gets to enjoy their riches off of our work. No more is that going to happen. Either we're all going to be comfortable or we will all be uncomfortable. So we will get our reparations. We will get it, definitely. But I want to add, what can we do? Let's say we'll get our reparations in 2023. If a bill popped up like a 2023 June 1st or January 1st, we get our reparations. We don't want to sit on our hands until we get it. We want to be already moving, and then when we get it, it's just going to boost the momentum of the movement that we've already been carrying out. So I want to get us in a mindset of what can we do now with the limited resources that we have, so when we get our flux of resources, because of the reparations, we can magnify that times 10. You know what I'm saying? So as far as
Can
the
I respond to
crowdfunding,
that?
hold on. As far as the crowdfunding, we can do that. We can do that now. We can literally do that tomorrow. As far as the what did you say? As far as like the community centers, as far as getting community centers, we can do that now. As far as um what getting, I think you said a panel or something to that effect. We can do that now. And then when we get our reparations, that's going to just magnify whatever we've already established times 10. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I think the first thing, it is a lot of research, but you want to start with a committee. You can select members. I'm not sure where everybody's at. I don't know where the majority of you all are at, but you can use software like Zoom if you need to do it virtually. You need to set up your committee. You need to, number one, quantify the Black economic loss. Okay. Quantify the Black economic loss. You need to define how much money has, uh, you need to define how much money it is that truly, it's difficult, right? Because we're thinking about researching from a time period where there was not documented or undocumented information, and there may be lost information. So it's
No,
based on information that's there.
we base it upon their social dominance theory they have used since they brought us here 400 years ago. If
Uh,
we base it upon that, the economic loss is at a level that reaches the trillions of dollars.
okay.
We're putting this we don't have to make this rocket science because the numbers are clearly there. They've used a social dominance theory that has allowed them to put a hierarchy upon themselves that created this structural racism.
Okay, but ma'am,
So this structural racism has allowed this to perpetuate to the point in which we are now at a place where we are seeking and we shall receive our reparations. Those reparations are based upon this model, this whole world unique model. So this panel in which we will create, we cannot allow the bootlickers to write this legislation without us eyeballing it. And I've had firsthand experience in writing legislation, and I've eyeballed some of it. And some of this legislation we gonna really have to tweak when it comes to be conformed out of both houses to ensure that we're not shortchanged like they have done to the indigenous tribes of this country, so that this is not a one off. This is going to be a continuous thing, so that These hierarchies that are ubiquitous to this society does not continue to happen. So yes, we can make sure that the society's resources are properly allocated in the manner in which we can flourish without the high.
Um, hold on. Hold on for a second. Centris, I'm gonna let you land real quick, but can you wrap it up in about 30 seconds? Because I do want to get to some of the speakers who haven't spoke yet. We have a couple speakers who haven't spoke, so I'm gonna let you land. I'm not gonna kick anybody off, but yeah, because we gotta get to the hands. But to touch on what you said, it's not rocket science. But as far as legislation and politics go, we do need certifieds up in there, because what will happen is we'll have the reparations, and then we'll have the liberals, the Democratic coons, we'll have them in there, and they'll black and brown it up. They'll people of colorize our reparations, and then they'll slip in the reparations, and reparations will count for brown people. It'll count for Hispanics. There'll be more reparations for all these other groups of people. So it we won't allow that to happen. When I'm talking about getting a committee, we can just get a committee, as far like, for instance, the Black Panther Party. That started with two people, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, and we was all like, you know what, um Huey Newton, Bobby
Careful.
Seale, we're just gonna do something, and they did it. They put their heads together and they started something. So that's why I'm saying we can have a bunch of brothers and sisters just put their heads together and say, hey, the second we get resources, we're putting a school right here. The second we get resources, we're going to put a clinic right here. The second we get resources, we're going to put a community center right here. The second we get resources, we're going to put after school program right there. We don't need like to have paperwork and all that stuff. We don't need to complicate the situation. We can just have some brothers and sisters in Chicago and the South Side, West Side, and Iowa and California, Texas, just anywhere you are. You just have some B1 brothers and sisters to say, okay, well, when we get some resources, I'm a certified teacher or whatever, let's build a school right there, let's build a clinic right there, let's build a community center right there, let's build a grocery store right there. That's all we need. We can do that now, we can do that tomorrow. And then the second we get reparations, we already got the plan. We already are looking at the real estate. We're already having the plan ready, set in motion. And then when we get the resources, which is the reparations that we will get, when we get that, it's going to just be tenfold. Everything's going to just fall in line like that. Since you can land your point, and then I want to get to Sheena.
Yeah, and also I was going to say that land that belonged to black people, land that was allocated to black people, that was taken, that land in those states be reverted back immediately as part of the reparations package. So those become indigenous lands, just like the reservations are free of state and federal interventions. Those be part of it. We not only just get financial reparations, but we also get that land and those lands back that became state parks, federal parks, private lands. Those things come back, and there are many. We're talking hundreds and thousands and millions of acres in this country. It's a lot. When I said trillions of dollars, our wealth exceeds the 1%. That's why they're afraid of our real reparations. And that's what we need to go after. All of it. Not just some of it. All of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking truth to power. I want to get to Sheena. You haven't spoken yet. I know you said you wanted to speak, and then we'll go with our brother Rich, and then Ogun Spirit.
Hey, good evening, Mister. This is my first time to this space. I've been listening to the host, Afro Elite. I'm just saying the name, through the social media platform. There's a lot of different things I'm taking in to the most recent speaker. I relate to some of your information. I know the topic was how do we change crime in the Black community. So to freestyle because I don't want to be all over the place. And good evening to everybody in the space. I'm Sheena from the Midwest region, and there's a lot of different factors that I feel just coming in on a different perspective level, and I have respect for the younger OGs, the older OGs, whatever, not touching back on that part. The newer ones, it's generations. I have seeds from 14 all the way up to my parents in their, 60s retired from the military, all types of shit. The motherfucking military people picked my parents. But I wasn't old enough to motherfucking go back, background, check the shit, make sure they shit was patented or whatever you call it, patent, all that type stuff. Being real talk. There's a lot of systemic different things going on with economic barriers, all types of stuff in our communities nationwide across the country. Coming from a rural population raised in Mississippi, going to universities down there where it was more segregated. There wasn't as many opportunities to advance, and then relocating and raising my own seeds here in Milwaukee, which is, I guess, a little bit more. If you was back in the days, want to go up north, there's better opportunities. A lot of our ancestors would come from down south states to, come to Chicago and these types of states to better themselves for opportunities. Atlanta is the hub, it's all types of stuff, but there's so much competition in Atlanta with our own culture, but it's the Black Hollywood, not to be all over the place, but there's a lot of different factors. Um, Reparations, definitely. We're all old reparations, okay? Real talk, we ain't gonna never get this shit. Like, I'm not being negative, but
And I knew
as
you should have cut
we
her off in the
can
beginning, but
no, so go ahead. You said what? What did you
Listen,
say?
listen, hold on, just continue. I'm reading the
Oh,
DMs.
okay. Oh, okay. Uh,
She said this is her first time
speaking,
speaking, so yeah,
yeah,
she's
speaking freestyle, being angry, matter of the fact, all these types of things. We are all due what is due to us, but how do we go about getting it? Okay, there's a couple points. I don't have a outline. I'm not in here to teach. I'm just freestyling. But everybody receives payments, just freestyling. A lot of our community, not speaking negatively, but from my walk and working in the culture of because of the services that are not provided to all of us in our community, are not going to utilize you know, to not going to utilize whatever the reparations may be. Okay, so how do
okay,
we brand
sister.
this?
Okay, here's
Then,
here's here's okay.
Can we start
Um,
putting like a time limit
yeah,
on
yeah.
people?
I was just
Okay.
about to say I've been putting a timer on. I've been very lenient with that. I'm gonna give you like I'm gonna extend a little bit of grace and let you land. You get like 10 seconds to kind of just wrap your point up, and then we got to get to some of the other speakers.
oh,
This
sure,
isn't,
sure,
and
sure
I'm just
thing. We
gonna
can come
apply
back
this to
around,
everybody.
but
This isn't
long
specifically
story
to you.
short, it's about we can make this happen. Long story short, there's a lot of different points that people spoke in the room. It's who you elect from your local to all of these types of things. It's about our research. It's about how we raise our own kids. It's about the community. It's about who we elect. It's our teachers. It's our superintendents, our principals, it's our governors, it's all that stuff at the end of the day. And us coming together as a team and wanting to learn and elevate and share knowledge with each other. Okay, long story short, and I'll pause.
Okay. Now, let me reset the room to a degree, right? Let me reset the room to a degree. What I'm talking about as far as what we can do tomorrow, I've been looking, I know people in real estate personally, and I've been looking at different properties and things like that. And I'm getting around, I'm looking in the neighborhood and I'm thinking, if if I was to get my reparations tomorrow, what would I spend it on? What would I do? What properties would I buy? How would I utilize my properties? I'm thinking on some like future Nipsey Hustle type stuff. Not just me. Me and a few of my close associates are thinking, if I was to get my reparations tomorrow, I would buy this house. I would flip that house. I would buy that property. I would turn that property. That wouldn't be that business. That would be this business. I would develop this community center. I'm a very big on communities coming together. There's this one building that I'm looking at that's not far from me that I would develop if I had my reparations. I would develop into a community center, like I said with the documentary of that one ex he wasn't necessarily a gang member, but he was an ex street dude, and he turned into a chef because he got the opportunity because there was a community center. And I think it was Inglewood. It was a community center that took him in and that gave him his high school diploma, and that he did I think a work and pay program type thing, and with the work and pay program, he paid for his way through college. I'm thinking, why don't we have that kind of everywhere? Why is that a nuanced thing? We can have a bunch of those. So we can have people, who want to leave the streets. If you want to leave the streets, we can help you get your education. There's I think, I don't know, it's called a learn and work program, something like that, where you're working, have businesses, and you work for the businesses, and the businesses pay you and pay your way through education. So that creates a cycle of you're working and you're getting your education. And then through that, you can have people have a way out of the streets. That's why I'm saying when we're talking about solutions to reducing crimes, I'm saying let's change the environment and let's give these people a way out, you know, instead of in a country where they're talking about we just need more police and we just need to throw them in jail and lock the key away. I mean, throw them away and throw away the key, lock them up and throw away the key. Instead of doing that, let's at least, and I'm not saying everybody can be saved because we know everybody can't be saved, but let's at least create something that gives them the opportunity to get out of that situation. We can do that. We can also create situations like the Black Panthers. Unfortunately, the Black Panthers weren't getting funded like they were supposed to or like they should have been, but we can create situations like that. For instance, if we think about what happened with our brother Nipsey Hussle, rest in peace to him. Um, we can create, situations like that and then just have armed security around the places. Black people who are armed security, that creates jobs for black men, and that provides a sense of protection amongst stores, so you don't have white supremacists vandalizing our property or stealing from us. You don't have that. So that kind of kills two birds with one stone. So all of these little things, these are like dominoes that can be just knocked down one by one the second we get our reparations, which is why I'm saying our reparations are so important, because these things can get knocked down one by one. We creating businesses, we're creating jobs, we're creating opportunities for people to get out the streets. We can create after school programs. With the after school programs, they won't be so subject to like the street culture, because sometimes if you're living in a single parent home, the mother doesn't get off till 7 o'clock. You're out of school at 3 o'clock, so you just hanging out. You don't got nothing to do. So we can give these very young black boys and black girls an opportunity so they can do something. So when they get to the college age, they're already a step above their peers. unfortunately, in our school system, we have the second you get out of high school, you're still reading like you're in the third grade level. You know what I'm saying? We can create tutoring programs and things like that. All of these things that I'm speaking of now will reduce the crime. All of these things can reduce the crime. Now, for unfortunately, we don't have the resources right now, and that's why we're fighting for reparations. This, and the second we get reparations, that's the page we're going to get on. But I'm saying right now, what can we do? Well, first we can have a conversation about what we can do. We can make plans and strategies about the second we get our reparations, or the second I get enough money, I'm gonna do this. We can have we can pay people to be mentors on some like big brother program or big sister program thing. I'm just kind of spitballing, that's just off the top of my head. But all of these things are things that we can do, and it's our responsibility to do as black people to fix the situation. Now, with that being, I just had to kind of reset the room with that. I really want us as foundational Black Americans specifically, but as Black people in general, because the crime is global. White supremacy is global. So in order to fix that, we have to get a kind of futuristic mindset, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So that's the mindset that I
Yes.
want a lot of us to be on.
Yes, and I'm not cutting anyone off. Just all due respect, just real briefly, just something personal that walks with me since over the weekend. As a single, black, educated mother, supposedly society standards, whoop whoop whoop. Um, I have raised my kids with foundations, all of these types of things. Top of their
Sheena,
class. No,
Sheena,
I just wanted to share real quick. I'm
let me
sorry
ask you
not
a
to cut
question,
anyone.
Sheena. Can you hear me?
Hmm.
Are you foundational Black American on both sides of your family?
I sure am. I'm African American.
Okay,
I'm
we're gonna go
African.
here again.
Why,
Where
why
where
did
do
you
you, where
ask
do
me
your
that?
parents come
Yo,
from?
My
who
mom is
streamed
born
that
and raised in
video of that Buffalo shooting, man?
South Central 97th, in Avalon, okay, LA, and my dad is from Chicago. So both of my parents come
Okay,
from,
okay, let's
and
go to your grandparents now.
we don't. My dad is a retired Navy veteran. My brother is a retired veteran Iraq. So I don't explain my story about my family and how we walked and served our country for no one. All due
No, I'm
respect.
talking about your grandparents.
No, yeah, I'm just. What does that even matter?
We
Because
trying to
because
find
you're
out where
telling
your
me that you're
lineage is.
foundational Black
I'm
American. I
so
just got
yes.
done looking at your profile, and it doesn't look like you are.
I
I'm just
I am
asking.
though. Like why don't no I am.
You
I'm
trying
not
Okay,
trying to be
because if you are, then
disrespect.
why are you getting offensive when I'm asking you about your
No, because
grandparents?
why would I
Because
not
because
be
because this is
African
what we
American?
normally do in these rooms. Everybody goes through this. All of us go through this, and no one gets offended when they are.
I have gone through this harder than you probably can imagine trying to
Okay, so
cop
what
my
about your grandparents?
reparations, trying to cop my reparations in the past few weeks, literally. I've been fighting the
Okay,
case
so
with the states
who's
and the
next
people.
to
it's a
speak?
simple
The
question.
states
Listen,
and the people.
Who's next?
listen, Sheena, what she's doing, she's not picking on you. Trust me. Everybody in here has known other people in here. I can literally give you times that I've had conversations with majority people in this room. Most of the people in this room I've seen before, even if I haven't talked to. I've seen you all before. There's a few new faces in here, but I have seen most of the people before. So all of the speakers, we just kind of want to verify because we have people speaking on reparations, and too often they don't qualify for the reparations. So because you're a new face, we're not accusing you of anything, but because you're a new face, she just had some questions for you. That's all. She wasn't coming at you um with any malice or anything like that. She's actually a very nice person. She just wanted to double check because it's important for us to know. Our brother Rich here, he's not a foundational Black American, but we all know he's not a foundational Black American. He doesn't hide the fact that he's not a foundational Black American. So it's important whether you're a foundational Black American or not. That's fine. We had our brother Ralph, he's Nigerian. It's fine. Just,
I
let
respect
us
that
know
so
where you're
much.
from.
I so respect how you came at me and checked me and Nikki. No, wasn't attacking you or nothing. I just have walked a real deep path with systemic racism. I'm not taking over the space and over talking anyone, but I'm still doing the math of how much these people owe me from 3 years. But
All
just,
right, but we got some new
and I'm not going to
speakers.
go too deep into that part. I'm
Okay.
not. And thank you for rephrasing. And
Yeah, yeah.
just make sure
It's,
I did
it's
answer
all love.
Nikki's
It's
question.
all
I'm
love.
fully African American. Yes, my mom and dad are black. Yeah.
Yes, it's all love. Absolutely. Let's get to Rich. You've had your hand up for a good minute. I know you're itching to say something. So Rich, you can go ahead. And then I do want to get our sister Dark and Lovely. You just popped up. I want to hear what you have to say. But Rich, go ahead.
Family, y'all know where I'm going. But I'm gonna be serious this time. I'm gonna be 100% serious. I'm not gonna joke around or nothing. I'm looking at a tweet, family, right, from Kamala Harris, and it's actually a video and a tweet. And in the video, she says racism is real in America. It has always been. Uh, it has always been sexism too. People with the biggest pulpits spreading this kind of hate, and she's referring to the Buffalo shooting that happened a few days ago. Family, this is the problem that we have. As black people, we allow people to talk dumb to us. This is why our politicians are able to talk dumb to us because we allow people to just talk to us like we're fifth graders. When they're talking to other communities, they talk about giving those communities resources. When they're talking to us, they talk to us like we're dumb. Why do they do this? Because we allow individuals in our own personal lives to talk to us like we're dumb. We allow anybody to just come in here and just talk dumb. No other community allows people. You think I can go to a white community right now and start talking dumb to white people? Do you think I can walk into a corporate office full of white folks and start talking dumb to them? Do you think they're going to allow that? They don't allow that in those communities. As soon as you start talking dumb, they remove you. White people are the best at curving you. Soon as you start talking dumb, they're like, sir, I gotta go get some tea. I gotta go get some coffee. Uh, I'll talk to you later. They don't allow people to talk dumb over here. Black folks, we allow people to just talk dumb to us every single time. This is why these politicians come in and just finesse us all the time. It's now we're starting to wake up and starting to clean house. But this is why, because we allow the dumb shit. You can't allow people to talk dumb to you like you're a child. You are grown. We are grown. We can't allow that, man. Life is hard, but it's simple. People try to make it like life is difficult. It's hard, but it's pretty simple. You get up every day, you go to work, you pay your bills, you take care of your children, you pay your bills on time, make sure your credit is right, have some savings in the bank. That's simple, but it's hard. It ain't easy. And it's the same thing with communicating with other black folks. It's pretty simple. Having a conversation with other black people is pretty simple. You either agree with reparations or you don't. You either agree with FBA or you don't. You either agree with B1 or you don't. But we got to stop allowing people to come in and just talk to us like we little kids, man. People come in here and just draining the energy, just babbling, man. Like, come on, we can't allow this, man. This is why the politicians can come in and just do whatever they want in our community because everybody just sit there and they're like, oh damn, that's an authority figure, so I can't really, question that person because that person is an authority. And then you got this thing where people are saying, oh, don't talk to the don't disrespect the elders, don't question the elders. That is stupid. Everybody's supposed to get questioned. The children are supposed to get questioned. The middle-aged folks are supposed to get questioned. The older folks are supposed to get questioned. The non-FBA folks are supposed to question. The B1 folks, everybody's supposed to get questioned. Nobody's above criticism or questions. Just because you're 60 or 70 or 80 years old, oh, we can't. I don't get it twisted. I have common courtesy for older folks. If I see you in the street and you're an older black lady, whether you're a coon or not, I'm gonna help you walk across the street. I'm gonna help you with your bags. I'm gonna do all of that. And I'm not gonna disrespect you. I'm gonna have common courtesy for you. But if you think I'm gonna have respect for you and you out here talking gibberish and cooning, you are absolutely out your mind. Just because you're an elder and you're older than me, that doesn't mean I'm supposed to respect you. You're supposed to respect people who bring things to the table. And I'm gonna land there.
Though too, I want to rebuttal on that too, though, Afro, because you let him.
Hold on, no, let's
But
let
he
me
ain't.
think. You did
He did
have your
not
hand
address
up,
the room.
so
He did. He
hold
did
on.
not.
I swear I try to be patient in these spaces. We'll go. Vovo, you had your hand up. Then we'll go with Dark and Lovely. If you guys want to speak, raise your hand.
All I'm saying is this:
Now,
he did
I
not.
allow the hold on before you go. I allow these spaces to be teaching lessons because if you guys are not subscribed on my YouTube channel, which the link is in the bio, I do a lot of breakdown of these spaces. So when people say people are rambling, people are talking too much, a lot of times they are. But I do that because a lot of times I plan on doing future breakdowns on my videos about this because I'm not gonna lie, no disrespect, but we've had people come up here and have no idea what they're saying. They just want to talk just to talk, and that's something that we need to talk about too. If you don't know what to say, then just don't say anything. It is okay not to speak. It is okay not to speak. It's okay to say, "Hey, I'm just listening and learning." That's fine. But don't come up here like, "Okay, well, it's a platform." Well, I just want to say, back in the day, like, do not do that. We have that bad. We need to fix that. And we will fix that together as a community. Vovo, you can go ahead.
We need to move
I
some
just need
people
like 2 minutes.
down too because there's some people who want to come up.
I
I'm moving
don't
on after
see.
this.
I don't even see people who want to come up, but yeah, we can move some people down.
Okay, I'll do
Uh,
that.
yeah, Vovo, go ahead.
Well, I just need like 2 minutes. I hope I don't trigger nobody. You let him go. He didn't address the room. I just want to address the part that I didn't agree with. I'm a real foundational Black American. I didn't just get into this. I was a foundational Black American before the term even came. I was raised like this. That ain't never been our culture to talk crazy to our elders. That woman was not cooning. She didn't say nothing. All she said is that they not gonna give us our reparations. They don't, cause she understand their manner. She been dealing with them way longer than us. She's my mother age. When she was born, she wasn't even considered a full human being. She was not cooning. All she said is that they ain't gonna give it to us because she know these people that we are battling. She know what these people are about. She know that these people are evil. So that's all that she was saying, and she was trying to say, let's be self-determined. I understood what she was saying, but I understand like now we online, and and a lot of people get their talking points from, I guess we would call them the big three. They say a lot of good shit, but it ain't no way that I don't even believe Jason Black would approach an older black person while they're talking and say this why you gotta watch these old niggas. That ain't never been our culture. I don't know who
Sir,
everybody is.
dude.
Hold on, wait.
Let's Vovo. You was almost. Let's wrap this up.
Okay, Afro. I see you didn't tell him to wrap it up though, but I'm almost done. Huh? What? What is that?
Who is speaking?
What is that?
Who is? I don't know who is speaking right now.
Oh, Michael.
Nikki.
I'm sorry.
Well, I see
This
what
nigga
you
Rich
know.
was
I
talking
see,
for like 20
I'm
minutes
gonna wrap it
already.
up, bro. Oh man, I'm gonna wrap it up. But I understand that a lot of y'all not really from this culture. Ain't no way that nobody would be able to say that to our elders. Ain't no way. That's just something that he came with, and he don't even say it like that to our elders. He'll say it on the video. You got to watch these old niggas is catchy, but he wouldn't say that in front of an older black person, one of our
Dude,
mothers.
what are
Or
you talking
hold
about?
on, let me finish, bro.
You're
Cause you go back
babbling, dude.
to the manosphere with that. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I can tell you come from the manosphere, bro.
Y'all
You
don't fight,
just got it.
y'all. Don't, please don't fight. I don't
No,
want to hear what
I'm
y'all
trying to
saying.
finish though, cuz. I'm trying to, and nobody cut him off. He the king of cutting everybody off. He come
You
from the
could tell
manosphere. He
Rich
wasn't
that
raised in
nigga when
this.
he walk in here, man.
We're
What?
gonna let
They let
Vovo. We are going to let Vovo speak, and nobody's gonna interrupt him.
I'm almost done. Where I come from, we call our older women mama. We call our older black men pops or Mr. Johnson and stuff like that. We have the utmost for our elders and our ancestors. When you say something like that, when that woman can hear you, see this what I'm talking about these old niggas. I'm not never gonna agree with that. I know where you got that from. You got that from somebody else. That ain't how we talk to our elders. She
Yeah,
was
I
not
got that. I got that from
Rich,
Jason. I got
no shit, bro. I know no shit. I know where you got it from, bro. Cause you ain't cause this ain't your
I
culture,
got that
bro.
from I
This
got
Rich,
that.
ain't your
stop.
culture. This ain't your culture, bro. You fell into this culture
Afro,
online
could I reply?
after you
Could I
came from
reply,
the
Afro?
manosphere, bro. I'm almost done, bro. Nobody cut you off. You fell into this culture online after you came from the alpha male
What are
YouTube
you
channel
talking
and
about, dude? I don't
situation.
even know you. How you
Hold
gonna
on,
tell me
let me
where?
finish, bro. Nobody cut you off, bro. This ain't your culture, bro.
What are you talking about, dude?
Let him finish,
Let me
Rich.
finish, bro. Can I finish? When that woman was born, you was in the Caribbean. All right. She was
Bro, this
so
dude
what
is
I'm saying
lying
is
on my
this,
name.
bro. Can I please? I'm almost done. That let me say this. I'm
I
about to
was
finish in
born in
30 seconds.
America. What are you talking about, dude? You
Your
don't
parents
even know
were in
me.
the
You're just
Caribbean
talking.
in the 50s,
Vovo, I
in
mean,
the
let
50s,
Vovo finish
in
his
the
point.
50s, in the 50s. That woman was born in America. She wasn't even considered a full human being. She was not cooning. All she was saying is that we need to be self-determined, y'all. She is a little slower. She's older. She's an older woman. She's a little bit slower. She's out of touch. She's not as witty as us. But she was not cooning unless I would have called it out. She was not cooning. All she said is that they not gonna give it to us, y'all. We got to start building ourselves. That's what she was trying to say. But a lot of y'all got y'all talking points from these people that's talking online, which they write about some shit, but they would never agree with nobody telling her that's why you got to watch these old niggas. No, we don't do that type of shit. That is not our culture.
Okay. All right. I'm disappointed. I am disappointed. The subject is about solutions to crime in the black community. And for the last hour or two, I've heard more people get up on here to speak regarding a woman who's not even here anymore. More people have had things to say about a woman who's not even here anymore than they had to say about solutions. To be honest with you, in this space, solutions to crime in the black community, I've heard very few from people, to be honest. I've heard very few. We were on a good page in the beginning, and then we got thrown off, and we never got back on track. I've tried multiple times to okay, these are the things that I would do, but we're still talking about a woman who's not even here, who spoke hours ago, and I said to leave the situation alone. Does anybody have anything to say about solutions to crime anybody. I swear, the next person who speaks, and I don't care who it is, the next person who speaks on that lady is getting kicked out the room. This is not the time for that. Okay? Rich and Bobo, y'all can have y'all conversations someplace else. Dark and Lovely, you can go ahead.
All right, may I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to center it back basically to the topic of the room, solutions to the crime in the Black community. Um, I have been, I've been thinking about this for a while, the very subject. What I noticed, and I'm just gonna make it real quick, y'all. What I notice is it's perpetuating itself through our younger generation, as everybody knows. So, what me and um, some more of my community men have done was go into the housing projects to talk to the younger people that are there in their early 20s, just coming out of high school, getting a housing project, about the system of racism, white supremacy, because they don't understand the system that they're in. So we go to try to teach them or pass out information about our grandmaster teachers of Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. So they can, I wish somebody would have necessarily came to me when I was living in the projects, and tell me, exactly what we're up against and why I have to be in the projects and why I had to go there. Um, Being there was no place else to go. That's one solution. The second solution would be to, and these are things we can implement right now, is to see who's on these school boards. I mean, I live in a majority Black city. My police force is majority Black. Um, but our school system here is really ran by white people. And if we can get these people out of these seats, we can have curriculums, or we can bring it back our masonry classes. We can bring back, welding in these schools where you can work with your hands and have um, programs that young men can, when they get out, they can build their own. They can, when you talk about, these young kids don't have anything to do, is because nobody's teaching them how to work with their hands. Nobody's teaching them trades where they don't have to go to apply for the job. They are the job. Where we can make our community better. We got a lot of dilapidated houses around here. It's a lot of, and now I just found out that in my city, if you find a house that and their grass hasn't been cut, and it's a back tax house or whatnot, if you cut the grass so many times, you can end up owning the house. Like, and that was kind of crazy to me, but it's one of our city ordinances here that we could implement. But coming up, I mean, it's a lot of dilapidated houses in a predominantly Black neighborhood where I am. And if we teach the kids how to work with their hands again, how to be the job, get on these school boards, change our curriculum in the school, fight for the kids, and they'll have something to do. They can go around the neighborhood fixing stuff on older people's homes who really can't get around in much, who really, have to pay some company an exorbitant amount that's going right back to a white person's company, who really don't want to do anything but basically take their money. That's just solutions that I see that we can do as far as tomorrow. Even if you don't want to run for the seat yourself, or even if you want to boot somebody out their seat themselves, you can, if you know anybody that's passionate enough about these topics, you can bring it to them just as a conversation starter, and you may spark something else in them, or make spark an idea that may come to life tomorrow, or even organize around your community. Believe it or not, if you go door to door and you talk to people about things that's going on in the community, all the people will talk to you about it. But they don't, yes, they are, older people are out of touch, but they have to understand, you have to bring them up to date, on the stuff. So, and with that being said, most of our older people definitely will get it. If you break it down, you do have some outliers that are just stuck in their ways. But if you just break it down to what they're seeing, what they're experiencing, especially to the younger people, especially the system of white supremacy, if you just talk to them about it, I guarantee you 10 times out of 10, as they go on through their day-to-day life, something's going to happen to them where they're going to revert back to the conversation that you had, because you can't help but to go throughout the system. So it's going to revert back to that conversation. It may get them more interested in the system. And that's how you can keep the legacy of basically coming up with ideas on how to bring the system down in the Black community. But I'm going to land it there.
Okay, thank you for that, because you brought up a lot of great points. If we got to start them off young, we got to teach them young. If we remember, well, if we know our history, we know for a fact that schools actually used to teach trades. There used to be like a wood shop and a mechanic shop and different types of things, to where a high schooler just leaving high school, they would have skills to some degree. There would be like cooking classes and different things like that inside of high schools. So when the children left high school, they would have at least a taste of the skill that they would need to get a job in real life. Unfortunately, they stopped that. They don't have that anymore. So now you have people going out of high school and they don't really have a choice but to get another education, because they didn't learn any skills in high school. They didn't develop anything in high school to where they can sustain themselves as an adult. Back in the day, you didn't have to do that. Going to college, going to the military, that was not always your only option. You would develop schools, you would learn enough in school and high school to where you wouldn't have to do that. So what we can do as a community, like Dark and Lovely said, what we can do is we can start working with the community, going to the school boards and having conversations. I will say this one thing: as black parents, I'm not a black parent, but as black parents need to be way more vigilant about what's going on in these schools than black parents are. Black parents need to be way more active in these children's schools than they really are. When white people will get the idea in their head that their kids are getting taught critical race theory, you got white people in drones protesting at the school, speaking at school board meetings, talking about, oh, I'm going to shoot the damn teachers. When white people get upset about some shit, when white people get upset about the way their kids are taught, they will take off of work so they can go to the school. They don't give a damn. We need black parents who have the same energy as the damn white parents. And these white parents, they don't even actually have a real problem. Nobody's actually teaching their kid critical race theory. They just made that up. To be honest, it's just a fear that their kid isn't going to grow up racist that's making them protest at the damn school. But we got schools that are letting our children go to the next grade, and our children are not old and are not educated enough to pass. They're just giving the children passes and skipping the child on to the next grade, despite the fact that this child isn't learning anything. These children aren't developing any skills. And then when the children don't develop any skills, next thing you know, okay, you're out in the real world. You graduated high school, you don't know anything. And that's not to say they're dumb. They're not dumb children. It's just, if you don't teach somebody, if you don't give them the opportunity to learn, they won't learn. So when they're 18 years old and they're out of high school, but they don't know anything and they barely learned anything in high school, what do you think they're going to do? They can't make it in college. And that's not because they're dumb. It's because they weren't properly trained to make it in college. In order for you to be successful in college, you have to learn how to be a successful student. If if you were not a successful student in high school, what makes you think you'll be a successful student in college? If you didn't learn to take notes, if you didn't learn to study after class or who to talk to, if you didn't learn these things in high school, you're not going to be able to apply them in college. So if they do decide to go to college, they're going to drop out from college. And then the cycle is going to continue. They drop out from college. There's not any jobs that's going to pay you a livable wage. You got to live. And the cycle continues. There's not a person in the world, or there's a couple, but I I feel inclined to believe anybody in in this room right here. If I asked you, would you sell drugs or be homeless? If you had one option, I am inclined to believe that everybody in here would choose to damn sell some weed or sell some damn crack if need be before they're homeless on the street. I'm telling you right, myself, I don't do any drugs at all, nor have I ever sold any drugs whatsoever. But before I become homeless, I will become El Chapo before I become homeless. So I understand. I understand what they're going through. And in order to prevent the crime, the cycle of the crime that's been put on us, we have to get them while they're young and give them opportunities so that decreases the likelihood of them committing these crimes. Um, let's move on to the next speaker. I want to get to Mad. Mad, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Thank you for having me in your space, man. First, I want to say, like, you know, some solutions that I think would decrease crime in the black community as a youth, like one of the youth. I feel like different programs and different things, like with people coming closer together, like older men, like older women getting more involved with like the youth in their community or like different, young people around them, like just engaging in conversations to kind of see where their minds at and, understand them as a person. And to those that like are financially able and, have the ideas to kind of create different little things like events that can bring kids closer together without much violence and different things going on. I feel like that would help out. I mean, I can't really say that I got like 100% every idea, but being with the small facts of the things that I do, my family owns a game room and it's like downtown within the city. And my idea for that is to like, I'm going to be investing my money more into things that gains like younger people's attention and like I would say investing in different things around the community that people are interested in because if they have things like different outlets within their community, they really wouldn't look towards those like like they wouldn't really look at the negative sides of what they're going through. And I feel like having like positive things to really enjoy would kind of lift the burden off of them. Like me as a younger person, the community that I live in, I don't know if y'all ever heard of
Hey,
Harvey.
your mic just you got to fix your mic.
I'm sorry. Hey, you can hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying I'm not very sure if y'all familiar with the community Albany, Georgia, but me, I'm 19, but being young, it's not really much to do here. It's not, they don't create anything for the youth. It's a very big problem to where gun violence is being one of the leading causes to kids dying or kids going to jail and being picked up off the streets. And like it's because of the influence of what they're seeing. They don't have anything positive to look at, like people going to work or like people doing something that they enjoy. It's mainly people talking about things that they hate about what they do or stress and like different things like that. And I feel like if we could build things like probably like invest our money in like something like a trampoline park or like different laser tag areas or like different things like go-karts or something that they enjoy doing or just like if they have a talent or it's like graphic design or a video game or videography or like cinematography, different things like that. I would say kind of investing into those ideas would be a start because a lot of the times when a lot of younger people do things or a lot of time when they resort to different things, they have their first mind is to probably do something good and they have the thought to do something positive. But the main thing that they think about, oh, nobody's not really gonna care about me doing that, or that's not really gonna work out for me. But in actuality, it can. It just they need someone to actually help them keep going and believe in what they're doing. And I feel like having faith in a young individual is enough to really just keep them going. Because if they like, if a young person know that you believe in what they doing or believe in their ideas, or they can feel that it's a possibility that something great can happen behind that. I think that'll be the start. Because I mean,
Let me touch on that. And first off, and salute to all the people in the room. Salute to everybody who spoke. Okay, whether we agree and disagree,
Yeah.
salute to everybody who spoke. Um, Giving these children, these young black boys and black girls, something to do, something to look forward to, some sense of hope is very important. Okay, what white society prepares their children for success. They will create every avenue to prepare them. You touched on something as far as like photography, film. I think you said something like that. Like talents that these children might have. White society sees talented white children and then they capitalize off of that. Whether that person might be a dancer, whether that person might be a good musician, whether that person might be an actor, whether that person might be good in, you know, math or anything. White people have understood that you need to prepare your children by capitalizing off of their talents. And they have done that because they have connections. If a white person wanted to get into film, they might not know somebody directly, but they know somebody who knows somebody. And that's how their community works. Unfortunately, a little black kid wants to get into film, but they don't know anybody, and they don't know anybody who knows anybody. So you're kind of stuck. So what we need to do, and to touch on what you said, brother man, what we need to do is we need to create avenues for these kids who have talent. That we have such talent. We have the most talented children in the world. Our children are the most talented children in the world. You can look at TikTok and you can see that all of the trends on TikTok that stems from us. All of the talking points and what they call AAVE, which I don't even know why they call it that. I mean, it's just called slang, really. But all of the talking points, all of the dances, all of the trends that comes from us. We're the most talented people, but yet our talent is always exploited, and other people capitalize off of our talent. So it is up to us, it's our responsibility to create avenues to where they can capitalize off of their talent and then spread that to other people. So that's something that we can be doing now. We can be setting up, okay, um I might not be into, photography, but I know somebody who is, so I'm going to connect that person with the community. This is why it's important for us to, as a community, stick together. So that way, if you need some, like a little apprentice, you can go to the community and you can find that little boy or that little girl who's interested in filmmaking, or who's interested in photography, who's interested in acting, or what have you. That's the stuff we need. A community that helps each other. A community that creates opportunities for each other. Because white people make stuff happen for their kids. So it's up to us to make stuff happen for our kids. I'm glad you brought that talking point up, but I want to get to briefly, I want to get to Joel. Joel, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Peace, family. Listening to the conversation, I wanted to touch on what the sister was talking about earlier about the trade schools. Um, you know, uh Growing up, when I was a kid, my uncles, uh they all went to trade schools, and each one of them learned a different trade. um you know One of my uncles was a barber. Another one, he got into what's it, HVAC, like fixing air conditioners. And the other one got into plumbing. The point I'm making is that I guess this is like the late 80s, early 90s when they graduated. And my oldest uncle, he went like right from high school, went to like right into like cosmetology to get his barber's license. And he opened up a barbershop. um that barbershop allowed all of us, all the little nieces and nephews to work. um to have something to do, and and it wasn't much, just clean up hair and everything. But anybody who wanted to learn, whether it been how the books run, whether it been how to do to go out on runs when he would go buy products. um he would he always left it open to us. You know what I mean? Even if we wanted to learn how to cut hair. And what he did is that he created an avenue for for his younger brothers to be able to open up and start their businesses. You know what I'm saying? So now I have an uncle that he got his own plumbing thing. I got another uncle who got his own HVAC. And one of the things that we had learned, or what we saw growing up, was not just black business owners, but he did kind of like a Nipsey Hustle thing. So he had the barbershop. Then eventually, the next building next to his, my other uncle was able to get his HVAC, there. And the funny thing is, they all had businesses by the age of like 25, and they all still was living with my nana in my grandmom's house. And the funny thing about that is, um I I didn't learn until I left and went to college that a lot of our community, or we are so quick to send our children out. As soon as they turn 18, if they ain't going to the college or military, they gotta go get a job and contribute. But one of the things that we don't necessarily do is, we don't necessarily and I think that this will really help us moving forward if we emphasize more on getting a trade, or learning a skill while they're in school. And for example, I'll give you a prime example. My son, it's a different generation right now, right? So I see everything online. Like right now, we're on this apparatus. I got my son is 10 years old. He's about to turn 11 next week, but he's going into middle school. First thing I did was they offer coding classes in his middle school. So like, I had him, I got him into that. Now, I mean, he's interested in it, but my whole thing is like, he was going to do something. You know what I mean? Because I think we have so many educated black people with degrees, and yet we don't know how to, grow food, or a lot of us don't know how to, be self-sufficient. And I think that's one of the things that we need to go get back to. And the last thing I want to say is, the brother just mentioned about being in Albany, Georgia, and there's nothing to do. And I just wanted to share with you, man, I'm a social worker, and one of the things that I did, one of my studies for my when I was in graduate school was, nonprofit organizing. And one of the things that you can do is that you can go to your county, your county commissioners meeting. They have it once a month. They probably put it on public broadcasting, whatever your local thing is. And if you're a county resident, you can go up there, and they actually have a fund. Most counties have it. They have a community development fund, and it's not just for building buildings. It's actually for what you're describing. Like, no, there isn't. Uh, what am I trying to say? For activities, things to do in the community, especially with summer coming up. I don't know if you guys have a rec center, or if you guys have anything like that. It could be even at any public county building, but you can actually make a request. Draw up a proposal of how much you think it needs, how much you think it will cost.
Okay, brother.
That's just it. I'm sorry.
All right.
But,
Yeah. Just land your plane.
all right, I meant no disrespect. I just wanted to just add that there, but pretty much all I was just saying is that there, with the exception of the reparations, I was just saying that there are things that we can do right now in this moment to to help our communities and keep kids off the streets. And it's not something that has to be a big major thing. It's something that there are things that we can do just as individuals in our areas. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I'm gonna tell you, and one thing that you said that I really think needs to be capitalized on. You said I think it was your uncle who owned a barber shop, and he would employ you and your brothers, or yourself and your cousins, right?
Right.
That's something that we used to have in our community that we don't have anymore. But we see that in other communities. When we go to these gas stations and we see a damn 16-year-old behind the counter, a damn Arab who's just turned 16, 17 years old at the register at a gas station or at a little corner store, that's because their dad or their grandpa, their uncle, they own the establishment, they own the building, and then they hire their own family members. That's that group economics that they practice. That's one of the things that we can start doing today. We can start creating businesses and then hiring our own people to run our business, hire our own people to run the numbers, hire our own people for security. These are, if I had, for instance, if I had a business, I just want you guys to think about this. I had a business. Now, unfortunately, a lot of young black people, when I say young, I mean like 16, 17, 18, around that age, black people, it is very difficult for them to get employment. It's difficult for black people in general, but it's very difficult when you're younger. Imagine if I did that and said, okay, I'm going to hire a 18-year-old fresh out of high school. I'm going to give you the opportunity to just be the janitor. Yeah, you'll be making maybe a little over minimum wage or whatever, but you'll have a job as opposed to you not having a job. And that will be a better alternative than you going out and making money in an illegal way. You can hire, imagine I had a restaurant or a club or something, and the person behind the register is a black person, is a young black person that I hired myself. The person who's mopping the floors is a black person that I hired myself. The person who counts the checks, counts the safe, is a black person I hired myself. The person who comes in to do repairs is a black person I hired myself. All of these black people you hire yourself. That's the idea of group economics, something that we need to be practicing. These are things that we can start doing tomorrow. Literally, when we wake up tomorrow, we can start doing that. Any chance that we can get. I I need my damn car washed. I can hire a black person to do that. I need somebody to clean my gutters. I can hire a black person to do that. Let me tell you something. In Chicago, you can't find a Mexican to hire a non-Mexican to do some work for them. You won't find that. It doesn't matter what they need, they will find a Mexican to do it. If they need a car repaired, if they need to go to a body shop, they'll find a Mexican to go fix their damn car, whether it's the engine or the body of the car. If they need something done on their house, they'll get Mexicans to do it. If they need some plumbing, they'll get Mexicans to do it. If they need somebody to to damn pull the weeds out of their garden, they'll get Mexicans to do that. That's group economics. They don't if they will walk straight past a black owned restaurant to go to a Mexican owned restaurant. They don't even allow black owned businesses to be in their establishment. Okay? Asians are the same way. As black people, you got gas stations full of Arabs in our restaurants. You literally got Arabs cooking fried chicken in our communities. You get all of these other ethnic groups, Indians selling jewelry to black people. You know, the lack of practicing group economics. When we need our plumbing done, we don't care who's doing it. As long as somebody doing it, just somebody come and do it. When a damn Hispanic needs their plumbing done, they won't allow a black person to come in there and do it. They will not allow that. They will not allow that. They won't tolerate that. They'd rather do it themselves than allow a black person to do it. When we need it done, it doesn't matter who does it. Okay, that's not being on code. We need an on code mentality. When we start practicing group economics, that is a factor that can be a solution into reducing the crime in the black community by practicing that. Okay, in every single aspect of our life. Well, can I hire a black person to do it? And if I can't, can I do it myself? because I'm looking for every avenue to practice group economics the same exact way the Asians are doing it, the same exact way the Hispanics are doing it, the same exact way white people are doing. Black people, too often, too many of us, not saying all of us, not saying anybody specifically, we just don't care. We'll go get fried chicken from the damn Arabs. We'll go get the gas from the Indian gas station. You know, at the liquor store, you got Arabs and Indians at the liquor store. When we need some housework done, we'll call the Hispanics to come and do that. Terrible practice of group economics. When we want to go get something to eat, we don't prioritize going to a black owned business when we want to go to a restaurant or something like that. When we want, if our car needs to get fixed, we'll send it to a white person. They do it better than us. White ice is colder. Terrible practice of group economics. We got to start fixing that. We have got to start fixing that. And that is something that we don't need to wait for reparations to do. That is something that we can all wake up in the morning and we can start practicing tomorrow morning. Or I guess later on today, technically. Um, Dark and Lovely, you can go ahead.
To me, that speaks into the youth and as a whole, as a community as a whole, other groups know the racial, other groups are very well aware of the racial dynamics. Every group knows that Black people are the untouchables. Our community is deliberately destroyed. And that's why we have this mind frame. And that's why I say that to each one teach one basically type of approach to our community on what type of system we are. That can eradicate itself if we touch more younger people to recognize the system that we're in and try to open up more minds to what they're seeing and what they're experiencing. I think that would really self heal in that category, because you can't really fight back. You can't really fight an enemy you don't know about, or you can't really educate yourself. Pretend to know something that it really you don't even know is there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't fight back with a you can't fight a ghost that you can't see. And I think that's the importance of going to the younger people, explaining the white supremacist system that we're under, why we're seeing what we're seeing. I think that'll be a self-healing problem later on down the line, and it starts now. It may grow up into a scab, but eventually it's going to heal itself with the education on what's going on. Because most people really just going through life, they're just trying to survive, but they don't understand what conditions. They really don't understand, especially younger people, what conditions they're under and why they're under. Why are these cycles perpetuating? So I think it starts with first a major overhaul of the education of their actuality, and not what they see, and not the reality that they want to see.
You made great points with that. You made great points with that. A lot when I was growing up, and I'm gonna give you a brief story of myself. When I was growing up, I understood that we lived in a system of white supremacy, but I didn't understand why. I, for the love of me, couldn't understand why white people were racist, and I always wondered that. I didn't know, and it would always confuse me. I just didn't like, what have we ever done to deserve to be hated so much by everybody? Like, why? I didn't get that until I started studying Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and she told me it's really a deep rooted insecurity that they have in themselves. It's an insecurity of genetic annihilation, which is why that Buffalo shooter did what he did. And his manifesto, if you actually know why he did that because of the what was the great replacement theory. Because he fears genetic annihilation. He fears that people are going to come and replace white people, and that's secretly what these white supremacists fear. They secretly fear that. And after that, it makes sense. I understood that. So that's why it's important to teach people while they're young, which is why I really like it when our brother Mad, he said he was 19. I really like to have young people on here because that lets us know that the message is actually getting out to the youth. The message is getting out to younger people. This isn't just an echo chamber. We're all gathering around and we're all saying, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. And I point this out. And we're all kind of in this one small circle of people bouncing talking points off of each other. Our message is spreading to younger people. What you said, each one teach one. We as we learn and we grow and we teach other people. People have gotten, and I've said this in other spaces before, but people have gotten on me about me being too lenient on certain speakers. People have always said that, man, you just let people talk and you don't you let them talk, you let them babble. There's a science to it. There's a reason I do that. I do that because I used to debate. Everybody, if you guys know me like personally, people know I used to debate in college. Okay. So when I get on these public platforms and when people give talking points, even if they're bad faith talking points, I will engage with them in good faith. Why I do that is because I know I have younger siblings and younger cousins who watch my content, who are going to watch this and who are not going to know. So I might know, oh yeah, I know you're going in a bad direction. I know you're giving bad faith talking points. So I'm just going to mute you and I'm not going to let you speak. But a person who's in the audience who doesn't know, they're just going to look like, damn, Afro didn't give them a chance to speak. I didn't see where that person was wrong in what they said. I didn't see the flaw in what they said. That's why I let people, that's my strategy as to why I let people speak, so then I can pinpoint the flaws in their talking points. And then that teaches people. I've had people, and I'm definitely not trying to brag, but I've had people be all like, you know what? I didn't really understand until I heard you say it. I didn't understand that until I heard you guys go back and forth. Or I was on the fence until I heard you guys go back and forth. But now I see that that was wrong. So that's why I do that. And I'm only saying that to say we have to have patience as far as the youth is concerned. It's all about the kids, really. I know that's like a meme, but it really is all about the kids. It's all about the next generation. It's all about teaching them. So even if we have to kind of, suck it up and be patient with ignorant people just so they can see an example of this is the way you compose yourself. This is the way you debunk that argument. These are the talking points that you're supposed to use. This is the logic. This is how you get them to slip up. We don't get on here and we all like, you know what, you stupid dumb bitch, you get off my stage and then throw them off. Because who's going to learn that way? I might know, me personally, I might know that that person was wrong. But my 14-year-old sister, she's not going to see where that person was wrong. She's going to look at me. She's going to be like, damn, but why didn't you give him a chance to speak? I didn't know. I don't understand where that person went wrong. So it's not about just me. We have to, all of us, every single person in this room, we have to move in a way that we're always being watched by the younger version of ourselves. We're always being watched by our younger siblings or our younger cousins or our younger well, of course you have younger children. We always being watched by the youth. The youth is always looking up to us and watching the way we operate, watching the way we talk to people, watching the way we compose ourselves and we handle certain situations, and we plan and strategize certain things. This is why I said in other spaces that as black people we need to start extending grace to other black people. That does not mean you're every black person's friend by any means, but that means that you engage with your other brothers and sisters in good faith. You don't just you don't, off the first disagreement, oh, you just stupid and you not educated and I'm smarter than you and fuck you. And we don't do that. Okay. We don't compose ourselves like that, whether they're right or wrong. And a lot of times they come up here with bad faith arguments. They come up here to troll. Just like that one dude who was calling people a nigger. I kicked him out the room. I'm not even going to engage with that. Those are the exceptions to the rule. But the rule is that we're trying to set stuff up for the next generation. To be honest, screw us. Screw us. White people have that. White people are willing to make sacrifices for their damn future. Look at the and I'm not saying this to pedestalize the school shooters, but they're looking at it like I want to set an example. I want this to be an example for other white little boys and girls. And you seeing the school shooters getting younger and younger. It went from the school shooters at the movie theater. They in their 30s now. School shooters they 18. Okay, they do things to set themselves up for the next generation. Now, as evil as that is, of course, we're not going to do that. But we want to set up a positive future for our next generation. So I need black people to start looking into what am I going to do with my reparations so I can build generational wealth with the reparations. Or let me put on the let me set the stepping stones now. Let me fix my credit now. Let me invest in this building now. Let me buy this property now so I can capitalize off of that when I get my reparations. Let me get my degree now. Let me get my skills now. Let me do this now. So when I get my reparations, I can capitalize off of that more effectively. And these are ways we can reduce the crime. These are ways. These young brothers and sisters who are in the streets, they're not all of them, most of them, they're not bad people. They're people who have been failed. They're people that society has failed. It's not our fault, but it's our responsibility to fix that. They're not evil people. They were children who liked to play with toys and watch cartoons when they were younger. But society, the world has failed them and led them into that path. And that's not me justifying crime. That's not me justifying their actions. Yes, there are evil people in all societies. But are people who even are committing these crimes, they're not they're intrinsically not evil. Just because somebody might be selling drugs, that doesn't make them evil. Even the people who are out there shooting people, we have to understand that's a failed soul. It's shame on what they're doing, but that person is just a victim of white supremacy. That's what that is what white supremacy has turned them into. You lock somebody up in a cage, you barely feed that person, and then when you open the cage door, that person is crazy. Can you blame the person for being crazy? Or is the blame on the person who put them in the cage? Is the blame on the person who put them in that environment? The blame is on them. The blame is on white supremacy. That doesn't mean that every black person can be saved. And that's a hard pill to swallow. We all can't be saved. Unfortunately, it's just too late for some of us. You out there shooting up buildings full of it's too late for some of us. That's just the hard truth. But what we can do now is we can set the future up so the next generation doesn't look like this one did. That's what our elders were supposed to do for us, but they didn't do it. Not the way they were supposed to, or a lot of them didn't do it. Some of them did do it. And salute to them who did go above and beyond. And now it's our turn to go above and beyond. So the next generation who comes up doesn't have to go through what we went through. We have a moral obligation to make our society better leaving it than we experience coming into it. That's our job as people, as black people. I'm gonna let our sister Sheena go. I'm gonna wrap things up in a little bit. So if anybody wants to come and give their final thoughts before I wrap things up, I'm about to wrap things up at my time at 1:30. So that gives about 12 minutes. If anybody wants to come up in the next 12 minutes to give their thoughts, you can go ahead. But we'll go to Sheena, then Momo or Mumu.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Afro. All due respect. That part. Everything you spoke in the last speaking to the room and the space was very, I received it. Thank you for putting out that positive energy into the space. That's probably what I was trying to, a lot of the things that you shared are a lot of the things that I implement and I stand for and I walk them daily. I don't fake front things. And this is not about me. This is about our community. This is about our seeds. I'm not going to take up the whole full last 12 minutes, but I appreciate you for being observant as, you know, a leader. And I pay attention and I really appreciate being able to hear from different points of views. Um, to implement different things. Okay, this is the problem. Boom, boom, boom. So I pay attention to this is me personally, and I'll try to make it 1 minute. I pay attention to the local people, all the different entities. I don't care if the first local black mayor was recruited in my hometown. Um, Not being disrespectful, but I need to see what your walk is and what we're doing to implement change. You are around the same age as me. We walk the same. You're from this community. So, back to some of the things you were saying. Why does our community, there's a lot of trauma in our own communities. Trauma informed care is what I call it. I'm not trying to be all technical. Yeah, generational wealth is what's going to lead us out of the systemic problems in the community. If we give our youth things to lead, you know, excel and accelerate upon, that's what's going to make it. When we hire our own people for our own agencies, because that's the only thing I envision is like making things productive and sharing and recycling and self educating our seeds. It's all about our seeds. And yes, our elders, they walk different. They did what they could do under their circumstances. They left it open for us, younger millennial type people, you know, to finish it. And then they left it for our seeds, the 20 and younger. They're going to make some big shit happen because we about to implement it together and we got to like leach out each generation until the next sharing knowledge. And how is this going to work for this part right here? But real quick, this is just a quick question I have. Okay, so in our communities, yes, I totally agree. There's this bunch of all the theories and all the different things, politics, all the type stuff, okay? But in our communities, when there are resources that are made available, when there are different things, boys and girls clubs, you crisis stabilizers, mentors, all of these type things. I've done all of these type of positions. I've worked with the parents, the youth, all of that. I have two daughters, one both teenagers, 14 and 18. I do everything that I can implement as a parent coming from our community to
Sheena,
install.
if you will, please, ma'am. I'm sorry. Could you please get to the question? What's the question?
Well, I'm just speaking like everybody else did in the room, and I'm not really talking no longer than the rest. But I was gonna ask for everyone in the space. I mean, like the energy. I'm not. Hope I didn't rub you wrong earlier because I'm past all that part. I'm about implementing the you know the resolution. So when you have violence
Was
and
your hold on? Was your question for me or was your question for the room?
well, you're the speaker of the room, so what you were just leaving off on, and I was anyone in the room can address, I guess, to leave it off.
Okay, because I'm saying we have like 7 minutes left before I close the space. So
Right.
Oh, okay, okay. So in our own communities with the gun violence part, how do we change that part You know,
Okay, well,
not no, and I understand that part. I don't understand it. I don't get it. It's the way people are raised. It's a bunch of racism stuff that is messed up. But as we are raising our own communities in our own homes, in our own youth, in our own seeds, how do we implement with them not to retaliate against each other locally?
okay, well, that's a great question. That's a great question. Thank you very much for asking that question. What we do is we make ourselves hard targets, and this is just in general. We have a mentality of self defense. Okay, and this goes with everybody in every race of people. We can't take the guns away because it's not like we gave them the guns in the first place. They got the guns from the dominant society. Now, that can be a completely different conversation, but we didn't give them the guns and we can't take it away. The criminal element in black society is actually promoted by the dominant society. So, all we can do is we can change the environment to make people less susceptible to falling into the trap. That's what we can do. And then we can protect ourselves from the criminal element that the dominant society promotes. That's what we can do from our position right now. Um Dark and wait, Momo, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah, if I could, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I wanted to comment on like the younger generation and the each one teach one mindset. Um, it's hard because a lot of these young kids don't really understand money in the first place, and then that leads to like a real grimy crabs in the barrel mentality. And it's frustrating because like there's some kids in the neighborhood and they think they hustlers and try to sell weed and shit. And I mean that's cool. You got to do what you got to do. But I try to teach them um, productive and legal ways to to translate those skills. You know, fucking skills can't hustle for shit. But I try to teach them how to translate those skills into legal means. Um, but they still try to play in the streets and try to just do grimy shit. Like I try to teach them, bring them into my house, and teach them about investing, teach them about business and things like that. And then these same little niggas tried to rob me. This is, I mean, it's nothing. It's frustrating for me. So I was just wanted to ask, what can we do in these situations when we want to help people, but these young kids are hard to reach?
Well, the reason why they're hard to reach is because unfortunately we've developed a culture, we've developed a narrative that the older people are out to get the younger people. We've developed in our society, older people don't reach out to help. And on our community, the older people look down on the younger people. In our community, we have the older people, they're telling the younger people, you need to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. You need to start respecting authority. You need to start you stop selling weed and the problem is you. That's so growing up hearing that from the older generation, when you hear an older man talk about, come on, son, we need to teach you how to invest, you're not going to get a lot of positive feedback. Like I said before, that's unfortunate, and it all black people can't be reached. Unfortunate. All no, all anybody can't be reached. That's not just a black thing. But what we can do in situations like yours, brother, is lead by example. You know, because nobody likes a preacher. People will follow a leader. People will follow that. If they see you driving in the damn Bentley and you say, "Hey, I can show you how to be in a Ferrari if you want to," people will listen to you. But if you're just talking about stocks and I'm not saying you are, but if you're just talking about stocks and bonds, people like, "Yeah, all right, okay, all right," but run them pockets.
No, no,
That's
no.
kind of the response that you get from the younger generation. So in situations where you're the older man in the room, you have to be that example of what these kids want to be like. if you're in the position that a lot of these kids want to be like, you will have people who will listen to you. Does that mean all young people will listen to you? No, but you will have way more people who will listen to you if they can see you're in a position that they want to be in. Dark and Lovely, you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say just real quick. You just have to reach out to kids while they're really, really young. In school, again, the basically the hands-on activities with construction and things of that nature, you have to pique their interest to they are the job. They don't have people don't have a they don't have a future to see. They only see what's in front of them, and even then they don't understand what they're seeing. So it all goes back to the system of white supremacy and how they don't understand it at all. And they have adults that don't understand. It's like the blind leading the blind. They everybody trying to survive out here, unfortunately. And but we have to understand that they don't understand at all. But you'll get this discouraged because there's going to be a lot of babies that fall through the cracks. But we just have to save the ones we can save, and that wants to be saved.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Unfortunately, everybody, like Dr. King said, everybody's not going to make it to the promised land. But we can get as many people there as we can. We can save as many people as we can. If there's a burning building and you're a firefighter, you can't hold everybody on your back. You can't carry everybody out, but you carry everybody you can. Certain people don't want to be saved, but you can save who you can. And by in doing that by leading by example and teaching them when they're young. But what's very interesting, Jane, you requested to speak. I'm wondering why that is. What do you have to say about this?
So sorry for the noise. I'm actually outside. I was walking to get some food. I didn't expect you guys to have such an interesting space going on. But I'm running for Congress, but I just want to be clear this is not about my run. But I think it's very important what you guys are talking about here. I think it's very important to educate kids while they're young. I really believe we should have financial education, financial literacy from K to 12. I live in Nevada. We are 49th in education, and in my city of Las Vegas, we have 20% of the population live in poverty. So there's a direct link between poor education and poverty. We need to break that. If kids can start learning about how to save, people don't even teach any kids about piggy banks anymore. Nobody knows how to balance a checkbook. People don't even know how to buy a postage stamp anymore. So that's something we definitely need to do. Also, I completely agree with you on kids or people having good role models. I have to disagree with you on the type of role models they have. For example, like somebody driving a Bentley. I think we really need to realign our idea of what success is in this world. And it definitely should be more focused on character, ethics, and work ethics specifically. So I agree with you guys on so many levels. I do hope that I've contributed something to the space, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, Garfield, go ahead.
It's a little bit out of nowhere, but I want to give props to Deion Sanders because he went to a school, that's not a big school, Jackson State, and he put him on the map. And see, and that's the thing that I want to tell people: go to the schools, don't go to the rich school, go to the schools where you grow or whatever, where you bring your people up, and that's what he did. And now you have kids from there that want to go play there, right? They want to go play there, and guess what? It builds up your own community, builds up your own people. I think you need to, if you graduate, okay, from college, because a lot of people don't graduate, don't even go to high school. You know.
You know, I'm sorry, we just got to wrap this up. Thank you, Garfield. I got your message, and we'll be talking. We'll be talking. I got your DM. I use the example of the Bentley to show you need something tangible. You need to show the people that your plan worked. I said that in another space. Anybody can preach, Anybody can preach. Listen, let me show you. I don't have any children, but I do have younger siblings that follow me like they are my children. So let me give you guys an example of something. Anybody can tell somebody what to do. Anybody can preach to somebody what they should or shouldn't be doing. And we have that too often in our community where somebody is preaching, where somebody is talking about this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. And you should follow me just because I'm a great person. When people see that you're out there actually putting the work in, when people see that you're a person with an agenda, when people see that your agenda works, people will follow you. People will be all like, well, whatever page he's on, whatever page she's on, that's the page I want to be on. It's working for you, so it's going to work for me. People don't pick the mentors out of a hat. People pick the mentors off of, I like, he has a number one best-selling book. I like the direction that he's going in, or I like the direction that she's going in. So that's what our older generation needs to do to our younger generation. You want to talk, and I'm not saying that anybody specifically, but give an example. Just if my uncle owned a barbecue shop, or not barbecue shop, barbecue restaurant, and he told me about a recipe, I would listen to his recipe. Clearly, you know what you're doing. You sell food. Versus somebody who I just met one day talking about this is the seasoning that you use and you don't use. I'd be like, I don't really know. But if I know somebody who I see the plan works, I see this person is legit about what they're talking about. Oh, oh, okay. Oh, wow, that's interesting. I tell you, I got some great backup. That's all I'm gonna say. But I am tired. This space was very long. Um, it was positive. Overall, it was positive that we got thrown off, and I will be talking to them in the DMs about that a little bit later. We got thrown off, but these are the solutions to building the community, to solving the crime that we have. Like I said, it's not our fault, and a lot of it is lies. We don't commit 50% of the crimes. We're not inherently violent. We do get disproportionately targeted by police. More police in the community isn't going to fix the problem. Okay. All of these things, they're not going to fix the problem.
So what's going to
So
fix it?
what's going to fix the problem is, I don't even recall who said that. What's going to fix the problem is us, black people. We're going to be the ones out here fixing it. It's going to be us. We black people fixing black problems. Let me make that clear. I know we have some other people in here. Um, this is not a black and brown space. This is a black first space. I'm talking about solving problems in the black community, solving crime in the black community. Let me make that abundantly clear. This is not no black and brown. This is not no everybody. This is not no black and white, black and Asian. This is not the everybody crime space. This is the black space where we're talking about black issues for black people. Let me make that abundantly clear. What you guys got going on, you guys need to have spaces and you guys need to fix your own problems. We're not out there trying to be the Avengers and fixing everybody. This isn't kumbaya, everybody hold hands. This is not what that is. But for black people to fix our problems, what we need to start doing is we need to start leading by example. Leading by example, developing plans, developing strategies to fix our economic position. Because poverty leads to crime. We can fix our economic position. And on the way there, as we're doing that on a daily basis, we can be reaching out to the youth. We can be reaching out to the kids and helping the kids in every way we can. Okay. Whether that's teaching them how to do a trade, whether that's giving them a job application, teaching them how to file a job application, teaching them how to start their own business, how to invest money, how to save money, where you should put your money, how to fix your credit, teaching them the mistakes that you had to learn the hard way. That's what we can be doing for the young generation, because we've all made mistakes growing up, and we've all looked back and said, man, I wish somebody was there to tell me not to do that so I didn't have to learn the hard way. That can be us to the next generation. We can be out there teaching our young brothers and sisters how to fix their problems before their problems start. That's what we should be doing for them, as we are simultaneously fixing our communities by getting our socioeconomic position together, by building our credit, by fixing our credit, okay? By investing in different trades, and getting our skills together, getting our businesses together. By doing all of these things, these are the stepping stones that we need to reduce the crime. By going to these community sitters and showing that these kids on the street that we do care about you. You're not abandoned. Life is hard, but we got you. We're a community, and I want to see you succeed. Okay? I know it's hard for you right now. We can be going at doing a volunteer thing. I don't have a lot of money, but I got some damn beans in my cabinet. I got some canned food, so I'm gonna give that to you. So you don't have to go out there and rob somebody and stick somebody up at an ATM so you can put food on the table. I can um I can donate things. I can donate my time to the community. I can um clean certain things up. I can get into local politics if need be, to create community centers, to create after school programs, to create these things. I can, if I was a parent, I can go to these after school meetings. I can go to these board meetings, and I can discuss, why hasn't my child succeeded in school? Why aren't my kids doing anything after school? Why isn't the school doing enough for my children? These are things we can do tomorrow. And all of these things will reduce the crime in the community. It's not our fault that we are in here, but it's our responsibility to get us out of here. Before I go, I want to give a shout out to everybody in here. Our brother Black Alpha was in here, subscribe to his YouTube channel. Our brother Torian Rain was in here. You guys subscribe to his YouTube channel. Vovo has a YouTube channel. Go check that out. Beatzilla has a YouTube channel. You definitely want to check out Beatzilla's YouTube channel. Nikki, would you like to say anything before we go ahead?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who came up to speak, and have a good night.
Thank you, family. Have a good night. And with spaces like this, um, by step, day by day, we will make our community better for the next generation. We will. I believe it. I full heartedly believe it. You guys definitely want to be subscribed to my YouTube channel. The link is in the bio, is in my bio. And you want to be following me on Twitter, because I'm having another space coming up soon about the way we should approach the older generation in our community. And I feel like that's definitely a space that's been needing to be held for a long time. So you guys don't want to miss out on that space. Shout out to everybody who spoke. Shout out to everybody who listened. And shout out to everybody, special shout out, big shout out to everybody who's going to get up tomorrow and apply the knowledge that they learned tonight. With that being said, family, you guys take care of yourself. You all have a good one. Good night.